Ah. I love you. impetuous. Acting out unprovable and everything. That's what I'm talking about. Yo, Zoo, how you living, pimp? Long time no see. What's good, son?
Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
I want to make a toy.
Sex toy?
No, a toy that helps people. A toy that helps people with their hand-eye coordination, but it's also a collectible toy. So it also has values. Yeah, so it can be rare.
Okay. How you gonna make it?
So there's like this toy that's like a block puzzle, right? But
Okay.
you get like a visual picture with it, and then you have to build the visual picture. You get different visual pictures, like variations of visual pictures that you can build with the blocks that you get, but only like the colors of certain blocks, the textures and the colors of certain blocks form the design.
Okay. Are you sure that's the best kind of toy for hand-eye coordination? Because I don't think it is.
It's the best type of toy for capitalism.
Dog, I have a really good idea. If this is what you want to do, you ready for it? It's just a toy. It's not really a toy, but you could consider it a toy. It's just something to measure your hand-eye coordination. We don't have a thing to measure hand-eye coordination. There's no like ruler or thermometer for hand-eye coordination, or like a scale. There isn't one, and you could make that.
How do you do that?
The way that I would do it, the way that I've seen, they have this. They have a machine that I've seen monkeys use. I'm sure you've probably seen this as well. It's a um, it's like a thing that they use for chimpanzees, and the chimpanzees basically are shown like a bunch of numbers. Let's say numbers 1 through 10, and then the monkeys remember where it is. They're really good at it. And let me just find it, and then
Isn't that isn't
this is really a memorize. Actually, what would be really good now? I don't know. It has to be standard. Um, okay, so type in to Google chimps memory memorize or chimps memorize numbers. Just type in chimps memorize numbers, and there should be an article from the New Scientist. If you could make a machine that's like this thing for humans, I think it'd be very popular. Do you see it? Do you see the monkey thing?
heard of that, Nico?
Dog, hold on. Did you see the monkey thing? The chimpanzee thing?
Where?
Type in chimpanzee number memorize. You just have to put in chimp memorize number, and look at the first thing. It should be New American or Scientific American. Do you see it?
Yeah. Look at this though.
Hold on, hold on. I don't want to hear any words from you. I don't want to hear any words from you until you tell me what you think of the chimpanzee tool.
That looks like a better test for ADHD.
Okay, it's actually for numbers.
Okay.
Okay, but imagine if you made. You know what's actually, I think, probably the best thing for hand eye coordination of any game that we play? Zoot. Do you know what I think is the best hand eye coordination? What? What'd you say?
Yeah.
What'd you say? Bounce is exactly right. Bounce? Bounce should be the game that like is the ultimate test of hand eye. It's not the ultimate test because there's no left right, but there's if you could make it left if you could make bounce left right, but even still up down, bounce is incredible for hand eye coordination. What are your thoughts on I mean really if you want to make a game that's hand eye coordination, it's really like something that you'd have on a tablet, isn't it? Zoot. 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 You're doing that. Oh. There he is.
Gentlemen.
Yo, what up, pimp? How are you? Hey, can you hear me? Hello. Can you hear me? Yo, dog. Can you hear me? Hello. Hello. Can you hear me? Hello. How are you? How, excellent. How's your day going?
uh, you might
How'd you find out about me, SPV?
I know you.
How do you know me?
Like for whom I visit you.
Okay, very cool. How'd you find out about me?
From
From a friend?
a servant.
Oh, from a server. What server?
I joined a server to troll people, and I found you. Uh, like like 5 months, and I talked with you.
Okay.
You told me my English is good, but
Your English
do
is
you understand me?
Yes, I do. Your English is good.
Thank you.
You're welcome. How have you been?
So now I am stressed, and I got anxiety when I talk English.
Well, you're doing very well, so you should have no anxiety. Your English is great. It's beautiful. Relax and just know that I'm very understanding. So talk to me. What's good? What's new in your world?
Uh, you told me about your devices,
Yeah, dog.
and you are trying to uh, make your uh, make your whatever a problem.
That's okay. You're right. What else is new? What do you like doing?
You help people.
That's
That's
correct.
your job.
That's correct.
So are you doing exactly?
Well, right now I am uh, working on robots. What are you up to?
Are you Christian?
No, I'm Jewish.
No. Well, I respect every religion I see,
Very cool, man.
and
Yo, dog. What up, Nolan Lost? You never talk with me. How are you? Nolan Lost.
Around Bukharin after Lenin's death, and ultimately he would become the leader. And the 30s were dominated by Stalin right up until his death in the early 1950s. So back to where we are, Diemenstein was placed in charge of the Jewish section of the Communist Party, and this was initially during the period of war communism, but during the period of NEP, he saw that he had quite a bit more freedom to explore the methodology of bringing the Jewish population into communism. Let us recall that although there was a disproportionate number of Jews in the Communist Party for their population, and this is especially true as you move up towards the leadership of the Soviet Union, where there was sometimes a third of governing bodies were dominated by Jews. There used to be a joke in Yiddish that there was an acronym VITSIC, which referred to the All-Russian Central Committee, Rossiyski Centralny Komitet, and in Yiddish they would say that it wasn't a Russian acronym; it was a Yiddish acronym for Vutsen Eden Kommandira, where 10 Jews are in charge. That was not a truism. You never had a majority of Jews anywhere in any institution of the Soviet Union, but there were very important, influential Jews, and they were out of proportion to their size of the population. That said, the proportion of Jews who became communists was tiny. There was the vast majority of Jews were hostile to communism, seeing it as a threat to their traditional way of life, especially those who are religiously oriented, who recognize the threat of the anti-clerical nature of the Soviet Union. So it's a great complex of issues involved here. The thing that made the Soviet Union very popular in the Civil War period, as we discussed in the previous lecture, was the fact that Trotsky's Red Army forces were far less likely to commit pogroms than the other forces that were ravaging the countryside. That engendered an enthusiastic support for the Red Army that was translated initially in the early 1920s to support for the Soviet Union. But as we shall see, it rapidly declined. The policy that Diemenstein seized upon, which was generally issued during the more liberal period of the 1920s for all of the non-Russian nationalities, was a policy that went by the name Korenizatsiya. This is kind of a strange word. It's difficult to translate into English. The word koren can mean like a root. And so it can be translated as rootification, like roots as in a tree. Or I've seen it translated as indigenization, which kind of like was a way of thinking about the general society and identifying those elements of the indigenous culture which were compatible with communism and actively encouraging those factors. The slogan of the era was nationalist in form, but socialist in content, meaning they could wear their national costumes, they could eat their national foods, they could speak their national language, as long as none of the things that they did or said challenged the economic and political ideology of communism, right? Nationalist in form, okay, but socialist in content. As soon as they got into things like, a level of ethnocentrism, that would be definitely not socialist in content. If they wanted to defend their national religion, definitely not socialist in content. So this idea of korenizatsiya was kind of reaching into the roots with this kind of like theory operating that communism was the true form of human organization, and if you dug below the accreted layers of corruption that came in from bourgeois democracy, you would find that people are naturally communist, and they just spoke different language, kind of like, happily wearing embroidered dresses or dancing the hora, whether they eat kreplach or whether they ate, I don't know, perohe, and whatever it would be, they would still be naturally communist if only you get past all those other things. So that's the policy of Korenizacja. And what Diemenstein did was he took that material and he said, let us go to the Jewish people with the authentic element of their cultures and talk to them about communism. Now, there were a few challenges, one of which, really huge, was this idea of atheism, right? Because Jews are overwhelmingly united by their religion. Even when they're rebelling against their religion, they still regard themselves as some kind of, loose tribal familial affiliation that is rooted in a long religious tradition. And this was anathema to the Soviet cause. So one of the things that the Soviet Union stood up in the 1920s was an institution called the League of Militant Atheists. It sounds almost funny, actually. And this was targeting all religions, of course, not just Judaism. They published this magazine here. This is called Bezbozhnik, which means literally godless. And in this particular anti-Christian image, they're showing obviously Jesus, who is getting all of the various followers drunk to the point of vomiting, and really trying to illustrate Marx's idea of religion being an opiate of the masses, that religion keeps you drunk, religion keeps you high and unable to appreciate your true class enemies and things like that. So there was a Yiddish version of Bezbozhnik, and there were tremendous amounts of effort placed in trying to do things, crazy things, like rewrite the Haggadah, rewrite the Passover liturgy. They wrote a red Haggadah that celebrated Stalin and Marx instead of Moses, that Pharaoh was portrayed as the Tsar, and all kinds of things like this. And they used the Yiddish language in particular to try and get this material across. Yiddish was considered the true folk language of the Soviet Jewish people, even though it's essentially medieval German written in Hebrew characters. But that was the native tongue of 97, 98% of the Jewish people at the end of the 19th century, living in the region of the Russian Empire. And so they said, we'll speak to them and we'll write to them in their Yiddish language. And so there was just a flourishing of attention lavished on anything in Yiddish which would be considered compatible with Soviet culture. A lot of money was spent on Yiddish writers. There was a renaissance of Yiddish poetry. You actually have Yiddish writers leaving America to go back to Russia because they saw this as a tremendous, culture effervescence. And in fact, in the 1920s, it looked very encouraging that Yiddish would have a tremendous heyday. Now, it was not a normal Yiddish, I have to say, because, the more they poked around with it, the more they messed it up. Yiddish is, as I mentioned, written in Hebrew characters, and it is heavily populated by Hebraic terms, Aramaic terms as well. And Hebrew was considered outside of the pale because that was too closely associated with religion. And also in modern Hebrew, it was too closely associated with Zionism, also not compatible with Soviet thought. So, what do you do when you have common Hebrew words in the Yiddish language? Like, for example, chaver, which is translated into Russian as tovarich, as in English, comrade. How do you, speak Yiddish without the word comrade in the Soviet Union? So what they would do is say, okay, you can keep the word chaver, but you have to write it out phonetically, spell it phonetically, rather than spelling it with the traditional Hebrew spelling. So for those of you who are familiar with the letters, the word for chaver in Hebrew and in Yiddish is chet, vet, resh, 3 letters. But in Yiddish in the Soviet period, it will be written Chaf Aleph Vav Vav Ayin Resh, which is 3 6 letters. And if you didn't know what you were looking at, you would be totally confused when you saw it. So many words were written like this. And by the way, once again, the Soviets attacked all of the nationalities in this form. The Ukrainians, for example, had a letter G, G, which is distinct from the Russian letter G. And so they actually made the Ukrainian letter G illegal. If you used the Ukrainian letter G rather than the letter that looked like the letter H and pronounced it like a Russian letter H, you could be sent to Siberia. Here's something I find really ironic and amusing. This is the Russian translation of the Hebrew prayer book, the Siddur, which of course would have been totally off limits to these very atheistic Russians. And you can see in Cyrillic letters, it has the large word Siddur, right, the prayer book. And then underneath, you see it has the words Tehillat Hashem, which means the Psalms of God or the songs of God. And the word Hashem, of course, is pronounced with the letter H, but there is no letter H in the Russian alphabet. So in order to indicate that it should be pronounced as an H, they took the letter G, you can see the second word there, and they added a small accent mark on the top to let you know that you should pronounce this as an H. So it's really very ironic, because one of the things that the Yevsektia did was they looked at 5 letters of the Hebrew alphabet, the so-called Manatzpach, that are written differently at the end of a word than if they were written at the beginning of the word, and they said those letters are illegal. You can't use those 5 letters. They're essentially like capital letters, because it's too hard for people to learn. It's not proletarian. We should have a simple language, a simple alphabet. So they tried to take away these 5 letters from the Yiddish alphabet, like they tried to take away the G from the Ukrainian alphabet, and so in return, we forced a new letter on them, right? You can see the word Hashem, that H is actually an imposition into the Russian alphabet in order to accommodate a Hebrew sound. Ironic. Okay, so back to where we are. So during the 1920s explosion of Yiddish activity under the Yevsektia, and one last detail, this actually occurred a little bit afterwards, but it's still quite fascinating. At one point, the Soviet Union even experimented with creating a kind of alternative Israel. They created a homeland, a Jewish autonomous oblast called Birobidzhan, which was way out in the border with China. It was 4,000 miles away from where Jews were actually living. And the idea was, we're going to make a homeland for Jews. You don't have to think about Israel. You don't have to be constantly pressuring us to go to Israel. You have your own homeland in Birobidzhan. Now, it's kind of an interesting thing. Yiddish was made an official language of Birobidzhan and stuff like that, but they had very few Jews actually live there, primarily because Stalin blocked a lot of the migration there exactly when the Jews could have used it during World War II. At any rate, to sum up, the 1920s, period of incredible creativity, although very atheistic, but a huge surge of popularity of Yiddish language culture in particular. This came crashing to a halt in the 1930s under this man, Joseph Stalin. Stalin was able, by the end of the 1920s, to firmly consolidate his control over the entire region, and he had very little patience for all of these kind of national informed and socialist and content experiments. He shut down the Yevsektia. Incidentally, another organization that he also shut down was the women's section of the Communist Party that had exactly the same lifespan as the Jewish section. And Stalin said, we have to focus ourselves on industrialization. He instituted a number of 5-year plans which were designed to rapidly propel the Soviet Union into modernity by building massive things like huge hydroelectric dams at Dnipropetrovsk and other places like that. But he created this kind of environment in which people were desperately pressured to report results, and what ended up happening was that people were faking the results rather than, tell the truth to power and say, hey, we can't possibly produce this much pig iron over this amount of time, or we can't possibly harvest that much grain in this much time. One of the most terrifying and awful results of the 5-year plans was the Holodomor, this massive massive terror famine that in particular affected the Ukrainian regions. In 1932-33, a huge number of people, it's very difficult to get a good sense of exactly how many. Reasonable estimates are around 5 or 6 million, though. A huge number of people, and there are larger estimates as well. This colossally awful artificial famine, which killed millions of people, was largely a result of the disastrous economic planning of Stalin and his henchmen. It was actually a terrifically horrible event. And in context with the Holodomor and several other related factors, the purges began in the Soviet Union, especially towards the end of the 1930s. As people began to see that the glorious reports of Soviet productivity were not evident in reality, rather than say, wait a second, maybe people are exaggerating their findings about how much they're able to produce. Instead, they blamed non-existent saboteurs, that there were wreckers, there were people who were somehow deciding to stand in the way of progress for the Soviet Union. And these people were identified, tortured, and forced to divulge the names of other saboteurs. This created this ecosystem of purges that was not at all unlike the Spanish Inquisition, in which heresy was hunted out everywhere. People were taken and tortured and asked to betray the names of other heretics and so on. And even if a person wasn't a heretic or didn't even know any heretics, they were nevertheless under the pain of torture, give up all kinds of names. This initiated a horrific cycle of arrest, torture, confession, arrest, torture, confession, that resulted in millions of people, again, the scale is phenomenal, being exiled to the Gulag out in Siberia or even executed. And this really consumed the Soviet Union in the later 1930s. And at this point, the Jewish enthusiasm for the Soviet Union collapsed dramatically. Prominent Jews were purged early on in this period of Stalinist cleansing of the party and then later of society. And Jews, with a few significant exceptions, like Kaganovich, who was involved in Ukraine during the years of the Holodomor, with the exception of a few characters, much of the Soviet leadership was purged of its Jewish membership, and the kind of popularity that the Red Army enjoyed in 1919 was nowhere to be seen, as people around the world began to realize what Stalin really stood for. So by the time you get to the late 1930s, what was once a more significant participation of some Jews in the Communist Party was reduced to a tiny, tiny remnant. And this is where we're going to have to pick up the story next when we look at the Holocaust, because the memory of Jewish participation in the communist movement had tremendously disastrous results when World War II broke out. Thank you very much for watching. Wow. In order to understand properly the relationship of the Nazi occupying forces with the indigenous peoples in East Central Europe, and specifically the degree to which collaboration was prevalent among those populations, it's really important to understand their experience, particularly during the years 1939 to 1941, when the region was controlled by the Soviet Union. Let's spend a little bit of time just trying to understand what happened between the outbreak of war in September 1939 and the Operation Barbarossa, which represented a dramatic shift in the nature of the war in East Central Europe. This map shows East and Central Europe before World War I, that is before 1914. And you can see that basically East Central Europe is divided between three empires: the German Empire, the Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the massive Russian Empire. As you can see from the slight shading in this map, there is what is Russia proper, which is really the deeper red areas. areas. And then there are the newer acquisitions of Russia, particularly the Pale of Settlement region, which is where most Jews were allowed to live. That's like a slightly lesser intensity of red. And then Congress Poland, which is a little further to the west. These were all regions under the authority of the Romanov Tsars, part of the larger empire. After World War I, there was a dramatic shakeup in these states. And if we have a look at this map, and in particular, let's zoom into East Central Europe in particular, you can see that the Russian Empire is gone. It's been overthrown with some revolutions in 1917, and it has been replaced by the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics, USSR, or simply the Soviet Union. That's shown here in the shades of green. Note that the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics implies correctly that there are multiple republics within this large unity, kind of like the United States of America. Clearly one country, one federal government, but made up of individual republics. In the case of the United States, the states. In the case of the Soviet Union, republics. Now, the degree of autonomy of the republics within the USSR was far more attenuated than it is in the United States of America. They were largely puppets of Moscow, but nevertheless, they did have a certain amount of distinctions. You can see in the center is Vyserussische SSR, which is the White Russian or Belarusian Soviet Socialist Republic, and to the south is the Ukrainian SSR, also part of the Soviet Union. But in the yellow colors, there you see newly independent Poland, and also newly independent Lithuania and Latvia. And just to the north, you'll see also Estonia is just off this map here. So this new section, these new countries were carved largely from the remains of the Russian Empire. And needless to say, the rulers of the Soviet Union were not pleased that they had lost these valuable European territories in World War I. We move on from this map. What happens is in 1939, as we explored in a previous video, the Nazis and the Soviets make a pact with each other to invade these regions simultaneously on September 1st. You can see from the right, the Soviet Union invades Poland, and from the left, that is the West, Germany invades Poland, and they end up dividing the territory between them, as we've discussed also in a previous video. Here is a clear map that shows what ended up happening from the Soviet perspective. There's a bright yellow line that indicates the new ceasefire line, a new effective border between Nazi Germany and Soviet Union. And you can see these multiple regions that are now annexed by the Soviet Union. They were technically independent countries, but amazingly, in these highly fixed elections, they all voted to join themselves to the Union of Soviet Socialist Republics. So you have in the north Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. These are the so-called Baltic republics. And then you have the western region of Belarus, and you have the western region of Ukraine as well, all joined together with the Soviet Union. These regions were annexed by the Soviet Union in 1939. Now, what exactly did the Soviet Union stand for? What was Soviet? What does that word even mean? And what is communism? Let's just take a couple minutes to think about that. So the Soviet Union was formed, as I mentioned, in the ruins of the Russian Empire. The founder was this man, Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, who was a follower of a philosophy called Marxism, founded by Karl Marx several decades earlier in really Germany and in England. And it was basically an idea that the real enemies of the working classes are not the working classes of other countries, but rather the upper classes of their own countries. That is, that society was defined by class struggle, class warfare between the elite and the bourgeoisie and the working class, which are known as the proletariat. In fact, the communist slogan is proletariat of the world, unite. Right? Working classes of the world, unite. It's a very anti-religious movement. They felt that religion was, in the words of Marx, the opiate of the masses. It was like a series of ideologies that was given to the proletariat to keep them in their place, to make them think that they might be suffering in this world, but in the next world they would benefit, and so on. So there's a lot to say about this philosophy, which is called socialism, and then the more extreme form of it associated with Lenin was renamed communism in 1918. It's also known by the term Bolshevism, which means literally bigness, and it got that determination because at one point there was a split between two different movements. There were the so-called Bolsheviks, which was the larger party, which was associated with Lenin, and the Mensheviks, the smaller party. That's not really relevant for our purposes today. So these terms, Bolsheviks and communists, are basically synonymous. Socialists are a larger class. Many countries, even today, have a certain degree of socialist values because socialism advocates things like, for example, Medicaid and unemployment insurance and universal health insurance, universal education rights, things like that. Those are also socialist ideas, so it's not like socialism itself is such a noxious idea. But communism takes it to an extreme where private property is considered theft, where all of the basic guardrails of traditional capitalist society are done away with. And it led to disaster in the Soviet Union in particular. But this will take us too far away from our topic of the Holocaust. Lenin was joined by two colleagues in particular. Leon Trotsky, shown here, is very significant because he was Jewish. As I mentioned earlier, the communist movement was very anti-religious, and Jews, although, as we will see in a moment, were attracted in some numbers to communism. Joining the communist movement essentially meant jettisoning your Jewish religious identity altogether, and they tended to be atheistic in a very intense way. Leon Trotsky was especially famous for being the leader of the Red Army, which was a rather significant achievement for a Jew at that time. And on the other side, a third figure, and the three of them would be intense rivals, especially after Lenin would himself suffer a stroke in 1922 and then die 2 years later in 24, Joseph Stalin, shown here, who ultimately maneuvered his way around all of his opponents and had them murdered in many cases, including Trotsky, who was ultimately murdered, but he was in 1930. And Stalin became the sole head of the Soviet Union and its longest-lasting dictator. So the Soviet communist experiment was all about putting in place Marxist socialism to share property equally amongst all the people, to remove the upper classes, to create a classless society. And in many ways it has certain kind of appeal, the idea of equality before the law, the idea of people being comrades, druzhba narodov was the term, meaning friendship of peoples, the end of anti-Semitism. And ironically, particularly in the early period, the Soviet Union waged a very strong war against prejudice, against Jews, and so on. But, there's much more to say about this, but we want to stick specifically with the Holocaust. Let us look specifically how Jews related to communism. So, one of the major reasons why there was any surge in popularity on communism was because of the horrific pogroms that followed the revolutions of 1917. You'll recall World War I erupted in 1914. The Russian Empire was very poorly prepared for this conflagration. People were starving. People were upset with the government. There was a revolution in the beginning of that year that overthrew the Russian monarchy, the Romanovs, and then there was about 6 months period of a provisional government, which was then overthrown again by the Soviets under Lenin. And this was all during World War I. It was still going on. The Russians had to decide how they were going to deal with the Germans who were fighting against them on their Western Front. Ultimately, the Germans made huge gains in Russian territory, which is why the interwar states were allowed to emerge because they were no longer under Russian control. But what erupted, particularly in Ukraine, and especially in the year 1919, was a horrific series of pogroms where it was complete lawlessness. It was civil war. There were multiple bands fighting each other in Ukraine, including the Soviet Red Army, the pro-Tsar Russian White Army, the Poles, a whole group of anarchists called the Greens, and they were all fighting for territory over the course of a bloody year, which resulted in, by conservative estimates, perhaps 50,000 Jews killed. Also, other populations, Poles, Mennonites, and so on, were all brutalized during this period. The only force that was active at the time that had a better track record with regards to these attacks on civilian populations was, ironically, the Red Army under Trotsky. And so you see in 1919 there was a surge of support among Jews for the Red Army specifically, because they see them as the most lawful of the various forces, and that they would be most secure if the Russian Red Army were to in fact win the day. So there's a surge of support that lasts about until the early 1920s, but then it drops off precipitously for reasons that we shall see. By the way, I know a fair bit about this because I actually wrote a book on this period. It was my doctoral dissertation. This is the cover of the revised edition. And as you can see, by the way, this is a Ukrainian banknote, and at the very bottom of it, you can see that it has the word Hundertkalbovantes in Yiddish. That Yiddish was actually briefly an official language. Yiddish is a Jewish language. Briefly, it was an official language of the independent Ukrainian state that was later crushed by the Soviet Union. At any rate, there was a huge upswell of anti-Semitism, particularly in the anti-Soviet elements that saw Trotsky as a Jew leading this Red Army as the leading edge of some kind of satanic plot. This is a white Russian piece of propaganda that shows Leon Trotsky here as some kind of horrific devil, red and naked, and sitting and watching as his minions massacre people by the hundreds and by the thousands. So there was definitely a very strong anti-Jewish feeling in the region at the time. When the Soviets finally controlled the region in the 1920s, it really took until the early 1920s to put the end to the Civil War. They tried to impose a new form of Jewish culture because, ironically, the Soviets were in favor of developing Yiddish culture as a form of a natural folk culture. It was a policy called Korenizatsiya. And they promoted, for example, the use of propaganda to convince Jews to adopt Soviet beliefs. So, for example, they published this remarkable document, there's one page from it, called the Red Haggadah, which is a section of the Passover liturgy that's read typically in the home. It's perhaps one of the most famous books in the Jewish canon because every Jewish home that has a Passover Seder will open up this small booklet and will go through the story of the Exodus. And this particular passage shows on the left, and it's meant to be a contrasting image. On the left is the old way, and you see this rabbi with this kind of a dark look and this somewhat somber, serious look, and he's performing the ritual of yachatz, which means ripping or breaking the matzah in half and putting a half of it under his pillow, which will later be the afikomen. And on the right, you have the modern Soviet Jews who no longer perform yachatz at the table. They no longer observe these religious customs, but they work on their skyscrapers and on their various factories. And you can see that one of the workers is reaching not for the matzah, but for a capitalist who will also be broken in half as a result of their efforts. And so you have this twisted kind of culture in the 1920s where the Soviets are promoting Jewish culture as long as it is in conformity with their anti-religious values and their other communist values. A bizarre period of time in Jewish history indeed. They also, as one final note, a really bizarre moment, the Soviets created, as an attempt to try and compete with Zionism, they actually created a small Jewish autonomous oblast, an autonomous region, way out in the eastern region of the Soviet Union in Siberia, bordering on China. They called it Birobidzhan, and you can see here that on the top of this railway station, they have it written in Cyrillic letters and in Yiddish letters because it was to be a Soviet Jewish Zion, a Soviet Jewish homeland. Unfortunately, during the Holocaust, it was closed to Jewish immigration. Just when Jews could have used it the most, Stalin did not allow Jews to flee there, but it exists even to this day. Now, what happens in the 1930s is extremely significant because Stalin, who by this time has firmly taken control of the country, and he has abandoned all of what he considers these silly, petty nationalist plans like the development of Jewish culture. He wants to build Russia as an industrial powerhouse, and he launches several 5-year plans in which he wants to kickstart the entire economy and get the entire population working very hard on creating this new Soviet reality. And this is, even though Stalin will pass away in the early 50s, his idea of what the Soviet Union should be all about continues to inform much of it right through the 1970s and early 1980s. The leitmotif of this is this man's Alexei Stakhanov, who was a coal miner who, using a pneumatic drill, was somehow able to drill a lot more coal than everybody else using picks and shovels. And this was like the model of the hero of the Soviet Union. That someone could go and do tremendous things to advance Soviet economic might by industrializing. And they engaged in huge building plans and all kinds of things at the sacrifice of basic consumer values. And this is most horrifically noted in the awful Holodomor. This is the Ukrainian terror famine of 1932-1933, when the Ukraine, which has this remarkable black soil, Chernozem, that made it known as the breadbasket of Europe, went into a period of deep famine that was highly artificial, and it was dictated more by Stalin's export policies than it was by the actual crops available in the land. And there was literally starvation in the streets, as you can see from this horrific photograph taken in eastern Ukraine in the city of Kharkiv. It's very difficult to determine the exact number of people who were killed in this artificial famine. Very reasonable estimates put it at no less than 3 million, and more expansive estimates put it as high as 14 million. One of the reasons why it's so difficult to get a good handle on the numbers is because when Stalin had a census taken, and when the results were revealed, which presumably showed a huge demographic loss in Ukraine, he ordered the census destroyed and the census takers killed, which was part of his modus operandi. Certain pieces of the census were found in local archives that allows us to reconstruct to some degree the number of people who were killed, but there's still quite a bit of guesswork about the size of it. Nevertheless, it is certainly an act of genocide that is comparable in many ways with what we're studying in the Holocaust. Note also that the term Holodomor is actually a coinage. It's definitely taken from the term Holocaust, which we discussed in the first lecture. Holo means like all, complete, but instead of kaustos, which means burning, domor in Ukrainian means famine or hunger. So everyone was hungry is really what the term Holodomor means. And there's some fascinating and important research being done in this field specifically. The 1930s closes with a series of horrific show trials and purges under Stalin. When the results of this rapid industrialization was not nearly as strong as Stalin had thought it would be, he assumed that there must be saboteurs or wreckers active in society. And so this bizarre society-wide desire to identify people who are somehow anti-Soviet, who were, sabotaging the plans to develop this, water dam or this coal mine and things like that. People were denouncing their neighbors and putting them on trial. And then these people would be put, as these prisoners you see are put on trial, they would be sent to the Gulag, where they would live under horrific conditions in these prisoner of war camps that were essentially, in many ways, comparable to the Nazi concentration camps. We'll maybe have a lot more to say about that later on in this course. But we seem to be approaching a period in history where there are some very dark harmonies developing in Nazi Germany and Soviet Union at the same time. To be certain, the most notorious impact of the Soviet Union on the newly conquered territories between 1939 and 1941 was the activity of the secret police, which was originally known as the Cheka, later known as the KGB, but at this time it was known as the NKVD. The secret police were deeply involved in rooting out any opposition to the new Soviet regime, and they were involved in many massacres, including this horrific massacre in the Katyn forest, in which thousands of Polish soldiers were massacred and laid to rest in these huge graves without any indication of their disappearance. The NKVD in particular tried to root out any possible sources of opposition in the intelligentsia, which is a class of people that are basically information workers, teachers, priests, poets, even postal clerks. Anyone who had literacy, who had an opinion, who could share information or be a thought leader was arrested by the NKVD, and many of them were simply held in jails for 2 years where family didn't know what was going to come of them. The NKVD were the leading edge of the spear, so to speak, of the Soviet attempt to rapidly bring these territories into communist way of thinking and into communist economics, rapid collectivization of farms, and the shutting down of religious institutions and all kinds of things that the local population resented tremendously. And what's very important for our purposes as well is this notion that was very widespread in the population, not at all borne out by the statistical incidence of Jews in the Soviet apparatus, but nevertheless the perception of Jews as being very much aligned with the Soviet goal and with the NKVD in particular. Once again, this is one of those elements where it is, in terms of studying history, it's often more important what people believe than what people actually know. People believed that the Jews were very much the motivational elements in the Soviet occupation of these territories, and as a result, there would be a tremendous amount of resentment built up against the Jews. Even the Jews who had obviously nothing to do with the Soviets, who were living in these territories before the Soviets came in, but they would ultimately become the brunt of their wrath. The turning point, and this is where we're going to have to leave this particular chapter of the Holocaust, is Operation Barbarossa, which occurred on June 22nd, 1941. It is without doubt the single most important date in the history of the Holocaust. This represents the date when the Nazis broke their treaty with the Soviets and invaded. The Soviets were caught horribly off guard. They lost ground militarily almost immediately, and it took them quite a while to begin to claw their way back and to eventually force the Nazis westward and out of their territory. You can see the map on the right here shows the dramatic and rapid blitzkrieg attack of the Nazis, which drove well into these occupied territories, ultimately right to the gates of Moscow and Leningrad, only to eventually be turned back with a very important turning point battle at the city of Stalingrad. Now, how this relates specifically to the regions that were conquered between 39 and 41 is that when the Soviets got word of this sudden attack, they rapidly demobilized and fled the conquered territories. Along with them, by the way, were about 600,000 Jews who fled with the Soviets because they realized the Nazis would certainly not treat them well. There's a lot more to say about that, and hopefully we'll come back to it in a later mini lecture. But what happened was that when the NKVD fled, they typically massacred all of the prisoners that they were holding in their underground basement jails in local city halls and things like that. And these were, you'll recall, the intelligentsia, the beloved thought leaders of a given community. The local priests, the beloved teachers, the local poets, the local literati, the journalists, people who were well known in the community and were feared by the NKVD because they didn't want them to express anti-Soviet attitudes. They were the ones who had been held prisoner. And when the NKVD left, they massacred them, typically by simply setting them on fire. And so what happened is, as soon as the Soviets left, after Barbarossa started, the local populations went in and brought out the often charred remains of their loved ones, and then had the difficult task of identifying them. Here you can see, for example, a scene in the Ukrainian city of Lviv, where the locals had to try and identify some of the intelligentsia who were removed from these underground abattoirs. And as one might expect, there was a groundswell of anger that found its expression in attacks on the Jews. In Lviv in particular, there were the so-called Pekura days, which were like spontaneous riots that were perpetrated against the Jews. A lot of abuse of women in public, a lot of kind of like symbolic abuse where people were ordered to clean the streets and beaten in the streets, and sometimes treated much worse than that. But this is the beginning of the Holocaust, particularly in Eastern Europe, along with the organized massacres of the Einsatzgruppen. This is when we will begin to see some of the darkest period of the entire war. Thank you very much for watching. One of the most important moments in the history of World War II and the history of the Holocaust, two related and overlapping histories that we are mutually engaged with in this series, is June 22nd, 1941. This is the date of Hitler's betrayal of his agreement with Joseph Stalin and his invasion of the Soviet Union. This invasion, which was called Operation Barbarossa, was also intertwined with his goal to destroy all of the Jews of Europe, as we shall discuss. Here's a map that shows you the impact of Operation Barbarossa on the Soviet Union, which is shown in pink. The Nazi forces, led by the Wehrmacht, the regular forces, invaded and penetrated deep with great success into the Soviet Union, which was, according to most accounts, completely unprepared for the Nazi betrayal. But what's especially significant for our purposes is that behind the regular army units of the Wehrmacht were four special battalions called Einsatzgruppen. These Einsatzgruppen were sometimes border police. They were not comprised of regular frontline troops ready to do battle with other soldiers. They were rather poised to destroy the populations of Jews, gypsies, and open communists that were living throughout the tiny villages that dotted Eastern Europe. There were four of these specific units, and I have to share with you that on a personal level, this is an especially difficult subject for me to trace, because Einsatzgruppe A was responsible for killing most of my grandmother's family in Lithuania. But as you can see from this map, these are the regions that the Einsatzgruppe penetrated. This map here shows you the listing of the medium-sized massacres that occurred throughout the region. It's impossible to put on a map of this scale all of the names of the tiny little hamlets that dotted Eastern Europe. But basically, the modus operandi of the Einsatzgruppen is they were mobile killing squads. They would drive up in trucks, they would drive into local villages, they would round up the Jews and the gypsies, Jehovah's Witnesses, whoever didn't fit the list of people who were worthy to live, and then they would march them out of town to the natural ravines that existed throughout the region. If those ravines did not exist, then they would put the prisoners to hard labor to dig what would ultimately become their own graves. They would typically separate the men from the women, and then they would simply shoot them. either from the lip of the trench or, as we see in this photograph, while they were standing in the trench. They would then line up in multiple rows of the Jews and continue shooting, such that people would literally end their lives falling on top of the bodies of their co-religionists. It's also important to note here, though, that the Einsatzgruppen massacres were not especially efficient, especially by later standards of Nazi brutality, because it was relatively easy to escape the Einsatzgruppen. If someone were to, for example, feign being shot and then fall into the pit and then simply remain there, despite having to experience having the rest of the members of your village fall on top of you, by nightfall you could theoretically crawl out from underneath the bloodied corpses of your former neighbors and then make it out to the forest, where you might end up becoming a partisan. And this actually happened to many Jews, especially younger people, who managed to survive the Einsatzgruppen murders and then went on to act in the resistance. It's important to note as well that the Einsatzgruppen soldiers themselves were really not your typical soldiers. We actually know quite a bit about them because when the archives were unsealed in the 1990s, there were some tremendous studies done of the Einsatzgruppen themselves, and we know that they were relatively well educated. They were older on average. They tended to have humanities backgrounds. Sometimes they were unfit for frontline duty, but they could perform this task very well. And this led to a tremendous amount of questions among historians of the Holocaust that how is it possible that regular people who were not especially coerced into this activity could nevertheless engage in this kind of murder day in and day out. Now, it is true that they found many local populations who were willing to help out, the so-called Hilfswillige, or willing to help, volunteers from the local Ukrainian, Lithuanian, Latvian, and Polish population. But they often found that they had to ply them with a tremendous amount of alcohol, with bribes, with all kinds of things to keep this machinery going. It did proceed, however, throughout the entire summer of 1941 and into 1942, with an estimated 2 million people murdered by the Einsatzgruppen. But nevertheless, it proved to be psychologically quite consequential for the Einsatzgruppen, and the Nazis had to move on to another type of method for massacring the Jews. There's a lot to think about in terms of the structure of Operation Barbarossa and the Allies' Einsatzgruppen. It is clear, however, that nowhere do we see Hitler's dual goals of establishing Lebensraum, that is, living room in the East, his expansion to the Soviet Union, and his anti-Semitism so closely interwoven as we see it with Operation Barbarossa. But this is ultimately what the Nazi experiment was all about, this massive drive to the East, the treating of the local population, as Gunther mentioned, as less than human, especially the Jews who were slated for massacre. Also important in this context is the fact that once we've studied the testimonies of Einsatzgruppen members who, of course, survived the war and actually were usually exempt from punishment for reasons that we'll see when we talk about the Nuremberg trials, we see very clear evidence that resistance on the part of the Einsatzgruppen was not very common, but when it was expressed, people got away with it. In other words, a member of the Einsatzgruppen could simply say, you know what, I can't take this anymore. And he could speak to his commanding officer and say, I just can't gun down people day in, day out. And what would typically happen is the commanding officer would berate the member of the Einsatzgruppen, would say that they're cowards, that they're not doing their duty for the fatherland, and so on. And then they would simply reassign them to some other task, like driving the truck or going out into the forest and look for people who escaped. And it was not at all a case where if a person refused, they would be shot. In fact, it begs the question, why did so many people not resist? Why did so many people not speak out and refuse to perform these inhuman acts? We're going to speak about that a little bit more when we get to the Milgram experiment, the Zimbardo experiment, that looks from a perspective of psychology and sociology on the kind of impact that peer pressure, among other things, has on obedience to authority. But for the time being, we can only marvel and mourn the tremendous deaths that occurred during the Einsatzgruppen massacres. What is clear, however, was that by the time they got to the new year, 1942, the Nazis had discovered just how successful they could be with mass murder. That they basically had very little resistance, either from within and certainly from without. And so they began to look to a more efficient solution for massacring the Jews. This was the so-called Endlösung, or final solution, and that's what we're going to have to speak about in coming videos. I hope you found this video useful. Thank you for watching. Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational content and purposes only. Today I'd like to begin a discussion of collaboration, a very difficult discussion that touches on many of the most complex economic, social, and psychological aspects of the nature of the Holocaust in Western and Eastern Europe. It's very difficult to get a precise sense of what exactly are the mechanics of collaboration, especially when you get down to the individual level. But in this and in the following brief lecture, I'd like to go over some of the more general aspects of collaboration that will help us place individual acts of collaboration within a broader context. So let us begin, first of all, by defining collaboration. What exactly do we mean by this term? Most historians and general researchers of the Holocaust tend to divide non-victim populations into three basic categories. Perpetrators, obvious criminals involved in the destruction of innocent human life. Bystanders, those who, to one degree or another, passively allow this to happen. And thirdly, rescuers, the heroes of the entire story. But what exactly do we mean by collaborators? Certainly there is a tendency to place collaborators directly within the perpetrators category, meaning the word, after all, means to work together, and that indicates that collaborators are those who are directly part of the overall Nazi enterprise. But when you look at collaboration from a broader perspective, and understand that in reality, many of the people who were moved towards some degree of collaboration were really trying to figure out a basic calculus of their own survival. Certainly there are extremes. It's difficult to understand people who are actively involved in the direct murder of Jews and other civilians as anything but criminals. But on the other hand, you see people such as in this image here, who are featured in a German propaganda effort to encourage Slavic peoples to make their way to Germany to act as so-called Ostarbeiter, or to contribute to the German war effort through working in various industries, whether domestic, as you see in this particular image, or more likely in various types of munition factories. On a technical level, this would be collaboration. They are, after all, working in concert with the Nazis. But their degree of distance from the actual murder process certainly should mitigate against lumping them into the same category as perpetrators. We see this, for example, in two different categories of collaborators. The so-called Hilfswillige, which means the willing to help population. And these are people who are sometimes brought directly into the Einsatzgruppen murders and would actually assist with the actual murder of Jews and other Nazi undesirables in the various ravines of Eastern Europe. And on the other hand, the Ostarbeiter that I've just mentioned, the so-called Eastern workers, who were simply shipped to the West to work in various industries. Furthermore, this is even more difficult and complex to understand when you think about groups like the Judenrat. These were the Jewish councils that were forced to administer the populations of the ghettos. And in many cases, the Judenrat literally had to work hand in hand with the Nazis, obviously under tremendous duress, and ultimately they were sent to their deaths as well. But nevertheless, they were the people who actually executed the Nazi will on the population in the ghetto, right up unto deportation, even employing their own Jewish police force. So, this is one of those situations where obvious collaboration and criminal activity is something which anyone can see when they look at it. But there are many, many shades of gray that make the relationship of the not directly affected victims of the Nazi occupation difficult to classify as collaborators. We see this especially when we consider regional differences. Have a look at this map here, which indicates the greatest extent of Nazi expansion throughout the European theater and also the North African theater. You can see that the central region, the black area, is the German Reich, which are regions which were formally under total Nazi control, without any significant role of local populations acting in a collaborationist form. When you move to the west and to a certain degree to the north of regions that were conquered by the Nazis, the Germans were to a large degree quite a bit more tolerant of local initiatives and of local leadership. For example, in what is labeled here as a zone libre, the free zone of southern France, also known as Vichy France, the French were actually first to initiate the roundup and deportations of Jews from Drancy without specific Nazi direction to do so. This is especially true when you consider the various allies of the Nazis, like Italy, for example. They had quite a bit of leeway in their own policies towards the Jews and other oppressed peoples during the Holocaust. This is because the Nazis were largely slaves to their own racial ideology, that the Western European nations, and in particular the Aryan nations, the so-called Northern European nations, were given much more credibility in their own self-determination, in some cases allowed to manage their own government even when they were under Nazi conquest, certainly true for forces or countries that had chosen to ally themselves with the Nazis. And so they were, by and large, these regions were given much more freedom with regards to the articulation of how they would relate to Nazi policies, specifically with regards to the anti-Semitic policies that the Nazis certainly encouraged, but did not lay down a heavy hand to make sure that they were enforced for the early years of the war. Later on in the war, however, there is quite a distinction as many of the Allies begin to get cold feet. Italy and Hungary are excellent examples, and Nazi Germany has to take direct control. Then they suddenly impose their own will on the local population, and collaboration becomes much more of a dangerous phenomenon for the local Jewish populations. But let us contrast what happens in the western and the northern regions of Europe to that of Eastern Europe, in particular the conquered nations of Poland and the Baltic states, and those regions of the Soviet Union that were placed after Operation Barbarossa directly under military command, the Reichskommissariaten, you see, of Ostland and Ukraine, and then further into Russia itself. Here, the degree of autonomy of local officials was almost nil. The Nazi military enterprise was basically in control of every aspect of society. Summary executions, public hangings in the streets, these were common phenomena in Eastern Europe that were not seen to the same degree at all in Western Europe. In general, Eastern Europe was far more brutal, and the consequences of resistance were far more significant than they were in Western Europe. And this really plays into our attempt to understand the nature of collaboration. Collaboration in Western Europe typically involved a lot more premeditation on behalf of the agent who would decide to work with the Nazis. In Eastern Europe, it could often be a split-second decision whether or not to preserve one's own life or to actively choose to advance one's career by joining their activities. This is a very, very difficult topic that has clearly regional and national implications, and we'll discuss a little bit of them in the next part of this video and in the following video. one other really important factor in trying to understand collaboration is that, besides looking at the nature of the victimizers, those who would choose to collaborate in whatever form, we also have to look at their relationship to the victims. If we think about the Jews in particular, there seems to be a strong correlation in many regions between the degree of assimilation and acculturation of the Jewish community and the likelihood of local populations to engage in collaborative activities with the Nazis, ultimately resulting in the mass murder of Jews. In regions like North Africa, where Jews tended to speak the local language with fluency, tended to dress the normal dress of the local populations, tended to be largely, working in a high degree of acculturation with the local populations, collaboration was far less of a phenomenon. There are many other factors, including the nature of the Nazi occupation, the dates of the Nazi occupation, and so on, but that's kind of like a superficial and generalized statement that may hold true when we look at the entire region of Europe. We see this also very much so in regions where Jews are especially conversant in the local vernacular and tend to have an attenuated, specifically Jewish religious orientation that is obvious on the outside. When that is much more prominent, then Jews tend to stand out and tend to stand aside as the other. Where that is less prominent, then collaboration is somewhat muted, generally speaking, because the Jews that live there are seen as our Jews. In this context, it's really important to remember that this is all happening in the context of massive population displacement. There are Jews and many other populations who are fleeing violence on the west and the eastern fronts. And so you often have, two different major chunks of Jewish populations in a given country. In Hungary, for example, you will have a large number of Magyar Jews, that is, Jews who are very well assimilated, very well acculturated, particularly in the big cities like Budapest, less so in the mountainous region of Sziget and Maramuresh, places like that. And then you have a significant number of refugees from further east, from Romania, from Bulgaria, who fled into Hungary seeking refuge, and they are quite different. They're not Hungarian speakers. They tend to be far more religious. They tend to stand out much more. They tend to be a burden on the local population economically. And so there's a degree of collaboration, which is not so much a function of the collaborators themselves, but of their relationship to the Jews under discussion. And putting it bluntly, there seems to be a much greater hesitancy to hand over our Jews, that is, let's say, Magyar Jews, Hungarian-speaking Jews in Budapest, than there would be a willingness to hand over the various immigrant populations of Jews, the refugee Jews who had come recently, did not have Hungarian statehood and nationality, and so on. So this is a very important phenomenon to consider when looking at the general issue of collaboration as well. Let us stop here, and in the next video I'd like to look with a little bit more detail at Eastern Europe, at some more of the complex issues that affect collaboration. Thank you very much for watching. Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on the Holocaust. These lectures are produced solely for educational content and purposes. In the previous lecture, we discussed some of the larger issues of collaboration and trying to understand what exactly this phenomenon is. In this brief lecture, I'd like to focus with a little bit more detail on Eastern Europe. This is a region which has been identified with the very pungent term, the Bloodlands, by the historian Timothy Snyder, who wrote a book of that title. And it's a totally apt designation because this region saw phenomenal violence throughout the first half of the 20th century, beginning especially with World War I and the pogroms that occurred there, and then extending into the terror famine of 32-33 in Ukraine and the Don region, and then, of course, in the Holocaust. So looking at the region that we're speaking about specifically, it is the territories that the Germans and the Soviets divided between themselves as part of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact of August 1939. Looking at this map here, you see that includes basically Poland, which is divided in half, the western half going to Germany, the eastern half going to the Soviet Union. And it is the Baltic states to the north, Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia. Many of the things that we'll be discussing in this brief video also apply to the military control of the Soviet Union that would be extended over these regions and further into the Soviet Union once the Nazis advanced in 1941 with Operation Barbarossa. Here is the map of Operation Barbarossa, which describes how the Nazis would essentially double-cross Stalin and their erstwhile Soviet allies and advance into this region and really make a deep penetration into European Russia, coming to the very gates of Leningrad and even Moscow, and imposing their Nazi view of how to handle the local populations there, effective June 22nd, 1941. Here is the map which we saw in the previous video, which helps us understand exactly how these populations were distributed. The region that's in black here that's called the general government, is directly under Nazi control, but it has a slightly different administrative designation to the two Reichskommissariaten, which basically comprise parts of Belarus and Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia, and then the large chunk of Ukraine, which is also on the Reichskommissariat, and then finally, immediately beyond those two territories, the expanding region of military administration. So really, what were the factors leading to collaboration in these regions, in particular, the so-called bloodlands? One factor that is especially complex and requires quite a bit of analysis is the openness that the Nazis showed, especially from 1943 onward, is the willingness to adopt Slavs into Waffen-SS units. This was quite a surprising development in many ways, because the Nazis, as we've mentioned many times, were slaves to their racial ideology, and they viewed the Slavs as significantly subhuman. One of the officers of the Reichskommissariat once said that the Slavs should only be called upon to do three things. One, to know their names, two, to learn to count to 500, and three, that obeying the Nazis is a divine privilege. So the idea that they would actually bring local units together out of Slavs was quite a bit of a switch in policy, especially calling them SS units, because this was a designation that was typically reserved for the elite. The term Waffen, however, implies that they were intended for military purposes rather than for, Secret Service purposes, although they were headed up, as you see in this image here, by Heinrich Himmler, who, the head of the Gestapo, who is here seen looking at the Galicia division, one of these Waffen-SS units that was formed in western Ukraine. So it's a major turnaround for Nazi ideology and policy to bring these people into military units, but it's not actually that surprising when you look at the date that it began to occur. It's especially connected with the reversals that the Nazis were experiencing on the Eastern Front. Ultimately, that would be a major downfall for their military endeavors. Together with the Allied invasion at Normandy on the Western Front, the Nazis would ultimately be crushed between the Red Army and the Allied armies on the other side of them. So therefore, the adoption of these military units was, on the one hand, a wise military tactic, but on the other hand, a step back from their racial ideology. Now, when we think about these units, normally the term SS immediately implies, as it did at the Nuremberg trials, a collaborator of the highest order. In fact, in the central circle of those who were architects of the Holocaust. But can we say this about these very hastily put together units and their motivation? We don't know a tremendous amount, actually, about their motivation vis-a-vis Jews. We could assume that they harbored many of the same attitudes that we've seen of hostility to Jews, largely because of the perception that they were allied with the communists. But that's really the key point to understanding these groups. Were they considering themselves fighting for Germany, i.e., in an actively collaborationist model? Or was their principal motivation the opportunity to fight against the USSR? Right? Recall that with Operation Barbarossa, the Nazis liberated these local populations from the Soviet dominance that they had experienced since 1939. That was 2 years of incredibly brutal communist power that involved the arrest of their intelligentsia, that involved the rapid communization of their economies. It involved a very, very strict adherence to the notion of enforced atheism, right? The League of Militant Atheists was very active. Churches literally blown up. Uh, Obviously, synagogues and things like that had their Torah scrolls confiscated and shut down and so on. So a lot of these populations of local Slavs actually saw these Waffen-SS units as opportunities for them to attack their most recent and immediate enemy, the Soviet Union. So it's hard to understand them as openly patriotic towards the German cause rather than seeing themselves as avengers of their local nationalities. And indeed, when you look at the units, especially in their memorialization by the emigre communities, there's a very strong emphasis on how they viewed themselves as essentially national military units that simply temporarily sought support from the Nazis. The Galicia division, for example, considered itself the first Ukrainian army because they viewed themselves as one day perhaps establishing some kind of national statehood. This is not to exculpate them from any particular possibility of Nazi war crimes. In Canada, for example, the government formed a commission called the Deschênes Commission, which actually issued a massive multi-hundred-page report assessing the activity of the Galicia division and found no reason to qualify them in a blanket order as war criminals. This was just an illustration of the notion that the Galicia division was principally an anti-Soviet effort of a local population rather than a pro-Nazi effort. Needless to say, this is an extremely complicated and sensitive subject for all concerned. It's also very significant to note the awkward and complicated role of the church in many of these endeavors. Let us not forget how intensely atheistic the USSR was, openly persecuting, arresting, exiling, and murdering priests. And the idea that a local military unit would be formed to fight against the USSR was largely welcomed by the church. One of the most important priests of the region, speaking once again about the Galicia division, is Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky, who himself was a great Judeophile. He learned Hebrew as a young man and had very warm relations with Jewish communities. He was responsible for the rescue of some 200 Jewish children and returning them after the war to their families. A remarkable individual, and nevertheless his record is somewhat tainted by the fact that he openly blessed this Waffen-SS division, which made it very hard for many to see him for the humanist and the pro-Jewish figure that he truly was. So this is a complicated kind of situation. Is it true that we can say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? This complicates the whole idea of understanding what is collaboration. And maybe if we strike at the root of the difficulty of understanding collaboration, besides the obvious overlapping concerns of self-preservation, of economic advancement that may have very little to do with open anti-Semitism or willingness to engage in murderous activities. Perhaps one of the most important things to understand is that, the many peoples from the bloodlands all consider themselves victims. The Ukrainians and the Poles and the Lithuanians and the Latvians also consider themselves victims, not precisely in the same way that the Jews and the Roma, for example, consider themselves victims, but nevertheless, they do see themselves as set upon by both the Nazis and the Soviets. Not necessarily to the same degree of genocidal intent, but nevertheless, they have a legitimate argument to make that they also share in victimhood. We see this horrific image from the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum. Polish babies, the same that happened to Ukrainian babies as well, would regularly be selected for their racial characteristics and shipped off to Germany to be raised by foster families. Young, Aryan-looking Ukrainian or Polish girls were often taken and essentially sent into prostitution with the attempt to try and improve the racial characteristics of the local population. These are the so-called Volksdeutsche, the Poles or Ukrainians or Lithuanians who had some German descent and were selected out by the Nazis for racial characteristics, given additional privileges, or in some cases we see here, persecuting them more because of their slavish attitude towards a racial purity. So a lot of the local populations viewed themselves as victims as well as the Jews, and saw their actions as entirely justified within the larger complex of factors. This topic of collaboration is indeed one of the more difficult topics of the Holocaust and has some of the longest lasting repercussions as societies attempt to emerge from the ashes of that terrible era. On the one hand, when one sees an active, inveterate anti-Semite who enthusiastically joins with the Nazis to engage in murderous activities, it's very easy to label that as war criminality. But on the other hand, you see a tremendous grayscale of various smaller acts of collaboration, which can easily be understood to some degree as self-preservation, as an attempt for economic advancement. And one wonders, where exactly do we place the line between criminality and reprehensible conduct and understandable human weakness? These are very, very difficult topics. I hope that these two videos helped illustrate the complexity, and I look forward to speaking with you in further videos. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you very much, Mr. Tversky. I appreciate the offer from Dr. Kadish and from the university to address your audience on this occasion immediately prior to the holiday of Passover. And I have to say that I put a lot of energy into this presentation, primarily because my main area of specialization is history. I'm much more comfortable dealing with things that have already happened, that are firmly located in the past. But over the past 6 weeks, it has been impossible for me to concentrate on the past because I keep being drawn into the future and into, unfortunately, the present, which is so terrible in Ukraine. So my goal for today is to speak about Passover and speak specifically about the refugee experience connected specifically to Ukraine. This talk may be a little bit more personal than most of my talks, for reasons which I hope to make clear shortly, but it's one that I feel very strongly about. So let me begin by looking at something from the tradition. I was asked to say something relevant to the holiday of Passover, and of course this holiday commemorates the Exodus, the departure of the Jews from Egyptian servitude. And one of the concepts that is repeated so many times in Jewish thought, it is noted no less than 36 times in the Bible, according to some counts, far more than 36 counts, but basically a demand that the Jews recognize the suffering of the stranger. Here's just one example of the many verses that under outline that particular concept. Let me read it in Hebrew, and then we'll look at it in English. "Beger lo silchatz v'atem yadatem es nefesh hager, ki gerim hayitem be'eretz Mitzrayim." You shall not oppress a stranger, for you know the feelings of the stranger, having yourselves been strangers in the land of Egypt. Now, the term for stranger that's used here has multiple meanings. It is related to the word lagur, which means to dwell or reside. And sometimes this term is used to refer to, as it implies here, a stranger, a foreigner. Sometimes it's used to refer to someone who has become Jewish, who is converted to Judaism. Sometimes it's referring to a resident alien. And depending on the context, that's a different translation that will be used by the commentators. But if we look at this one, a very important commentator, very popular, Pele Yoetz, who was Rabbi Eliezer Papa, who wrote in the 19th century, and he clarifies that for him, this commandment says we are not speaking about a convert to Judaism. The verse refers to a person in a foreign land without friend, sibling, or acquaintance, whose spirit is low and whose heart is broken and crushed. One must have mercy and draw this person close, be a friend and a neighbor, and provide as much support as you can. In this way, one fulfills the commandment. So obviously, in the context of the Passover Seder, as Jews around the world will gather with their families and contemplate the meaning of freedom and the meaning of displacement, and hopefully identify with the displacement of others, that is, according to Rabbi Papo of the Pele Yoetz, how they will fulfill this commandment. Now, when we look at it in our specific moment, we're not talking just about Jewish refugees, of which there are many from Ukraine. There are a lot of different counts of how many Jews live there. A conservative count says there are about 40,000 Jews who self-identify as such. There are about 90,000 Jews in Ukraine who are not necessarily connected to that core population, but nevertheless are, if you were to ask them, they would then see that they would say that they are in fact Jewish, and maybe as many as 200,000 people who are on the fringes of the Jewish community, perhaps with partial Jewish lineage or married to Jews. But we're talking about a very large number of Jews. But the main issue, of course, is not the Jewish refugees, but a far larger group of Ukrainian refugees. This is actually one of the most colossal refugee crises in history. If you have a look, for example, at this report that just came out recently from the United Nations report on migration, there are about, as of April 1st, 7 million who are internally displaced within Ukraine, meaning they have not left their country, they have left their homes for other regions of Ukraine, particularly towards the west, where there's less shelling, less danger. And there are 11 million who are total displaced, which means they've actually left the country. That means there are about 4.1 million Ukrainians. Roughly 1/4 of the entire population of the country is now out of its boundaries because of the fear of the war. It's absolutely mind-boggling number. If we try to put that number into some context, we should really think about what William Faulkner said in 1951. And he said, "The past is never dead, it's not even past." Meaning, people like to say that history repeats itself. Some people work with another quotation that it doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. But we are still living in an extended 20th century of egregious refugee crises. Let's just think about what this means in the context. The estimated number of international refugees after 6 years of World War II was 40 million. That's a conservative estimate. Liberal estimates go all the way up to 60 million. Ukrainian refugees have reached 4 million after only 6 weeks. That's an absolutely stunning number of people displaced. Tremendous human suffering as a result. This is the 8th largest refugee crisis in recorded history, and unfortunately the 3rd largest in the 21st century. And if we look at these numbers in one other way, look at the scope and speed of it, if you were to calculate the number of refugees per the month of conflict, we're just 6 weeks into this war, and you can see that Ukrainian refugees are off the charts. Far more refugees displaced in a far shorter period of time than even in World War II or the partition of India, which was also a tremendous crisis in 1947. So we are dealing with a colossal crisis that boggles the mind and demands a response. Now, what I would like to do over the next 40 minutes is to talk a little bit about the specifically Jewish aspect of the experience of Ukraine, and to understand a little bit about what that might mean for Jewish responsibility to fulfill that commandment, or how Jews might fulfill that commandment of considering the stranger. But I want to get personal for a few minutes and just tell you a little bit about my own connection to Ukraine, because I think it's relevant for giving you a sense of how strongly I feel about this. This is a photograph of my father's parents, my grandparents, Polly and Alex Abramson. It's dated circa 1932. They lived in Northern Ontario, Canada. This quirky individual at the bottom here is my father. One of the things that my father always used to tell me about his childhood is that he grew up with an adopted brother. Right after World War II, there was a tremendous refugee crisis of Jewish orphans, and they were displaced, among about 300,000 other Jews, to these camps that dotted East Central Europe and Italy. And my grandparents of blessed memory took in an orphan child as a refugee to live with them in Northern Ontario, Canada. And so he was the same age as my father, and they grew up together. He was his adopted brother. And so the experience of being directly connected with a refugee population and a refugee experience is something that I contemplated deeply when I was a young child, and my father told me about his own childhood. It meant a lot to me to think about what he, and especially his parents, had sacrificed in order to help out an orphan from the war. And I have a more specific connection
how are you?
with Ukraine. This is a photograph of a typical 5-story walk-up.
How are
It's
you?
called Khrushchev, because they had two different kinds of major buildings. They have the Brezhnevs, which are much higher, more modern buildings, and they have these Khrushchevs, which were smaller and somewhat more decrepit. And I spent several months living in this Khrushchev. Let me tell you the story. I first visited Ukraine as part of my graduate education. My first degree was actually not in history, it was in philosophy, but I realized I wasn't going to be able to make much of a living as a philosopher. So when I was thinking about what else to study, I knew that my father-in-law was very enamored of Ukrainian history in particular. My wife's family is from Ukraine. And so I thought I would try and knock off two birds with one stone. I would impress my father-in-law, and I would find a way to make a living as a historian if I studied Ukrainian history. It turns out that I really liked it, and so I studied more and more. When I first went to Ukraine in 1989, it was still under the Soviet Union, but it was beginning to liberalize significantly. And the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to take a large supply of insulin to a diabetic Ukrainian Jew who lived in this building here. So I took it. It was a big deal in 1989. You had to put it in the freezer and things like that in the plane, and we got it to Ukraine. And then I managed to get a taxi and find my way over to Left Bank Cave and to this address. And I delivered the insulin, and I spent about an hour there with them, and then I went home. This was still under the Soviet Empire, so I could not get into the archives that I really wanted to, but I did do some useful research there. However, I was denied access to the more serious secret archives.
So look at
like
you,
the
3
Communist
spares
Party.
in a row.
Then, when the Soviet Union fell and Ukraine declared independence, I was invited back, this time by a much more open and Western-oriented government, free from Moscow's influence, or free from much of Moscow's influence, to come back and look at those archives. So I said, absolutely fantastic. They said, we'll give you an apartment and you'll be all taken care of, and it sounded like it was going to be fantastic. when I landed at Boryspil Airport outside Kiev, everything had fallen through. Nobody knew who I was. The people who were in charge had fled for various reasons, and I was completely alone in a strange city with a pocket full of Canadian cash and no idea where I was going to spend the night. I didn't have a hotel reservation. I was supposed to be a guest of the Academia Nauk, and I really didn't know what to do. And the sun was setting, and there was a lot of rogue criminality going on. The mafia was very strong in those early months after the collapse of the Soviet Union. So I got in a taxi. I knew that this building, this was the only person I really knew.
No, I don't. If I get 3 strikes in a row, I'll only have
I knew this building was somewhere in the left bank of the Dnipro River. I said, take me to that region. We drove around for about half an hour. I thought I recognized this. And sure enough, I went in. I went up to the right floor. I thought it was. I went to the right door. I thought it was. And in fact, when I knocked on it, Yevgeny Antonovsky answered the door. He was home.
You just played so
The
consistently.
same place that I had visited.
Spare.
And I ended up staying there for several months. Even after we were able to work out where I was supposed to be.
No doubt, Miss Aquarius.
What my living conditions were supposed to be.
No doubt.
I simply asked that all the funds that the Canadian government had allocated for my trip be directed to the Antonovskys, and so they were able to get a windfall, but I lived in their tiny 2-room apartment for several months as I did my research. Here's a picture of me with Yevgeny. Believe it or not, I'm the guy in the back there.
That is what I'm
dark
talking
hair
about.
and dark beard. And you'll see that we're looking at some beautiful 19th century Talmuds. Yevgeny's grandfather was the shamus of a shul in Kiev. He was sort of like the sexton of a synagogue. And when the communists came in 1917, 1918, he hid all of the holy books, and he preserved them until his father and until Yevgeny could take care of them. So their house was filled with a remarkable collection of 19th century imprints. This is absolutely gorgeous, and we would spend time studying there together. So I got to see from the perspective of regular Soviet Jews what it was like to live under those conditions. Here's another photograph with Yana, his wife, and also on the right, those of you who are students of Ukrainian Jewish history, or those of you who are fans of art, you might recognize, or even if you're fans of Cuban literature, you may recognize the young man on the right, who is my good friend that I met in Kiev at that time, none other than Professor Yochanan Petrovsky-Stern of Northwestern. Here's a picture of what he looks like now. He's kind of mastered the smoldering look since I knew him then. But our first associations were in the University Library. So I had an experience of what it was like, however attenuated, to be a stranger in a strange land, did not know where I was going to sleep that night. Nothing compared to the actual suffering.
For sure.
Current Ukrainian refugees, but nevertheless, I had a little taste of it, and thank God, by dint of the kindness of strangers and the grace of God, I was able to find a very safe place to live. So, by the way, my research resulted, this is the book that I wrote about that, the topic that I was studying, which was the revolutionary period. It's no longer available in print, but a Ukrainian translation is now available, and there's a second edition.
And she
too.
did. What a comeback,
into some of the things I'm going to talk about a little more detail. So what I'd like to do now is give you some kind of personal background, personal introduction to the story. Let me talk to you a little bit about Jews and Ukrainians specifically and how that relates to the refugee crisis.
That's what I'm talking about.
You should certainly bear in mind that Jewish history goes back a very long way.
I win, you win, girl.
It goes back at least a millennium of recorded history, and there's even further back evidence of Jewish settlement at the fringes of Ukrainian ethno-linguistic territory.
That's right.
You have a look at this map.
I'm making sure to play that.
It's part of an atlas written by my teacher, Professor.
Good job. I don't know if I'll get 900 tomorrow, but we'll play again, God willing.
Boundaries of Ukraine. Obviously, not referring to the contested areas and being annexed by Russia in the 21st century. And you can see the extent of the Jewish population by the heavy green shading. in which Jews were more than 15% of the region to the west. That is the right bank of the Dnieper River.
I love having you here.
But even on the left bank, you can see in Poltava, Gubernia, you have 3.9%. Katarinoslav, 4.7%, still very significant percentage of Jews, way higher than Jews are in almost all parts of the United States. New York City, of course, being a major exception. So Jews have a very rich and long population history in Ukraine in particular.
There you go.
If you have a look at this map, you'll see the origins of Ukraine in a kind of medieval state called Kiev and Rus, which existed from about the 10th century to about the 13th century. This sort of group of principalities, which were headed up from the city of Kiev, formed the kind of Ur culture, the original political, social, and religious culture of three contemporary countries, Ukraine, Belarus, and Russia in particular. Now, it happens that the center of this was in Kiev, and so Ukrainians claim that essentially they are the geographic inheritors of Kiev and Rus, as well as political and religious and cultural inheritors. Belarus and Russia also have their roots in this region. Now, Jews lived in this region easily from the 10th century on. There are plenty of references to Jews in the several historical chronicles that we have of the era, including the Povest Vremennych Let, which is one of the most important documents that describe this early period, the so-called Chronicle of Bygone Years. But we also have some archaeological evidence that suggests that they even lived on the Black Sea coast as far back as antiquity, that Jews were involved in a lot of trade in the region, and so you'll have Jewish ports in Crimea, for example, at this time. We have in the 13th century and a little bit earlier, even members of the Balei Tosfos, that is the important commentators on the Talmud. There's one Moses of Kiev and an Isaac of Chernihiv that show up in various writings of the time. So Jews are there right at the very beginning of Ukrainian self-determined statehood in one form or another. They begin, however, to emerge in much larger numbers in the late 11th century and onward. That's the era when the Crusades begin. As you can see from this map, which outlines the various routes of several crusades moving from Western Europe into the land of Israel, and the predominant number of the Stars of David, which represents Jewish communities in the 12th century and onward, they're much more to the west. The central heartland of what would be called Ashkenazi Jewry is located primarily in the Rhineland, which would be in northern Germany, parts of France. And what's going to end up happening over the 12th, 13th, 14th centuries is that there's a significant number of reasons why Jews are being forced eastward by increasing anti-Semitic pressures. For example, the noxious development of the blood libel myth, that Jews somehow need to consume the blood of Christian children. Absolutely ridiculous concept that has no basis in reality whatsoever. But once the idea began to take hold in the 12th century, it spread rapidly. People like to believe it in a kind of a QAnon way, which actually we may reflect on that a little later in this lecture when we think about contemporary propaganda. This is actually a document. It's actually German currency from the 20th century that commemorates a host desecration case in Sternberg, in which Jews were accused not of murdering a Christian child, but by doing something that was a related charge of capturing the communion wafers, the so-called host, and torturing them instead. And although that's also a figment of some kind of fever dream imagination, nevertheless, Jews were frequently charged with this heinous activity, and they were frequently judged to be guilty and burned at the stake, as we see in this rather grotesque image. So from Western Europe, starting with the Crusades of 1096 and onward, there is an increasing pressure on Jews to leave for anti-Semitic reasons. And then from the east, there's actually an economic vacuum that's drawing Jews in. At this time, Ukraine was under the control of the Poles as part of the very large Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. And there was a tremendous need for people to act as middlemen, as leaseholders, to help manage these large landed estates, in which there tended to be an ethnic division between the landlords, who were Polish Catholics for the most part, and the farmers, the peasants, who were Ukrainian Orthodox. Orthodox, of course, not in the Jewish use of that term, but in terms of the Christian denomination, as opposed to Catholic. And the Jews were an excellent choice to bring in to manage these estates, both because of their developed skills in literacy and in numeracy, but also because, you know, they were not especially, they didn't show allegiances to the local population. They could be depended on to be loyal to their employers because they were a distinct entity. There were a whole bunch of activities that were associated with the Jews at this point because the nobility could literally give them monopolies in things like the production of alcohol, something called propinatia. And so that's why so many Jews were active in, for example, maintaining inns and the distillation and distribution of alcohol. This was, however, a rather exploitative economic system, as I've discussed in other videos. Of course, if you're curious, you can have a look on my channel and you'll see some of them where I discuss in more detail, and would be the cause of some conflict. But nevertheless, what ends up happening is if you combine the pressures pushing Jews out of the Rhineland, the growth of anti-Semitic ideas, I haven't even mentioned the Black Death, and you combine that with the economic opportunities that are drawing Jews to the east, you begin to see from the 12th through the 17th century very large movement of Jews into the region of Ukraine in particular, where they're acting as arrendators, as middlemen for the most part. Now, how are they getting along at this time? We should understand that, and I will talk about this in the next set of slides, there certainly were punctuations of great violence. There certainly were moments where Ukrainians in particular would attack Jewish communities. And we'll talk about them momentarily. But the overwhelming experience of Jews in Ukraine was one of peace and prosperity. That Jews in Ukraine managed to find a way to eke out a living, to study, to develop some remarkable religious innovations like the Hasidic movement. And for the most part, for 1,000 years, Jews and Ukrainians lived together in peace. It does not mean that they joined together in everything, but there was a level of cross-cultural pollination, of cross-fertilization, where Ukrainian ways of looking at the world influenced Jewish ways and vice versa. Just to give you a little introduction, jumping ahead to the 20th century, this image we're looking at right now is Ukrainian currency from the very brief-lived period of Ukrainian independence between the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917 and the imposition of Soviet rule under the communists shortly thereafter. During that time, remarkably, Jews and Ukrainians strove to officially work together to create a new state. It ended in great failure for various reasons, including popular pogrom violence. That was one of the most important reasons. But nevertheless, for that brief period of time, it hinted at what could be possible for Jews and Ukrainians. And as you can see, it's got it's 100 carbon on its bill. It has on the top the denomination listed in several languages, but on the bottom, right under the number 100, you can see in Yiddish the words 100 Karbowances, because Yiddish was actually an official language of this very brief-lived and ephemeral republic. So we're basically talking about 1,000 years of tremendous cultural cross-fertilization. We see it in terms of linguistics, Some of the most intimate terms that enter the Yiddish language are essentially Ukrainian or Proto-Slavic language terms. Like, for example, the word for father. Um, in Hebrew, the word for father is av, and a very common Aramaic term is Abba. This is like an ancient term that Jews have used for a very long time. Then when they were in Germany, they picked up Yiddish, which is essentially a kind of medieval German, and they used Vater. But when they came to Ukraine, they switched over to Tati. Tati is clearly derived from the Ukrainian tato, and we can say this about hundreds of words in the Yiddish language. There are culinary things where Jews and Ukrainians are almost identical in their choice of diet. In fact, in some regions, like in western Ukraine, the gefilte fish is considered a delicacy, and it's called zhidivshka reba, Jewish fish, because there is so much overlap there. Holubtsi, right? Some people would say with the German, with the Russian pronunciation, golubki, which is cabbage rolls, right? These are all Ukrainian foods that make their way into the Jewish tradition as well. And in folklore, we see so many areas in which they are similar. Let me just show you one example. In the Chabad Hasidic movement, there's a very popular song that is Nezhritsia Klopsi, which is literally in Ukrainian. And this is much easier, of course, when Hasidim lived in Eastern Europe, but even in America today, they're memorizing these lyrics in Ukrainian. It's a rather amusing song that the text of the lyrics is basically, "Don't worry, boys, we're going to get to our destination, and there will be vodka there." Here is, I'll play for you a very short piece, recording of that nikud. In the interest of copyright protection, I'm not going to include this clip as well as another clip in a moment in the recording, but I will include the links in the information box. So please have a look down there, and you can enjoy them for yourself. To get a sense of what that might mean in terms of the cultural overlap that would happen over the 1,000 years that Jews lived there. Many other folkloric elements. I have to choose this one because I like the photograph. This is current President Joe Biden in happier times visiting Ukraine, and he's being greeted with bread and salt, which is also a very common Jewish welcoming gift for guests. Not so much here in America, but throughout Eastern Europe, very common kind of cultural appropriation. I don't even know if it comes from Ukrainians to the Jews or the other way around. Now, I'm going to show you one last little bit of audio-visual, and it's idealized because it is Hollywood. It's Hollywood, though, based on the writings of this man, Shalom Aleichem. This is one of the greatest writers of the 19th and early 20th centuries. He wrote, of course, in Yiddish, but a heavily Ukrainianized Yiddish. If you've looked at Shalom Aleichem in the original, you can see that he is liberally sprinkling his works with Ukrainianisms. The peasants speak in Ukrainian, and the Yiddish readers will understand it because they are so close to the peasants and understanding what that culture meant. And the scene that I'm going to show you is from Fiddler on the Roof, which is, of course, a film Hollywood based on a play, which was based on a cycle of stories from Shalom Aleichem. And so it has been idealized several times over. But nevertheless, I think in this 5-minute clip, I'd like to show you all of it, you get a sense of what Ukrainians and Jewish life or Ukrainian-Jewish coexistence was when it was best. We will have plenty of time to talk in a few moments about when it was not best, but when they got along over 1,000 years, it might have looked something like this. Certainly an idealized portrait of a drinking setting that brought together Jews and Ukrainians. Not beyond the realm of imagination, but what I especially like about that clip is showing how they're existing separately, they're drinking separately from each other, and they're rather suspicious of each other. In particular, the Jews are concerned about the potential of violence, and they're afraid of the Ukrainians. But they both share a moment where they recognize that the trajectories of their lives are parallel in many ways. That, while the Jews are celebrating the engagement of Lazer Wolf to Saito, of course, that would not work out because Saito wanted to marry the Taylor Metal Chamzoil. Nevertheless, at that moment, the Jews are saying L'chaim, the Ukrainians are saying Nazdorovia, which means like to your health, essentially kind of L'chaim, and their lives are running along parallel courses. And I think that's a fair way to understand how the majority of the time that Jews lived in Ukraine got along with their neighbors. Not necessarily as exuberant as portrayed in that film, but nevertheless very similar. Now, we have to understand, of course, that there were some really awful, horrific points of conflict. This image of an idealized Cossack, you can see in the background there is a Jew being tortured, hung upside down, and towards the bottom right there's another Jew being manhandled. And the captions, have various derogatory things to say about the Jews. There were several moments in Ukrainian Jewish history that represent periods of great conflict when Jews suffered tremendously. Specifically, the Khmelnytsky rebellion of the middle of the 17th century. I also, if you're curious about this, please view my videos on this topic where I speak at greater length, but it's basically an economic cause to that has to do with the Arenda system that I described a few moments ago. Similarly, the Haidamach movement of 1768, which resulted in a massacre in the city of Uman, and that was why, by the way, Rabbi Nachman chose to be buried there, and so there are pilgrimages today. Tens of thousands of Jews go to Uman because Rabbi Nachman is buried there, but Rabbi Nachman chose to be buried there because he wanted to be near the victims of the Haidamach. And in many ways, this horrible institution called the pogrom, which is kind of like an uprising, a popular upswell of violence, begins to accelerate in the 20th century. You have some terrible pogroms that had a very strong impact on the Jewish community at the end of the 19th century, and some even more awful pogroms in the early 20th century. These are all dwarfed, however, by the so-called Holocaust by bullets, or Holocaust of bullets, which refers to the Einsatzgruppen murders of 1941 onward. The Nazis, when they invaded Ukraine, double-crossing Stalin with their previously secret Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, they sent 4 armored units behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular army, to round up Jews, to bring them out to ravines and to shoot them dead. These were staffed by German military police, but they made frequent use of local populations, including Ukrainians, and also as we move up in the so-called bloodlands, as Timothy Snyder has called them, in Poland and Lithuania and in Latvia, they found willing accomplices to assist them with this. There's a very large backstory to this that deserves more attention, but about 1.5 to an estimated 2.5 million Jews were killed by the Einsatzgruppen in all of East Central Europe, with a very large number of them in Ukraine. This is also, in terms of my personal story, the background of my father's parents, my grandfather's parents. I showed you them at the beginning of this lecture. They're buried somewhere in this mass grave in Lithuania, and the only thing that we have to mark them is this rather arresting sculpture that captures some of the mood of what it must be like to contemplate these horrific deaths. So, all told, we have 1,000 years of relatively peaceful coexistence, lots of cultural interaction, which, by the way, probably involved a lot of women, because many of the kinds of things that we see showing up in Ukrainian Jewish culture are things that would be transferred by women sharing recipes at market day and things like that. But they are punctuated by an accelerating amount of violence for reasons which deserve a lot more explication, but are beyond the scope of this talk today. And they are cruelly mirrored by what we're seeing today. I can't help but reflect on the mass graves that I've been seeing in the news lately in places like Bucha. It's horrific. They look exactly to me like the ravines in which my ancestors were killed. It's hard not to feel a deep level of sympathy and empathy for what the Ukrainians are currently enduring. So let us move now to the third point of this lecture. And I'd like to place this Ukrainian Jewish reality within the Russian and Soviet reality. Because for most of the period that we're discussing today, Ukrainians were not in control of their own destiny. Besides the Cave and Rus period, in which there are very few Jews living there, and we generally don't know a lot about how they managed their affairs as a whole, Ukrainians did not have control of their lands as Ukraine, with the exception of a very brief period after the Khmelnytsky Revolt in the 17th century. They lived under Polish rule, under Tatar Mongol rule, under Russian rule for the duration of this time up until the 20th century, where they could finally articulate their own self-determined nationhood. So looking at the contemporary period, they're living under Vladimir Putin, who is shown here in his KGB days, which I think in many ways speaks to the core of his personality. And I believe that in his thinking on Ukraine and on Ukrainians, he's channeling 3 Russian leaders and 2 other leaders. And they are really guiding his thoughts on how he is punishing this population. The first is Catherine II, also known as Catherine the Great, who is actually the first Tsarina to conquer right bank Ukraine and bring it into the Russian state, the Russian Empire at the time. She was instrumental in forcing her will upon the Ukrainians and reducing their nobility to essentially peasantry once again, so that under the Russian heel, they would be forced to work essentially like they did for the Poles. They would end up working for the Russians. He's also channeling Nicholas I, who was a Tsar in the first half of the 19th century. Tsar Nicholas I operated with 3 basic principles in mind. After his father was killed in an abortive revolution, the Decembrist Revolution, he decided that there are basically 3 things that he has to enforce on all of the people within the Russian Empire. First is the notion of orthodoxy, that everyone must conform to the Orthodox Church. The Jews were a very difficult, indigestible mass in that regard. The second was autocracy, the idea that all Russian Empire citizens, or subjects, I should say, should recognize the primary rule of the Tsar as a Führer-like principal leader. And then finally, a term that's difficult to translate into English with all of its connotations, he believes in the value of the narod, of the people, but it's people in a much deeper spiritual sense. He believed that Russian people, kind of an ethnocentric value, an ethno-chauvinism really, was to be primary, and anyone who kind of did not fit into the Russian narod really did not belong in the entire state. This is why, from the Jewish perspective, he imposed so many horrific decrees, such as the infamous Cantonist decree that required Jewish children, legally as young as 12 and often much younger, to be taken from their homes and spend 36 years in military service. An incomprehensible punishment that wreaked tremendous havoc on Jewish communities. He destroyed the Kehillah structure that was essentially allowing the Jews to self-govern, and he did everything he could to try to bring the Jews as much as possible into these 3 areas of orthodoxy, autocracy, and the narod. He wanted to assimilate them to Russianness as much as possible. For the Ukrainians, the orthodoxy part was basically taken care of. There were Ukrainian Catholics in the far west of the territory, but the vast majority of Ukrainians were Orthodox. In terms of autocracy, he had difficulty getting these Ukrainian peasants to submit to the far-off Tsar in Moscow, but he had the most difficulty with the idea of the narod. And he eventually had to settle for the notion that the Ukrainians were kind of sort of cousins to the Russians. There are many things to say for that, like, for example, the fact that they speak a Slavic language, which is related, distinct, different alphabet, different pronunciation, different vocabulary in a lot of places, but nevertheless a related language, sort of like, if you will, Spanish and French are both Romance languages, maybe a little closer than the 2 of those, but not that much. And so he tried to push this idea that they were little Russians. That's the actual Russian term, little Russians, as opposed to the great Russians. The people who lived in the north were the great Russians, and they had these kind of like younger brothers, these cousins who were the little Russians. And they were somehow part of the overall family, even though they did not necessarily agree to be part of that family. Unfortunately, you see this even in propaganda today, where, I was just watching today some of the news. They're interviewing average Russians on the street saying, oh, it's a made-up nation. It was just invented in 1918 or in 1908 when Lenin decided to give away a piece of territory. Well, that in itself is a ridiculous way of looking at history. But even if you want to say that they really are Russians, which I would not agree to, you got 44 million people who say that they are a distinct people. And they can call themselves alligators if they want. If they say there are 44 million and say they are distinct, you've got to listen to that. But essentially, Putin is channeling Nicholas I, trying to assimilate the Ukrainians into a larger Russian mentality. And then, of course, he's also channeling Joseph Stalin, the most notorious dictator of the Soviet Union, who chose to impose his will on the Ukrainians in a disastrous genocidal manner. I don't use that term lightly. With the artificial terror famine of 1932-33, which was directed at Ukrainians and killed millions of them. By conservative estimates, 3 million, most likely 5 million, or possibly even more Ukrainians were killed in that disastrous season because of the policies followed by Stalin in his rush to industrialize the country. In other words, Putin is thinking of Stalin as kind of like, as Stalin put it at the time, if you want to make an omelet, you have to break some eggs. And the Ukrainians are unfortunately the eggs. Now, these three, I think, are fairly well identifiable to anyone who studied Russian history. They'll see them in Putin's mindset. But Putin is also thinking very carefully about this individual, Joseph Goebbels. And this is something I want to focus on a little bit more. Goebbels is, of course, the minister of propaganda in a Nazi state. And he was an evil genius. He was brilliant in his ways of thinking of how to convince people to do the wrong thing. And his basic theory was, tell the big lie. Tell it as loudly and as often as you can. And it's shameless the way Russian propaganda is spouting the most ridiculous things about the nature of this conflict and the intimidation of people who want to object and say the truth. I'm going to get back to that in just one moment. But I want to bring us back to our starting point by saying there's one other individual that reverberates throughout Jewish history, and unfortunately Ukrainians are also experiencing that. He's also channeling Pharaoh. He's also channeling that absolutist leader who wishes and will stop at nothing. Even the power of God, as we see so powerfully represented in Cecil B. DeMille's representation of the Ten Commandments, with here Yul Brynner playing Pharaoh. Nothing can stop him. He will defy even the heavens in order to achieve his will. So as I see it, we have two basic challenges as we go into the Passover Seder. This is a page from the famous Barcelona Haggadah, which I believe is 14th century Spain. And this is from the opening of the Haggadah, which reads Halach Ma'anya. In Aramaic, this is the bread of affliction, which the person who is leading the Passover ritual, the Seder, will proclaim to all the guests as he holds up a piece of matzah, simple unleavened bread, anyone who is hungry, let him come and eat. So there is an impetus built right into the Seder ritual to recognize the needs of others, the needs of strangers, and to include them in our own meal and try to alleviate their suffering. I see this in two principal ways. There is a challenge of memory in our current moment, and there's a challenge of redemption. In terms of the challenge of memory, and this is something that is very pragmatic, that we can all do it. We have to understand that this war is being fought in two very significant manners. The first is, of course, on the ground, that Mariupol is being pummeled night after night with artillery in civilian areas. And the fighting is raging. Horrible, horrible war crimes are being permitted that make some of the pogroms of earlier centuries seem minor by comparison. And Russia is lying about this to their own people. It's phenomenal how people are swallowing. Here you see the famous protest by a person in the media who managed to get a sign onto live TV to specifically tell Russians, they are lying to you. This is propaganda. And nevertheless, current opinion polls in Russia indicate that the vast majority, like the 80 percentage points, of Russians support the war and believe that Ukraine is somehow populated by Nazis and that they have to extirpate them. We see the people who try to tell the truth are horribly intimidated, like this Jewish journalist in Russia who had this pig's head left at his door with an anti-Semitic statement. Meaning anyone who tries to challenge this intellectual status quo it is actually, I'm sure you're aware, it's a crime currently to even use the word war to refer to what they prefer to call the special military operation in Ukraine. And the crime is punishable by 15 years imprisonment. So besides the refugees that I've already mentioned, the some 11 million people who are displaced, there's an estimated 250,000 of so-called Russian refugees of conscience, Russians who feel that it's too dangerous for them to speak their minds in Russia, and they're fleeing to wherever they can get a visa to land, in Georgia, in Turkey, and elsewhere. But I firmly believe that truth will out. And in fact, the battle for information, the battle for memory, and how we remember this is coming out in the most amazing ways. This is dated just yesterday, that satellite, one of the things that happened in Bucha, as I'm sure you're aware, is that when the Russians left the city, there were bodies scattered all over the streets. And the Ukrainian forces, when they entered this suburb of Kiev, they found these bodies and they protested, war crimes, things like that. The Russian foreign minister pronounced that no, these are plants. The Ukrainians planted them there in order to make Russia look bad, which is such a bald-faced, incredible lie. But satellite data, surprisingly, can come out and can actually prove that no, in fact, those bodies represent people who were killed by the Russians and left there for 3 weeks before the Ukrainians even approached. So truth will out. What we can do, what our challenge of memory is that we have to make sure that we speak the truth, that we engage in this discussion, and that we insist on what we are all about. And that is the Turo model, where knowledge and values meet. And I think that really means something. As we go into this Passover season, I think it's worthy of all of us who are connected to Turo University to reflect on how we can best use our intelligence and our moral sensibility to help the refugees from Ukraine. And with that, since I'm out of time, I want to wish you all a Chag Kasher V'Sameach, a happy and redemptive Passover. Let us hope that next year we will all celebrate together in Jerusalem, and that it will be a year where we will know no more pain. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. If you're like me, you're following the news from Ukraine very carefully. And you'll see that one of the figures that frequently appears in the news commentary is one Vitaly Klitschko, who is the mayor of Kiev. And he provides some very insightful observations as to what was happening in Ukraine's capital city. And as I was watching him, I began to suspect, he just seems like certain aspects of his presentation are characteristically Jewish. So I thought I'd look a little further into it. And sure enough, there is a Jewish backstory to Vitaly Klitschko. It's quite fascinating. It says a lot as well about the Ukrainian Jewish past, and I think also about the Ukrainian Jewish future. So I read that Leslie Weiss, who is the deputy director of the National Coalition Supporting Eurasian Jewry, recently gave an interview in which he said, but as you know, Ukraine is led by a Jewish president, Of course, she's referring to Volodymyr Zelensky. She continues, the defense minister is Jewish, as is the president's chief of staff. Many members of the cabinet are Jewish. The mayor of Kiev, Klitschko, tells us about his Jewish grandmother every time we see him. That is, in fact, the story. His father's mother was Jewish, and I'll tell you a little bit more about how that affected him in a moment. So that would make his father certainly Jewish by traditional standards. It would not make Klitschko himself Jewish by traditional standards, which regards matrilineal descent as what determines Jewish status. Of course, there are different opinions in 21st century America, but that's a matter of some controversy. At any rate, Klitschko does not personally identify as Jewish. His wife is not Jewish as well, but nevertheless, he is not ashamed of his Jewish background. In fact, he has mentioned in interviews that he's very proud to have Jewish ancestry. He's a very impressive figure overall. He is a world heavyweight boxing champion. He holds multiple titles. He is the current mayor of Kiev, as I mentioned, and articulate in at least 3 languages, Russian, Ukrainian, and English, although sometimes his statements in English tend to be a little bit pungent and colorful. And there are 3 things about him that really made me think that he's got to have some kind of Jewish story going on. The first is that he is highly educated. This is very typical for Jews, particularly those living in urban environments. He holds a Kandidat Nauk degree, which is sort of like a PhD assistant professor level in the United States. He wrote a dissertation on boxing. He is a polyglot, right, speaking multiple languages with considerable fluency. That's also very characteristic of many Jews. And thirdly, and this is the one that really did it for me, he listens to his mother. His brother is also world champion boxer, yet they have never fought publicly, maybe in private, I don't know. And the reason they have never had a professional fight together is because their mother promised them not to do so. And the fact that he listens to his mother all of a sudden makes me think, this is someone we should listen to a little bit more carefully. Now, we should not be put off by the fact that he is a professional boxer, because after all, there is a very long tradition of Jewish activity in the martial arts. Daniel Mendoza was one of the most famous of the pioneers of the pugilistic sport. His years are 1764 to 1836, and he really developed a lot of techniques and that apparently went into what are considered the standard elements of modern boxing today, his class. So the idea of Jews being very physical and being active specifically in martial arts is nothing new. But there's a fascinating interview that I listened to recently that Vitaly Klitschko gave with this journalist, Dmitry Gordon, and it was fascinating. It's really worth listening to. Even if you don't understand Russian, you can put on the subtitles and kind of figure out what's going on. I strongly recommend that you zip to 11:25, time marker 11:25, and then you'll hear him in his own words. And what he describes there is how his father was a career soldier. He was in the Soviet military and constantly moving around to many different bases. He kept his Jewish identity on the down low because of the reality of Soviet anti-Semitism, which was particularly prevalent in the military. But at home, they frequently spoke about his mother, who was Jewish, and during the Holocaust, she was hidden in a chest by her husband during all of these Nazi searches that would go on during the occupational period. And this went on for months and months. And Klitschko speaks about the tremendous impact this made on him as a child. And ironically, there are elements of his past through his mother's side that relate to the Holodomor, the great terror famine that occurred in 1932-33 under Stalin, and on his father's side to the Holocaust. And he relates to the Holocaust in a distinctly Ukrainian manner, specifically through this mixed heritage. He remarks in this interview how very proud he is that Yad Vashem has a record of his Jewish family and the tribulations that they went through the Holocaust. And he poses in this interview a challenge for himself and for future mayors of Ukraine. He speaks very forcibly here. He says that in Jerusalem, there are places like Yad Vashem, right? One of the world's greatest centers for the memorialization and the study of the Holocaust. He says in Jerusalem, there was no Holocaust. In Washington, In Los Angeles, there was no Holocaust. Right? These are both cities which have very famous Holocaust museums and research institutes. How is it, he continues, that in Babin Yar, right, in the middle of Kiev, where 100,000 people were shot, almost nothing appeared there for 80 years. Tiny memorial, which incidentally was recently bombed by the Russians. In Ukraine, he continues, the places of executions are not marked, and many people go on picnics there and walk their dogs on mass graves. So he sets for himself and for future mayors the challenge of putting energy into developing an understanding of the Holocaust in Ukraine. I think that's extremely important. It's ironic that he gave this interview in November of 2021, and just a few months later, of course, he will be embroiled in a war which, in many ways, bespeaks many of the tragedies and the cruelties that were seen during the Einsatzgruppen massacres, the so-called Holocaust by bullets in places like Bucha, but that's getting beside our point right now. He also notes that at Babi Yar, many people who pulled the triggers also had family values, also loved their children, yet they could shoot the children of defenseless people. They could shoot the elderly. And he asks, why? He says, it's important for us to answer this question because the world is very fragile. So, it's a fascinating individual who in many ways speaks to the Ukrainian Jewish past, which is far more complex than most people really realize, and also, hopefully, for an optimistic Ukrainian Jewish future, where we're looking towards ways of understanding this complex and very difficult and painful past. So Vitaly Klitschko, I can say he is definitely not a lightweight. He is actually a heavyweight. Thank you very much for watching this video. My topic for today is Ukraine and its Jews. When Rabbi Morris and I were first talking about the various topics and how we would actually phrase this, we had some challenge because, the situation on the ground is changing so dramatically that we needed to choose a fairly generic topic that would cover all possibilities. So what I'm planning to do is to develop a single thesis, which I hope to demonstrate with a concrete graphic piece of art immediately, and then work through a historical narrative, and then bring it to the present day. And at that point, we'll wrap it up and we'll open it up for discussion and questions to see if my thesis works at all. Can you all see my screen? Ms. Slava, would you please nod your head if you see the image in the background there? Okay, great. Okay, so that's the plan. Now, the thesis is basically that historically, Jews of Ukraine have oriented themselves culturally like they have in most countries as a minority. They've oriented themselves towards the most powerful national unit in multinational states. So, for example, in Austria-Hungary, they tended to be more Austrophile. When Hungary became much more independent after 1867, you begin to develop a Hungarian Jewish identity. In Ukraine, they were first Polonophile, meaning developing an identity that began to connect them to the ruling Poles and then later to the ruling Russians. But in the last 3 decades since independence from the Soviet Union, I would like to tender for our discussion that Ukrainian Jews have begun to develop, really for the first time in their history, a Ukrainian Jewish identity, which has very significant implications for the current moment we're in and for the future. As a kind of point of departure, have a look at this unusual Holocaust memorial, which is located on the wall of the Great Synagogue of Lutsk. Let me just show you where that is located in Ukraine itself. Here's a map that shows, I've dropped a little pin where Lutsk is. It is in northwestern Ukraine, just to give you some orientation. Here's Kyiv, And then to the right is Poltava, which I know is a place very important to you because it's a sister city to your organization, to your temple, and also Odessa here in the south. So this is in the western part of Ukraine, not too far from Lviv, or Lviv as it's pronounced now. This is the actual site of the monument on the side of the 17th century Lutz Great Synagogue, which was built in the classic fortress style, possibly because of the many Cossack rebellions that we're going to discuss in a moment that occurred in that place. But let's have a closer look at the image itself. First of all, a couple of superficial things. The first is you can see between 2010, when the photograph on the right was taken, and 2011, just a year later, when this photograph was taken, there's been some, decay to the building, and no one has maintained it. I don't know what it looks like today. I don't have any friends in Lutz to take a more contemporary picture, but that says something about how it exists within the public sphere. Secondly, it seems like there's been some minor vandalism. Some people may have put some stickers on here, which could have been for anything. It could be a political thing, a commercial thing, who knows? And it's been hastily removed, which means something, but not completely removed. So that's just superficial observations, which may be relevant later. But then if you look at the text in the triangles below, you can see that here there is a text that describes the history of the Jews of Lutz right up into the Holocaust. But the language that's used there is Ukrainian, not Russian, which is rather unusual. Particularly during the Soviet years, Ukrainian would certainly have been the third language, certainly not the first language, but Ukrainian is there prominently, and there is no Russian text at all. Jews overwhelmingly spoke Russian first for the 20th century, not Ukrainian. Nevertheless, this Jewish memorial on a synagogue is written in Ukrainian. Secondly, on the left-hand side, you see it's written in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, of course, was the overwhelming vernacular of the Jews in the 19th century, and prior to that, the fact that they would choose Hebrew indicates that it's very strongly oriented towards Israel, the modern state of Israel. So here you have a monument on the side of a synagogue that is texted in Ukrainian and in Hebrew, but the most dramatic and striking element of this image, which I'm sure many of you have picked up on, but it would have been instinctive to anyone in Ukraine, is the shape. You can see that the figure in the center, which looks like a Jew with hands raised in prayer looking upward, is clearly evocative of the trident of Volodymyr. This is the national symbol of Ukraine, which is named after Saint Volodymyr, the first figure in Ukrainian history to convert to Christianity in the year 988. It is a distinctly Christian and Ukrainian nationalist symbol, and here it is embedded directly into the very structure of this monument. So I'm using this as kind of like a thought piece in art to look at how Jews in Ukraine may be envisioning themselves in an independent Ukraine, which represents a break from much of their prior history. Speaking of the history, let's go to that now. So here is a very well-known map, the Pale of Settlement. This is the region in the former Russian Empire prior to 1917 where Jews were allowed to live in Russia. Russia proper had banned all Jews from the year 1479 when, in somewhat of a scandalous development, a member of the royal household, influenced by a local Jewish doctor, converted to Judaism. And at that point, the church was enraged, and they actually embarked on a centuries-long campaign to root out what they called as Judaizers, and no Jew was allowed, except under very exceptional circumstances, to live in Russia proper. Catherine the Great, the 18th century ruler who was involved with the dismemberment of Poland, suddenly found herself, with the acquisition of those Polish territories, the owner of the largest single population of Jews in the world. And although the church urged her to expel them or do something with them, she nevertheless effected a compromise by creating this territory where Jews were allowed to live. And as you can see, it extends in the north from the Lithuanian and southern Latvian territories down through what would later be Belarus. On the western part, it has the Kingdom of Poland, and then the large part towards the south is Ukraine. This circle here just roughly describes the main area of Jewish settlement, which was on the right bank of the Dnieper River, which bisects Ukraine. It goes through Kyiv and then down to the Black Sea, and most Jews lived on the western side of that river. Poltava was towards the newer area of Jewish settlement, and Odessa as well for other reasons, because it was founded in the late time. Now, for the most part in this region, Jews lived among Ukrainians in a kind of an economic symbiosis where there were moments of conflict that I'm going to explain in a moment. But by and large, it was uneventful. By and large, they slowly picked up cultural habits and tics and ideas from each other. Most of Eastern European Jewish cooking, for example, is overwhelmingly Ukrainian in nature. There's a tremendous amount of Ukrainian in the Yiddish language. A certain amount of Yiddish also made it into Ukrainian and so on. But if Jews had to sort of identify with a nationality after being Jewish, it tended to be Russian, because the Russians were the dominant power. And it's dangerous for minorities to identify with a powerless population. Even though they may be the dominant population in the region, but nevertheless, it might not work out well for them, as we shall describe. There was one moment, however, where this changed dramatically. That is the topic of the dissertation that Rabbi Morrison mentioned earlier. During the brief period of the immediately after the collapse of the Russian Empire in 1917, Ukrainians and Jews attempted to establish an independent state, which was founded on much more European principles, not as an ethnic nation state, but rather as a citizen-based state, in which all minorities would have unprecedented rights and privileges, including the Jews. And as one artifact of that period, here is a 100 karbovanets bill, a unit of currency from that very brief-lived time. And on the other side of this bill, it's all in Ukrainian, which was the dominant language, at least in terms of the population. But on this side, the obverse, you had 100 karbovanets written in Russian, Polish, and right below the numbers 100, you see it's written in Yiddish, because the Jews were actually given a minister of Jewish affairs. They were allocated tax dollars for Jewish schools and mikvaot and synagogues and things like that. It was a really wonderful kind of utopian idea that ended in horrific failure, largely because of the pogrom violence that swept over the countryside in the civil war of that era. And most painfully, about 40% of the pogroms that were recorded were actually perpetrated by forces that were ostensibly loyal to the same government that printed this bill, which is an irony that I pursued in my research. So what happened in Ukraine is now we get to a new period, 100 years later, where there's an opportunity to kind of resurrect that unique moment of cooperation. But Ukraine has a lot of identity formation that itself has to explain. Like, for example, you can see here, Ukraine does recognize its unique Jewish population and its long Jewish history that, as we shall see, goes back 1,000 years. And they're prepared in a kind of much more European mode to celebrate and commemorate that. This is a stamp dated 2011 that commemorates the 70th anniversary of the tragedy of Babi Yar. That's the horrific massacre of some 30,000 Jews in the space of just a handful of days when the Germans entered Kyiv in the Second World War. But at the same time, here in 2009, they have another stamp that's dated 2009 that commemorates the 100th anniversary of the birth of Stepan Bandera, who is one of the figures who was most in favor of collaborating with the Nazis when they invaded Ukraine. So how is it possible that a country can at the same time celebrate its Jewish minority and promote its Jewish minority, acknowledge its long presence there, have a Jewish president, and at the same time, it makes sense within their culture to commemorate a Nazi collaborator. This is one of the great paradoxes that I hope we'll have an opportunity to explain. So let's just do a very quick historical review. How did the Jews get to Ukraine? The Jews actually have an incredibly long history there. There are, some kind of hazy, legendary statements about Jews living in Ukraine, especially on the Black Sea coast from the first centuries of the Common Era. There's also a population in Ukraine associated with Khazaria in the 10th century, so really quite old, really at the very beginnings of Ukrainian culture. But the big masses of Jewish migration to Ukraine happened in the 12th through the 17th centuries, primarily from the Rhineland, the traditional heartland known as Ashkenaz. The reason for this are twofold. First, there was increasingly unwelcome anti-Semitic pressures that were forcing the Jews from the West to consider new homes. The rise of the blood libel in the 12th century, the host desecration in the 13th century, the Black Death in the 14th century, repeated expulsions of Jews from France 3 times in the 14th century alone, made Jews consider that they were not necessarily welcome in Western Europe. And at the same time, there was a second factor. There was a vacuum for precisely the kind of skills that Jews had in Eastern Europe. Eastern Europe was beginning to develop its economy, and they needed an urban population that was literate and especially numerate, that could actually work with numbers and figures and basic accounting, that could understand commerce, that understood metallurgy. A lot of the earliest Mitners of this period were actually Jews, and some of the earliest Polish coins are actually written in Hebrew characters, for example. And so Jews were actually invited to settle in the regions that were controlled by the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, in particular their southern land holdings in Ukraine. So that's basically when Jews started making their way from Ashkenaz to Ukraine. The economic structure of the region was very much kind of like caste-like, where the vast majority of Ukrainians were agrarian, working the fields, and the landowners, the higher classes, tended to be Poles, quite often living far away in Poland itself. And here's where the Jews came in. The Poles would basically hire the Jews to act as middlemen or leaseholders through a system called the arenda, which is a kind of tax farming, where the Polish nobleman would say, I would like you Jews to manage my large farm called the latifundia, which included more than farms. It included the entire villages. It included the mills, the presses, and literally even the people, because the Ukrainians were serfs, which is not exactly the same thing as a slave, but not quite as high as a peasant. They were, attached to the land. They could not leave the land. They could not marry without the permission of the Lord, and so on. And the nobleman would typically, the Polish nobleman would typically say to the Jew, okay, you and your community, I want you to raise 1,000 zloty from my latifundia. And the Jews would go out and do it. And they were empowered by the nobleman with, the force of law to impose any kind of taxes that would successfully raise that amount of money. The Jews would, of course, raise more than that. They would raise, let's say, 1,200 zloty, because the other 200 would be their profit, and then they would turn over the 1,000 zloty to the Polish nobleman. The problem was that the system was inherently exploitative, such that if the Jews did a good job and they turned up on time with the 1,000 zloty in hand, then the nobleman might be tempted to say, hey, you know what? That seemed pretty easy. I guess I underbid. I would like you to collect 1,100 zloty next year. And that meant the Jews had to come back and get more creative and more oppressive in finding different ways to tax the local Ukrainian population. And there were many innovative ways of taxation which were, increasingly hated by the local population. One of them, for example, was propinatia, which is essentially the monopoly on the distillation and sale of alcohol, which meant that Jews in Ukraine basically cornered the market on all of the inns or krechmas. That's what this art from the 1920s represents a traditional Jewish krechma, which has Jews involved in the sale of alcohol and also very much involved in music, klezmer, and so on. And Ukrainians, in their best finery, come to enjoy a little bit of socialization. But if you can imagine that, the Jew is, collecting taxes on this, and maybe he'll allow people to run up a tab, and then at harvest season, you've got to pay up a large amount, perhaps with interest. And the most hated of the accusations, which was widely circulated in Ukrainian folk songs, is the accusation that Jews actually held the keys to churches, and that if you wanted to baptize your child or get your children married, you had to pay the Jew to open up the church, which was heavily resented. What ended up happening, as you can imagine, is there was a rebellion in the 17th century led by Bogdan Khmelnytsky, and he was able to capitalize on the large number of people called Cossacks or Kozake, who were essentially runaway serfs who had made their way to the borderlands, to the region of Zaporizhia, which is today where they have the nuclear plant. And from there, they would engage in raids on Tatar lands, on Turkish lands, and sometimes on the Polish Noli. Here you can see in this remarkable piece of art by Ilya Repin, something that really speaks to, the Ukrainian national identity, the idea, and this is something I think really fits very well with the way Americans see themselves. As a Canadian looking from the outside in, I perceive this about your wonderful culture, and thank God I'm very happy to be here. But there are some quirks about your culture that I don't quite get. One of those things is like this incredible attachment to freedom, and don't tread on me, and you're not the boss of me. That's definitely a very Ukrainian attitude as well, which comes from the idea of these freebooting Kossake. The leader of these bands was Bogdan Khmelnytsky, shown here on a banknote from modern Ukraine. And he led this major attack against the Poles, against Ukrainians who had converted to Catholicism, who he viewed as traitors, and of course against their middlemen, the Jews. Some of the worst pogroms in Jewish history occurred in the middle of the 17th century, led by this man. So Ukrainians view him as a great national liberator who brought freedom and independence to Ukrainians, whereas Jews view him as an incredible anti-Semite. Both of those images are true.
Look at this athleticism
they are not
going on.
yet reconciled in modern Ukraine, but it is in many ways akin to the American difficulty in working through a lot of the issues of the Confederate South that continues to the present day. But to give you another example of this Cossack spirit, this is a recent stamp that was inspired by the incident at Snake Island in the war. In the background, you can see the Moskva while it was still floating, and the Ukrainian soldier on Snake Island literally giving the middle finger to Putin, and it goes along with an expletive in Ukrainian as well. That's very much kind of the Cossack spirit, which I think Americans can actually identify with them. So during some time, what shifted after Khmelnytsky is that although he was a great rebel leader and was able to motivate the Kozake to organize them and to bring them to bear as a tremendous weapon against the Poles and drive Poles out of much of Ukraine, he was a terrible governor. And once he had control, he didn't know what to do with it. So ultimately, he decided to make a union with Russia in 1654. The guy on the left is actually my younger self when I was doing my dissertation research over there in the 1990s, and behind me is the great Soviet monument commemorating that union, which of course is really great for Soviet and Russian propaganda because it indicates the huge friendship of the Ukrainian-Russian peoples, which you can see on the right in the statue, which is actually at the very bottom of the apex of that arch, that shows, heroic, buff, shirtless, strangely Ukrainian Russian people upholding the Soviet emblem as a symbol of eternal friendship of Ukrainians and Russians. Here you can see how the arch was defaced by protesters in 2020. They painted a plaque on it to indicate that loving relationship between Ukrainians and Russians had changed dramatically in recent years. Now, at this point, I'm seeing that I'm taking a little longer than I expected, so I'm going to kind of zip through this in one sentence. The during all of this period, we've had a series of triangular relationships. There's Jews, Ukrainians, and one other people, either the Poles or the Russians. This also repeats itself in the western region of Ukraine, which for most of this part was kind of like an exception because it was under the Austro-Hungarian government rather than the Polish or the Russian government. And in all of those relationships, Jews tended to orient themselves towards the more powerful nationality, originally the Poles and later the Russians. But in the 19th century, that begins to see some changes, which we can discuss very briefly now. Well, let's zip ahead to the 20th century. So as I mentioned, during the revolutionary period after the Romanov dynasty fell, there was this brief period of a rapprochement between Jews and Ukrainians that ended in terrible and bloody failure. Central to that failure is the figure shown here in this statue, who is exactly like Khmelnytsky. There are many figures that follow the same kind of path, that it seems that the path to Ukrainian independence is almost invariably wrapped up with anti-Semitic agitation at the same time. Petliura shown here is a very misunderstood figure. He actually was a journalist who found himself at the helm of this fledgling government, and in my research, what I argue is that he was not so much the architect of the violence as he was paralyzed by it and did not know how to control it and did not take the appropriate steps that the leader had in order to control that violence. Nevertheless, Ukrainians view him as a hero. Here you see the statue with the blue and yellow flowers, and the Times of Israel is complaining, of course, that he's pogromist, and nevertheless there's a statue set up to him. He was later assassinated in Paris in 1926 by this man, Shalom Schwarzbard, who murdered him specifically because he viewed him as the person who had organized these horrible pogroms in 1919. And when Schwarzbard was amazingly acquitted by a Paris jury, perhaps feeling guilty about the Dreyfus affair that was 30 years earlier, in which they convicted an innocent Jew. In this case, they actually acquitted a clearly guilty Jew who murdered him in cold blood in the street and was not repentant about it. But it was nevertheless seen by Jews as a huge victory. Here you can see a remarkable piece by Chagall that shows the raised Torah scroll with the angel of vengeance flying overhead and the word Schwarzbard written in Yiddish, as if that is the Torah. The Torah is Schwarzbard's vengeance. You can imagine the mood of Jews after the pogroms of 1919. And there are many places, like here in Beersheba, where you have a street named after Schwarzbard, which is called Hanokin, the Avenger. So, just like we saw with Khmelnytsky, you have a moment in Ukrainian history where, the drive towards Ukrainian independence is intimately wrapped up with anti-Semitic activity. The worst period, of course, would be during the Holocaust, and this is what stands and looms so large in the American Jewish diaspora memory. We should understand that Ukraine was divided by the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact, the secret pact between Hitler and Stalin in 1939. You can see here, this region was divided between the Soviets. It was taken over from Poland, divided between the Soviets and the Nazis. And so for 2 years, the Soviets came in and tried to forcibly communize the region, imposing communal agricultural and communal standards and persecuting religion, much like they had in eastern Ukraine, which included the horrible, disastrous Holodomor, the terror famine of 1932-33. At its helm was a Jewish figure named Kaganovich. So many Ukrainians viewed this rapid communization of the era to be essentially an expression of Jewish activity. This was not at all the case. There were some prominent Jews definitely in the Soviet movement, but they were largely purged in the 1920s and early 30s, and you don't have the same kind of phenomenon. Nevertheless, belief is far more important than reality, and many Ukrainians viewed the Jews as being allied with the Soviets that they hated so bitterly. when the Nazis double-crossed the Soviets and invaded, they came into this region with 4 units known as Einsatzgruppen, or mobile killing squads, and this was the so-called Holocaust by bullets. I've already mentioned Babin-Yar. That was where some 33,000 Jews lost their lives. And by the way, the Nazis would continue to use that ravine in Kiev for another couple of years, killing another 60,000 non-Jews also in Babin-Yar, buried together with the Jews in a mass grave. But this is the way in which most Ukrainians were associated, if they were associated with the Nazis, and the Holocaust is through this Holocaust by bullets, in which the Nazis would employ so-called Hilfswillige, or willing helpers from the local populations who would engage in assisting these mobile killing squads, killing somewhere between 1.5 to 2.5 million people in Eastern Europe. This is incidentally the way in which my own grandparents lost their families at this time. Babin-Yar was recently bombed by Putin, of course. Luckily, the monument itself was not damaged. Other features were damaged. But even here you can see, despite the history that I've given you, there's still blue and yellow flowers at this uniquely Jewish Holocaust memorial. So we have to try and unpack these things and try to understand how they fit together. In our current moment, Vladimir Putin is looking to channel his Tsarist predecessors to develop this idea of the ROTHSCHILD, the Russian world, in which he wants to try and recreate this larger Russia, which includes Ukraine as an intrinsic component part of it. But it's interesting to note that his main sort of justification for propaganda purposes for attacking Ukraine is that it is filled with Nazis. But we should understand that what does that term Nazi mean? It's clearly absurd. The country is not filled with Nazis. But for Russians, they view the idea of Nazis as anyone who tries to conquer their country from the West. This is a huge thing for them. It's much bigger for Russians than it is even for Americans. As much as we revere the Greatest Generation and D-Day and things like that, Russians, of course, had Nazis on their soil, and so they created, like in Kiev, this massive and rather grotesque motherland statue to symbolize the defense of the country from those invading Nazis. And so in a way, Putin is actually thinking of the EU and NATO as the Nazis. And the Ukrainians, by leaning that way, fall into that definition. For Ukrainians during the Nazi period, it's much more interesting, much more relevant to think of their at one time connection to the Nazis, and I'm generalizing because I'm running out of time, as really one in which they're trying to get rid of the Soviets. They view the Nazis as hated enemies, but possible temporary allies. This is actually a propaganda picture from an organization called the Organization of Ukrainian Nationalists and a related organization called UPA. And as you can see, the soldier here on the bottom, he's trampling on both the Soviet and the Nazi flags. The Soviet one on top, the Nazi one below, because they view the Nazis as their allies to kick out the Soviets. This is still present to some degree in certain elements of Ukrainian society, but as we shall see, very small elements. This is the Azov battalion that clearly has a small element. Some scholars estimate as much as 10 to 15% of their enrollees have neo-Nazi inclinations. And in the question and answer, maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss this in greater detail. Contrast this, on the other hand, by someone like Volodymyr Zelensky, who, like Putin, is named after Prince Vladimir, that very first Ukrainian prince who chose Christianity in 988. But his vision is of a Eurotropic Ukraine. He is not thinking of this Ruski Mir, this great Russian rule that includes Ukrainians as younger brothers to the Russians. He's thinking of Ukraine as a multi-ethnic, multinational, modern state that can admit many different populations. And it's amazing that Ukrainians agree. 72% of them voted for Zelensky in the last presidential election, a phenomenal number that, in America, we can only imagine in a presidential election that has such a high margin of victory. And ironically, Putin's invasion has only accelerated this tendency among Ukrainians. Let me take us now to the implications of the future by way of conclusion. Here's a remarkable study that appeared in 2018 from the Pew Research Center. When asked the question, would you be willing to accept Jews as citizens of your country? Ukrainians were the most welcoming of Jews of all Eastern European countries. Only 5% of Ukrainians said that they would not be willing to admit Jews as citizens of their countries, which, was half as much, a third as much as Russia and Belarus and Poland, a quarter as much as my homeland, Lithuania, and, just 1/6 of Armenia. So this is a remarkable number that indicates that even though American Jews tend to have this image of this inveterate Ukrainian anti-Semite, they'll say the Ukrainians were the worst during the Holocaust, which is maybe something we'll discuss in the question and answer period as well. Nevertheless, modern Ukrainians seem not to fit that. And if we compare this number with a similar study done by the same institution in 2019, it's not exactly the same questions, but Jews are very well welcomed in this country. And if you look at the figure on the right, among those who are coolest to Jews, the mean number was 8%. So America may not even be as welcoming to Jews as Ukraine is, which, kind of boggles the imagination in some ways. Nevertheless, we are looking at an embattled Ukraine at this moment. This map was actually from last week, and I'm not sure what it looks like today. But as Jews, we should recall that, we just read the day before yesterday in synagogue, we just read the Shirat Hayam, the tremendous description of the Jews' escape through the sea when all seemed to be lost. It is arguably the greatest refugee story in world history, and perhaps we should bear this in mind when we're thinking about the fate of Ukrainians who are now also with their backs to the sea and deeply in need of our praise. I thank you very much for your attention and your endurance, and at this point I'd like to turn it back over to Rabbi for questions and answers.
Engineers in the world figured out how to get even more silver out of these places. Mexico was able to dramatically expand the Habsburgs' territory.
Well, to your point, he was effectively swapping current debt. We'll call it. He was taking on sovereign debt risk for almost like a strip.
All right. Well, it's good to see you all here today. I would like to start our gathering in a good way by acknowledging that the University
of silver after was produced. So he was collecting the commodity at a discount,
Alberta is built upon the traditional lands of the Cree, Blackfoot, Métis, Dakota Sioux, Iroquois, Dene, Ojibwe, Saulteaux, Anishinaabe, Inuit, and many other indigenous peoples. By acknowledging and teaching about past and contemporary injustices, we are making an effort to help ensure that history does not repeat itself. It is only when we are accountable for the past and understand the present that we can move forward to a future of conciliation. I would also like to acknowledge and thank all of the Indigenous people on our campus who are working diligently to make meaningful change to the system for future generations. And finally, I want to acknowledge that many Indigenous peoples from all across Turtle Island now live and study in Edmonton and at the University of Alberta. We need to value their diversity of cultural worldviews, their resiliency, and their many contributions. All right, well, it's my honor and privilege to welcome you all, whether you are attending in person or online, to this opening event for the History, Classics, and Religion Graduate Students Association's annual conference on the theme of societies in crisis, reactions, resilience, and resolutions. Just a wonderful contemporary theme and topic for this conference. My name is Ryan Dunch. I'm the chair of the Department of History, Classics, and Religion at the University of Alberta. for a while now, and have one more year to go. I've been at the university since 1998. I remind people at every opportunity, there's one more year, you need a new chair. But the University of Alberta is one of Canada's leading comprehensive research universities with over 40,000 students and 500 graduate programs, well, 200 plus undergraduate degrees. And our department dates back to the beginnings of the University of Alberta in 1908, when the departments of history and classics were both among the founding departments in the university. Today, our department is home to 7 undergraduate degrees, 7 graduate degree programs in the separate disciplines of classics, history, and religious studies, as well as in interdisciplinary degree programs that link across those disciplines. We have many areas of research strength among our faculty members and our graduate students, including, most relevantly, I won't try to list them all, but most relevantly for today's event, we have research strengths in Ukrainian history and Ukrainian studies, and in religious studies and the history of religion, which is an area of strength in classics and in history, as well as most obviously in religious studies. This conference, the HCRGSA Graduate Student Conference, is an annual event that is intended to showcase research undertaken by around 75 graduate students in our department, ranging across the disciplines of history, classics, including classical archaeology, and religious studies. It also features the research of graduate students from other disciplines at the University of Alberta and from other institutions. I meant to welcome specifically people who are observing online today's event. I see there are 48 participants online, in addition to probably 40 in the room, so that's great to see. The conference today and over the next few days, is generously supported by the Faculty of Arts Conference Fund, by the Bellsburg Jewish Studies Endowment, and the Jewish Federation of Edmonton, by the Lutsky Family Foundation, and by the Department of History, Classics, and Religion itself. Lastly, it's my pleasure to introduce our distinguished colleague, Dr. John Paul Himka, who is Professor Emeritus of History. Dr. Himka has an international reputation for his groundbreaking scholarship on the history of nationalism in Central and Eastern Europe, and on the history of the Holocaust during World War II in Ukraine and in its surrounding regions. And John Paul will introduce our guest speaker today. Ladies and gentlemen, professors and students, Jews and Ukrainians, fellow Etonians. I'm very pleased that we're invited to introduce our very distinguished speaker, Professor Henry Abramson of Touro University in Brooklyn. Touro is a private university established in 1970 for the higher education of the Jewish community. Dr. Abramson has been serving as the Dean of Arts and Sciences at Touro since 2015. Although based in the United States for over 2 decades now, Dr. Abramson is a fellow Canadian. He was born in 1963 in a small town then known as Ansonville in Ontario. Later, the former Ansonville was incorporated into Iroquois Falls, but it can still be found on Google Maps. Ansonville is in the far north of Ontario, 450 miles north of Toronto. This is a locality that experienced the coldest temperature ever recorded for Ontario. In January 1935, the mercury here dropped to minus 70 degrees. The young Henry grew up, and it's hard to believe that it's a young Henry. There once was a young Henry. The young Henry grew up in this frosty land where people traveled by snowmobile and kids occupied themselves in cross-country skiing and sledding. Henry was the sole Jewish child in this small town. He had to learn to fight to defend himself against an anti-Semitic bully. His parents took care of his Jewish education. Since Ansonville was so poor in Jewish educational resources, his parents sent him to Toronto when he was 10. His mother lived with him, and several evenings a week he would attend a Jewish school where he learned Hebrew. He received his education in Toronto, university education in Toronto, earning a BA, MA, and PhD there. He wrote his doctoral dissertation under the supervision of the leading historian of Ukraine, Professor Paul R. Margaret. It was while he was a graduate student at U of T that I first took notice of a bright young scholar who was working on a key topic in the history of Ukrainian Jewish relations. As I see it, he was undertaking a major project that would lay firm foundations for much of his later work, and that brought him to prominence among historians of East Central European Jewry. It was an examination of Ukrainian Jewish relations during the turbulence and violence of the Ukrainian Revolution of 1917 to 20. This is a rich and controversial theme. During the revolution, the centralized Ukrainian government implemented an unprecedented program of equal rights and cultural autonomy for the Jewish population, complete with the Ministry for Jewish Affairs and official status for the Yiddish language. But when the government began to lose control over its territory and population, and to transform into a mobile armed camp, troops loyal to it perpetrated savage pogroms against the Jews, killing tens of thousands of them. The assessment of the period has been radically different from the historical memories of Ukrainians on the one hand and Jews on the other. No one has been able to sort it all out, and the historiography is full of accidents. Henry worked hard here and brought more sense to the topic than has ever been in evidence previously. He had the distinct advantage of having learned to read in Ukrainian, Russian, Yiddish, and Hebrew. The initial announcement of the results of his research was in the premier journal of the Russian and East European field, Slavic Review. He was still a graduate student when he published it. In 1995, he completed a doctoral dissertation on the subject. He did further research and reworked the dissertation into a book, A Prayer for the Government, published in 1999 by the Ukrainian Research Institute and Center for Jewish Studies at Harvard University. He received enthusiastic reviews and is still frequently cited and sometimes debated. I myself have cited it numerous times since secured. Working on that project led him to reflect more generally on the interaction of Ukrainians and Jews, and he wrote an article of great sensitivity and intelligence on this subject, truly a seminal text, Gathering of Amalek. It destroys the myth of Ukrainian anti-Semitism as something inveterate or essential, and roots it instead in socioeconomic and political relations. He was still a graduate student when he wrote that, too. What he learned from the Revolution Project has served him in good stead as he worked more and more on the central event of 20th century Jewish history, the Holocaust. In fact, one can see the work on the pogroms of the revolutionary era as a preparation for studying what happened a few decades later. His article on the Demidemko affair, for example, Life Imitates Art, Imitates Life, shows the influence of his earlier work as he reflects on Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis in the murder of Jews and on the motivation of participants. Quite a different kettle of fish is his later work on Rabbi Hieronymus Shapiro. Shapiro was a Hasidic rabbi in the Warsaw Ghetto during the Nazi occupation of Poland. He delivered a series of weekly sermons to his congregation. After the war, the manuscripts of his sermons were found amid the rubble of Poland's capital,
It was published in Israel under the name Express. Henry's scholarly explorations of the Holocaust from the vantage point of a Jewish holy man struck early readers, such as myself, as fresh and fascinating. I do not think that many scholars have the patience to mull over what the rabbi was saying the way Henry did. Nor do I think that many others would be able to explain the rabbi's point so clearly. In 2017, Dr. Abramson devoted a whole book to the topic, taught off from the year of grass. Already in 1990, Henry exhibited an interest to grow over time in visual imagery. I think this first came to the surface when he wrote his article, "This is the Way It Was," an anti-Jewish cartoon in the Ukrainian newspaper published under German occupation. His book, A Prayer for the Government, is lavishly illustrated. He later became involved in a documentary about wooden synagogues. This was The Lost Jewish Synagogues in Eastern Europe, directed by Carl Hirsch and released in 1999. He also became deeply involved in studying images of Jews in the Middle Ages. He produced an excellent little piece on the depiction of Jewish women in 1996, Already Hatred. While working in Florida Atlantic University in Boca Raton, he curated an exhibition entitled The Art of Hatred, Images of Intolerance in Florida Culture. The catalog for this exhibition was published as a book under the same title in 2001. Dr. Abramson has had scholarships and visiting professorships in rather prominent academic centers: Divinity University in Jerusalem, Cornell University, Harvard, and Oxford. He has been based longer at two universities. He was at Florida Atlantic University from 2002 to 2006. Then he joined the faculty of Touro College South, which is based in Miami. And in 2015, he moved to the main Brooklyn campus. He has produced a series of lectures online about Jewish history. He's had over 5 million views. He's presently working on a 3-volume history of the Jewish people. This evening, Professor Abramson will speak on 1,000 years of Jewish life in Ukraine. Prepare to be spellbound.
Well, I was spellbound during that introduction, I have to say. Professor Abramson, I'm very grateful for that encomium that we're recording that, right? Okay, so I'll play it back to my mother. She will love it. But I'm deeply grateful and since you lavished so much time on my history, I should mention to the audience here that, thank God when I was a graduate student, I did meet a lot of success. Things fell into place in a very nice way. Things fell apart in a very useful way, I guess. Former Soviet Union was falling apart right about that time. And I usually met with positive critiques from my readers. But the one reader that floored me, that really took me down several pegs, was an honest and useful critique, was none other than Professor Intra. I'm not sure whether you read the Slavic Review article, or maybe it was the dissertation, but he delivered just a 2-line critique about my premises in going into this particular research, which demonstrated to me that I had really only looked at about 10% of the problem, and that 90% of it, like an iceberg, was under the surface, and that I had to really rework things if I would do this right. So I'm deeply grateful. You can talk about it later if you want to know the specifics, but it was the most useful piece of criticism I think I've received in my scholarly career from someone who is not my wife. So I think I'd like to begin first of all by acknowledging the very gracious host of this evening. I'm very grateful to the sponsors, especially to the graduate students who organized this. Mr. Partilia and Ms. Schmaltz invited me, and I have to say that letter that you wrote, you write that letter, it was a beautiful letter. I was like you had me at the first paragraph. I'm Hamilton, Alberta. I thought it's such a great thing when students appreciate you. It's one thing when peers do, but when students appreciate you, that's the best. I'm very grateful to Professor Coleman, who introduced me to some brilliant graduates who doing some excellent work. They are here in the audience today, Mr. Patterson and Mr. Pinska. They have promised not to ask any hard questions, and I'm really grateful for the experiences I've had so far. And since this is a multi-ethnic audience, I'd like to begin by saying to everyone, good evening, A. Okay, but I really would like to begin my talk tonight with a small joke that it comes from the Jewish cultural canon. And I'm sure that many of you in the room will understand the references, but I hope that they will be sufficiently transparent that even if you don't come from this church tradition, you'll nevertheless understand the point of the joke. It goes like this. There's this out-of-work Jewish actor. He's living in Los Angeles, and he's waiting for his big break. And meanwhile, he's waiting tables. And, this goes on for a year, 2 years, and he's beginning to lose hope. He's beginning to abandon the idea that he'll ever be on a silver screen. And one day he's reading one of the trade papers and sees that they're looking for a gorilla impersonator. He says, oh my gosh, if I really sound so low, but he really just wants to act. So he decides to go out for the audition. It turns out that the Los Angeles Zoo has lost its last primary, and until we get another one from Africa, they need an impersonator. So he wows them in the audition, he gets the part. And every day he finds himself strangely gratified by the experience. He puts on the gorilla suit, he gets into the enclosure, he beats his chest, the children squeal with delight, the parents are so happy, they throw peanuts at him, and he's finding new ways of expressing himself, using his instrument in the most full way possible. And he's really finding fulfillment in his life. One day, he's really into his role, he's playing for Stanislavski method and so on. He's really getting into his role, and he's swinging with a little bit more violence than usual from a line to a line, and he swings out of his enclosure and he lands into the lion's den next door. Looks up into the face of this ferocious feline, and he knows his life is about to end. So, it's been a long time since he went to Hebrew school, but he remembers that. So that he knows that they're about to expire. The very last thing on their lips could be a pronouncement of the unification of God's name, the very last statement in the world. And so he covers his eyes to his right hand and he says, Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, hear all Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. He looks up and the lion says, Baruch Shem Kavod Malchus. And then the giraffe says, Shah, you'll get us all fired. Thank you very much for that. So the point of this story, which I think is a very sophisticated
he understood the power of precious resources. Did it become a winner-take-all? This is from here on out, from Maximilian and the Habsburg dynasty.
Extremely ambitious, and he thought
that Antonian or Antonian roots, Canadian roots, religious trauma, political trauma, linguistic trauma, go on, and we sort of work with these things to shape for ourselves and identity. And what I would like to propose to you today, which I have learned from my meeting with Mr. Pinska earlier today, this is not such a radical new idea, but we are looking at a very unique era in Ukrainian Jewish history in which a new Ukrainian Jewish identity is being born. I'd like to demonstrate that as we race through a millennium of I don't want to say necessarily coexistence, but Jews living side by side with Ukrainians in the space of about 60 minutes. I will speak very fast. Let's start with this image that you see behind me. This is a rather remarkable image. Let's place it in situ. It is a Holocaust memorial that is found on the outside of the synagogue in Lutsk, Ukraine, just to give you a sense of where Lutsk is. Well, I think we have to put the mouse on here. You know what they say PhD stands for? Push here, dummy.
So here's the map. You can see the little dot there where Lutsk is. It's sort of in northwestern Ukraine. Here's Kiev marked here. And here's how it looks on the side of the building. This is a 17th century structure. It's what's called a traditional fortress style of synagogue architecture. Coincidental that this occurred during the era of technical warfare. Now, with the uprising, that synagogues were built, much like this. I spoke at the King's Jewish Center just last week, and it looked exactly like this, actually. And you can see it sitting there on the wall of the synagogue, the Holocaust Memorial. Now, let's look a little bit more closely there. Let's see how it's changed in the just a couple of years between those two pictures. First of all, you can see that the stucco work has become defined. This is taken, by the way, this picture is 2011, so it's long before the current conflict. But you can see the synagogue has begun to decline, and no one is apparently taking care of it. And you can see here there's kind of an interesting sort of soft vandalism, possibly. Someone has applied two stickers, one above the other, to the memorial, but then someone else apparently has come and has removed those stickers, or at least attempted to remove it. So that gives us a little bit of a temperature about how people feel about this memorial or what it might mean. There's text in two languages. You can hear on the right, the text is in Ukrainian, not in Russian, which speaks to our dramatic shift in language in Ukraine that occurred since independence in 1991. And on the left, perhaps not quite as surprising, text in Hebrew, not Yiddish. Yiddish, for those of you who are less familiar with Jewish languages, Yiddish is basically medieval German with phlegm. Okay, so it's basically medieval German with written in Yiddish Hebrew characters, a lot of a mixture of Romance languages and Slavic languages as well. And it was the overwhelming vernacular of Jews up until the Soviet Union came into existence, and then there was a rapid shift from Yiddish first language usage to Russian. But there were very, very few Jews who spoke Ukrainian as a first language, really until the end of the 20th century. And that process has accelerated dramatically, far faster than I had thought it would have occurred. Now, those things are all, I think, kind of interesting. But the most dramatic element of this, something that I'm sure students of Ukrainian history will have recognized immediately in this, but when I speak to Jewish audiences, they're oblivious. The shape of the figure there, which appears to be someone beseeching God, hands upraised in prayer, obviously evocative of the praying for mercy in the context of the Holocaust. How would Ukrainian Jews see that? And you want to offer an opinion? Please. Is it today? So exactly. Thank you, Professor Coleman. Normally, these undergraduate students are offered a scholarship at the university. But, for anyone living in Ukraine, the traditional trident of St. Volodymyr is associated with the Ukrainian national symbol. It's embedded directly within this very holy artifact. The Holocaust Memorial, which is fascinating, especially because if you speak to Jews in the diaspora, Jews will frequently associate Ukrainians with collaboration with the Nazis. The opposite of the idea of embedding a Ukrainian national symbol, which also has strong Christian overtones because St. Volodymyr was the first Christian leader of the Kiev News. It's fascinating that it would be baked right into the image. And I think this points to the overall malleability of identity that we've seen in so many ways. This is an article, for example, that just appeared in a very important Jewish newspaper, The Forward, written by Michael Gold, who's the editor of, I think it's called ROTHSCHILD. It's a paper in Kiev. And you can see in the title, The Birth of Ukrainian Jewish Identity is happening right now. I'm hard-pressed to disagree. Let us go explore this in greater detail, and I'll take you through this lightning fast review of Ukrainian Jewish history. I'm going to, well, we'll see how the questions come in. This is how most Jews think of Ukraine, or at least used to think of Ukraine before 1991, to be sure. This is a Pale of Settlement, which is the region that Jews were allowed to live in under Tsarist rule. Jews had been forbidden to enter into much of our territory since the late 15th century, and when Catherine II conquered much of this region in the partitions of the late 18th century, she found herself suddenly in charge of the largest single concentration of Jews in the world. So Jews, in their geographic, cultural boundaries, don't necessarily identify Ukraine as a distinct entity, but they will kind of roughly speak of overlapping territory. Here is, by the way, where Ukraine is. For those who are less familiar with this map, this is a kind of a very rough bubble, but that's more or less roughly how Jews think of Ukraine. It's only towards the western part of the Dnipro River, the so-called right bank, and extending generously into Austro-Hungarian regions and even into Polish and Belarusian regions. This is an area where Jews live side by side with Ukrainians for well over 1,000 years, and there were certain moments of unusual cooperation. As Professor Rinka mentioned in the context of my research, this is a bill from 1918, 100 Kargovanet, and during this very, very brief kind of honeymoon between Jews and Ukrainians in the gap between the fall of the Russian Empire and the rise of the Soviet region, you see that the official languages of the country included on the top left Russian, on the top right Polish, and directly under the number 100, the phrase in Yiddish, 100 Kargovanet. It's rather remarkable that Yiddish was actually recognized as an official language of Ukraine, albeit very briefly and very tenuously. And if you go into the archives, you see how difficult it was for them to actually manage it. But it shows a tremendous degree of sensitivity for this Jewish population, largely urban and rural. We see many examples of this. Here is a stamp from the year 2011 that commemorates 70 years since the tragedy of Rabbi, which of course is one of the greatest short-term massacres of Jews in the history of the Holocaust, which occurred in the city of Kiev. It is a shared place of memory because, of course, after the first few days, it was used by the Nazis to massacre many, many more Ukrainians, about 50,000 Ukrainians, but about 32,000 Jews lost their lives in the first few days. Nevertheless, even though it is a shared heritage of suffering, the image clearly has a Jewish symbol, the menorah, pointing out the specifically Jewish aspects of this tragedy. And at the same time, while you have these unusual moments and artistic expressions of solidarity, you also have some images which are much more difficult for most Jews to handle, such as, for example, the valorization of individuals like Stefan Bandera, who was noted for his closer relations with the Nazis in their attempts to drive out the Soviets. We spoke earlier today about the story of kind of a bizarre group of Jews who, in their opposition to Russia, have taken the ironic term Jewish Banderites, which is like one of the most weird oxymorons I've ever heard of, but maybe we'll get into that in greater detail. So in other words, this is a stamp with someone's face on it that would be deeply offensive to many Jews. So how do these two things sort of coexist, and especially how do they create this unique identity? So let me begin at the beginning by letting you know how Jews think of the first place. This is actually a fascinating map illustrating one of the tools that historians are going to have to master. I'm afraid to most of us at our age, we're too late for us already, but you graduate students still have a plan. This is a genetic map. This traces the population of Jews moving through Europe based on the analysis of geneticists. And they have determined, for example, that the roots of Ashkenazic Jewry, basically from northern Germany, the Rhineland region, come from ancient origins in the land of Israel, specifically two major expulsions of Jews after the first and second Roman Jewish War in the first and second centuries. Many of them were taken, as Josephus, the ancient historian, describes, to Rome, to the slave markets there. After some time, this large group of people, perhaps as many as 100,000, a very large number of figures for ancient times, ultimately were able to gain mobility, and in one of these remarkable things that geneticists can do, around the year 850, a very small group of them, a so-called founder event, that included 4 women from northern Italy, made their way up to the Rhineland region. The geneticists who prepared this research, they have actually calculated that 46% of all Jews who claim to be Levites, Ashkenazi Levites, particular tribal designation, descend from these 4 women. So I believe their names Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah. I made that up, but at any rate, that's where the Ashkenazim basically come from. There are other routes of migration and so on, but the part that concerns us is that they make their way in the 9th and 10th century to northern Germany, and then from the 13th and 17th century, there's a major migration eastward, as you see in this map here. The Ashkenazi community are both driven out of Germany by a rise in anti-Semitism, and then by the rise of beliefs like the blood libel, post-desecration, and of course the Black Death in the 14th century. And at the same time, the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, which dominates much of Ukraine at this time, has a dearth of individuals who are literate and numerous and able to create an economy in the region. And so Jews are brought in, they're given Magdeburg rests, which is a kind of medieval set of privileges which communities can set up. It's a very appealing thing. They're able to set up essentially gated communities, kind of like Boca Raton, familiar with that place. And they make their way to the region of Ukraine. It's also worth noting, by the way, that there's another significant Jewish population, although a very mysterious one, called the Khazar Empire, that has its capital at Ityl, north of the Caspian Sea. Very, very mysterious people. Besides the historic legends of earliest settlements in the Krim, which is quite possible, given that Jews were frequently following Greek traders and Roman legionnaires to the region, but the Khazars feature very prominently in a lot of the earliest historical records we have of the period. The conversion of St. Volodymyr, for example, mirrors essentially a story of the conversion of the Khazar king, but many historians dispute the validity of the entire episode, and there's precious little evidence that there was much of a Jewish Khazar kingdom. There have been some fascinating archaeological studies done. Some of them demonstrate that the Khazars tend to use home architecture, very similar to that used in the land of Israel in the ancient period. The 5-room house is mirrored here, but that's disputed by many archaeologists, although there have been some very recent discoveries that the Jews may have made their way to this territory. That was a long build-up for this one visual village. So I know, seriously, when we get to the Khazars, I can help it. There are some really tempting pieces of data besides the somewhat fanciful descriptions that we have in the public domain of press and so on. In the Geneva archive, you could die and pay 45% of your treasure trove of medieval documents, hundreds of thousands of fragments of what was called sacred trash that was preserved by the Jews of Cuscat. They found this document, which is a very demonstrably Jewish document. It's written in Hebrew, which is basically a letter of introduction. In modern Hebrew, it would be called a petek, that indicates that the bearer of the snow has fallen on hard times and is reaching out to co-religionists for financial support. Quite literally, these are used to our own day. People will knock on my door and will present a petek very much like this, albeit laminated. It is laminated back then, but it seems to have held up pretty good. What's fascinating is that at the very bottom, This letter, which purports to originate in Chaos in the 12th century, is signed by an official in Turkic Rome, which suggests that there were, in fact, some Khazarian Jews living in Cairo, many of them with a level of status that they could sign these real documents testifying to the bona fides with their But there's no question that when you look at the Jews of Ukraine through genetics, certainly through linguistics, and through the written records that we have, they're overwhelmingly descended from those Ashkenazi Jews from the Rhineland and not coming from Khazarian origin. Now, what were Jews doing in this time? This gets to some of the more complex and difficult aspects of Jewish life in Ukraine. They were brought in primarily to fill a niche in the economy, which is something that historically Jews have excelled in. Long experience with engaging in middleman economic wars, they found a position between the great landlords of Ukrainian territories, the Polish landlords who held these massive farms called latifundia, and as the traditional historiography goes, the Polish landlords were lost to go down to Ukraine and actually manage these huge sprawling territories, and in order to gain their economic benefits, they would hire Jews to go there, and they would engage in what's sometimes called tax farming. The Polish landlord could say, for example, to the Jewish community, because these things were generally structured in an almost feudal manner, they say to the Jewish community and their representatives, okay, we believe that we can collect 10,000 losses from our latifundia this year, so I'll see you next year this time, and we'll pay you for that. And you are authorized to go collect taxes in order to bring it in. Now, the Jews could then go back, and a tremendous freedom, which was supported by the Polish movement, who literally owned the entire town, the mills, the bridges, the presses, even the churches, and the Jews would then collect taxes on the variety. They could collect tax on closets, obviously, but they could also charge tolls for bridges, they could charge for hunting in the Lord's forest, or fishing in the Lord's pond. So basically, whatever they came up with, that would be a legitimate way to tax the population. Whatever profit they were able to earn was the delta between what they had to give the Lord and what they could collect for themselves. So if they had to come up with 10,000, they would try to collect from the Ukrainian country, let's say 12,000, and that 2,000 would be the backbone of the economy for the Jewish settlement. And the other 10 would go to the Lord. In some notorious cases, not too many which have been identified historically, but nevertheless they loom very large in the Ukrainian imagination, as expressed in Ukrainian folk songs of the era. Jews even had the right to control access to the churches for baptism. So you can imagine the insult if you had to baptize your child and you had to pay the Jew to get the keys to enter the church. So this was not, seen very popularly by the larger population. One last detail: Jews were also given the right of propinatio, which means the ability, sole monopoly, to produce, to distill, and to sell alcohol, creating the ever-present sex map, which is like a little Jewish inn that people would go to in Ukraine. And so you put these things together with one last item, lending money on interest, which is something that the church had allowed the Jews to monopoly of really since the 10th century. So you can immediately imagine that this picture here, which is kind of like a more happy depiction of it. You can imagine Ukrainians and all their fine coming to the sex mile where they enjoy some pleasant music, and the Jewish innkeeper is there, pouring them a drink. Maybe they're paying for it on credit against the harvest season, and that credit was through the tablet of food interest. And at the end of the season, they find they've got a very large bill to pay. The huge flaw in this exploitative system is the fact that the nobleman could come back the next year and say, oh my God, wow, you're here right on time, here's my 10,000, this is great, I must have lowballed it. So how about next year you go back and you collect for me 12,000?
And that means that the Jews would have to go back and would have to raise 14,000 in order to maintain the same standard as the previous year. And this would spiral out of control, exactly out of control, to the point where there was a popular uprising. The most significant of those popular uprisings is, of course, the Khmelnytsky revolution or rebellion of the middle of the 17th century, which was devastating for the Jewish community. Khmelnytsky basically he was a huge heroic figure in the Ukrainian mind, primarily because he managed to lead a group of peasants who were essentially runaways from their land, and he united them. They were famously quite fractious before he came to power, and he united them in a military strike on three groups of enemies. On the Poles themselves, their landlords, on Ukrainian Catholics who had betrayed their Orthodox roots, as the Kazakh thought, to join the Greek Catholics to the West, seeing that as an act of colonization. And of course, the Jews who were the loopholes, the Jews who were the arrendators who collected the money from them. Now, if you remember back in the 1990s, there were a series of riots in South Central Los Angeles, which were largely an expression of African American anger against the white establishment. And the riots went on for days, and fires that were all out of control. But in reality, the population that was hurt the most was not the white establishment. They were largely able to collect insurance payments on whatever property they owed in South Central, but it was the Korean shop people who lived in that region who actually opened and operated the bodegas there, and they were the hardest hit. Even though they were not part of the white establishment, they were definitely seen as alien and seen as a demonstration of white power, and so they suffered it. It's a very similar structural relationship to the way the Jews occupied that middleman position in Ukrainian territory at the time, and so Khmelnytsky's rebellion was overwhelming, and for Jews it was so powerful that it actually was enshrined in the liturgy. And once a year, Jews will gather, they'll fast for the entire day, and they will recite liturgical poems that reference the horrible decree of Hashkabat, the decree of 1648-49, lives on indelibly in Jewish memory. That's why one of the aspects that's challenging to this idea of a new Ukrainian Jewish identity is that for Ukrainians, Khmelnytsky remains definitely a national hero. I mean, he rose up against the foreign oppressor, he drove them out of the land, created, an independence. He was like a George Washington in many ways. And he is seen here on our banknotes from Ukraine. But for Jews, Khmelnytsky remains like he's in the same family of people like Stalin and Hitler. So it's very hard for Jews to see Khmelnytsky, especially diaspora Jews like myself, without feeling a certain amount of trepidation. One of the things that we talked about today in our discussion was the process of lustration, which is associated especially with Václav Havel's Czechoslovakia, but we also see it in post-Saddam Hussein Iraq and other places where countries who endure difficult periods of national stress have to go back and kind of clean up or polish, that's what the term lustration really means, their history to try and work through some of these difficult issues. The United States of America, the country where I live in, has done a tremendous job of this, with the Civil War in particular. We're all totally cool with like statues of Confederate war heroes. We even bring the Confederate flag into the Capitol on occasion. Whenever we have an insurrection, it's like that's what we have to do. So this is one of those issues that I think Ukrainians will have to work with. And it's not just people like Khmelnytsky, it's also people like Bandera. And the Jews will also have to work through their lustration, trying to understand their role in this exploitative economic arrangement as well. But to move through our race through 1,000 years of Ukrainian Jewish history, Khmelnytsky's spirit I see as one of those key elements of Ukrainian psyche, Ukrainian national, the civic myth of when people believe what is it that makes Ukrainians Ukrainian, they'll point to things like this devil-may-care attitude,
that is associated with Kozaker. You see it here in this stamp, where the quote in the background, of course, was the once mighty Moskva, and here is an Ukrainian soldier on Snake Island, letting the soldiers there know what he thinks of that boat. This is very much kind of like a Khmelnytsky move, and the fact that they would put it on a stamp is also a kind of a Khmelnytsky illustration. So what characterizes much of this medieval period is using a triangular relationship. This is an image, the guy on the left there is wearing a suit which is actually very fashionable in the late 1980s, believe it or not. I think I wore something like that as a headstock, so much earlier. And I'm showing this here specifically because I want to talk about the art, but also I have to take a moment to specifically thank the University of Edmonton and Hughes for their support. My own archival research in Chaos was two big groups. One was before we saw the Soviet Union, when things were just beginning to open up, and a group of scholars with Ukrainian inclinations invited a group of graduate students to come to Chaos and to do research. And it was still under Gorbachev, it was still, very closely supervised and watched, and they put us in a kind of a KGB-style spa, where they keep their eyes on us, and they would click on buttons, bring us in, and so on. And I got to see some of the archival materials, but I was not allowed into the archives of the KPSS, the Communist Party archives. It was way too high level for me at the time. I came back to Canada, and the Soviet Union fell apart shortly thereafter, and I got a call within weeks of its collapse saying, "Come on back, we cleared everything, you can get into the archives right now." And of course, I was a graduate student, we had no money, so I fished around and they immediately stepped up to the plate and offered me the funds necessary to fly out there and to get into the archives. It was an absolutely amazing experience, and it really made my dissertation. It was a complete game changer for what I was able to find there. The Chaos was tremendously much better organized than the Academia Nauk. They had apparently had set up things in Chaos that I was going to get an apartment. They set me up and things like that. When I got to Borisfield, there was no one there, just the mafia. And I had a big wad of Canadian dollars, and I didn't know what to do. I didn't know anyone personally there because I was, sent it around the first time, but I did remember that I did meet one elderly Jewish man who the Canadian Jewish Congress asked me to bring him some of the specific type of medicine that he needed. He couldn't afford. So I was able to take one day trip on my first time to Japan and deliver this medicine to him. And I vaguely remember sort of what his building looked like. It was a push truck, one of those 5-story walk-ups. And I had a taxi driver take me around until I thought it might be that one. I walked up, thought it was in the top floor. I knocked on the door and thank God they were there. So the Academia Nauk fell apart, but I was able to spend a few months living with the Ukrainian family, Jewish family, and really getting experience from their perspective of life. And Chaos was very generous. The money that was supposed to be set aside to defray my living expenses was given to this family because they were supporting me, and they essentially, they got like the equivalent of 2 years' salary from this infusion. So we're very, very grateful. Anyways, this is what I looked like back then, and this is at the famous friendship art once in Kiev that has this statue that celebrates the union of Khmelnytsky's Ukraine with Russia in 1654. The great, the friendship of peoples, and this is what it looks like a little bit later. A plaque was applied by protesters well before the war, incidentally, to show that the relationship between Kiev and Moscow is not nearly the way it once was, and the statue, of course, has now been removed since the attack. But Jews and Ukrainians were never free to really develop their relationships as communities with one another alone. There was always a third party in the room that affected how those relationships would be developed. So it was primarily either the Poles or the Russians. One could say that the Germans also had a very large role in it in the 20th century. Just to quickly summarize, if this is new to you, don't worry, it'll just go over. Most of Ukraine was under Polish rule until the 17th century when you had that major uprising. And at that time, Jews as a minority, and this is basically historically Jewish behavior, Jews will tend to culturally identify with the North nationality in a given land. That's because as a minority, that's where the safety lies. So, for example, in Quebec, Jews up until the Parti Québécois used to always identify with Anglophones, which that was the Vietnamese in Montreal, Quebec City. But then after the Parti Québécois, those things now became very powerful. Then many of the Anglophone Jews, like my family, my grandmother, our last one, she always used to sit on the ground whenever she said the name of her name. A lot of the Anglophones moved out of Quebec and moved to Ontario, and the Jews who remained, especially those who were attracted from French-speaking territories like Algeria and Morocco, they became francophone and big supporters of the dominant power. You see the same thing happening in South Africa, where Jews tend to be more aligned with the apartheid forces until that fell, and that changed as well. So it's not surprising that Jews, even though they're living largely among Ukrainians, as a minority they would identify with the Polish lords. And this was something that was prominent for much of Jewish culture. They never really developed a strong attachment to Ukrainians per se. They have absorbed a lot of Ukrainian cultural information, but Ukrainians were not really creating great works of literature and things like that at that time. Eastern Ukraine was largely under Russian rule, and then with Catherine the Great takeover of the Poland, then they all fall basically under Russian rule with a small segment explored so masterfully by President Inca under Austro-Hungarian rule. Now, this was a period of great change, though, because both Ukrainians and Jews found themselves deeply alienated by Russian rule through the 19th century. And this can be seen in a couple of different ways. For example, the notorious Cantonese situation. In 1837, Tsar Nicholas I determined that the Jews were so difficult to assimilate that what he had to do was to forcibly conscript them into the Russian army at a higher level than ever before. Historically, Jews typically avoided serving in national armies, largely because they were inimical to practice, there's no staff to serve them, you're taking away for a long period of time. So they typically made a double path in order to avoid military service and to exempt themselves financially. This is one of the harbingers of modernity when Jews begin to actively participate in armies like in the United States of America, Canada, and so on. So what Nicholas I did was he said, okay, first of all, we're canceling the optional payment for Jews to exempt themselves from the army. I've got one important detail. Army service during the Tsar's era was 25 years. It was not a short thing. It was a career choice. It was often the perfect thing for the third son of a family. The first son would get the land, the second would become a priest, the third son would say, oh, I guess I got the army. So Jews would avoid this like the plague, but Nicholas I said, no, Jews have to participate in this as well. And he also realized that by the time Jews reached the age of 18, which was conscription, they were probably already too deeply influenced by their Jewish background to possibly assimilate successfully. So therefore, he lowered the age of conscription to 12. 12-year-old boys could legally be taken from the community, sent off to these military schools called cantons for 6 years, and then they would begin a 25-year sentence in the army, or as we used to call it, serving the Tsar's canton. This is the reason why my grandfather of Russian memory fled Russian Lithuania in 1904 because he didn't want to fight the Japanese, despite the fact that it was, the battlefront would be proximate to authentic Asian. He said, no, I'm going to Northern Ontario. Sometimes that joke works, but I guess it so there was a terrible situation. The Cantonese was one of the reasons why Jews began to actively hate Russian authorities. Much more to say about it, but that's right now. Nevertheless, Jews enjoyed a phenomenal population boom in the 19th century. The advent of the smallpox vaccine had a lot to do with infant mortality. Also, the establishment of something called test, which was a situation in which multi-generation households would take care of small children, and the Jews actually had a higher birth rate than surrounding populations in Ukraine. And from this page in Professor Magachi's map of Atlas of Ukraine, you can see the green colors indicate the concentration of Jews in various regions. The blue line indicates the boundaries of Ukraine, and you can see that Jews are more than 15% in many places. Furthermore, if you look at the specific types of settlements, Jews were highly concentrated in mid-sized villages. Galicia, for example, has somewhere over 77% Jewish population. Melnik had 80% Jewish population, and the large cities tend to have about 1/3 of their population were Jewish. Legally or not, Kiev was technically off limits to Jews, but it had about 50,000 Jews living there illegally anyway. So you've got a lot of Jews living in this territory. They're much more hostile to the Russians now, and Ukrainians are also going through their period of national awakening and finding that the Russians are blocking them at every turn as they attempt to develop their language, their culture, and so on. This is a period of great identity formation, not only for the Slavic peoples of Ukraine in particular, but also for Jews who essentially invent violence in Pakistan. The idea of returning to the land of Israel is, of course, millennia old, but it was always associated with the arrival of the Messiah. In the late 19th century, Jews, concentrated basically in southern Ukraine, began to experiment with the idea of creating a political state in the land of Israel that was exclusively Jewish, or at least primarily Jewish. So these national identities are forming at the same time in the same place in Ukraine. Okay, that brings us up to the 20th century. I think I should pause and take a drink and ask if there are any easy questions before we go into the hard stuff. Nobody likes to ask the first question. Oh, I'm sure you have a second question.
I think that would put him atop Rockefeller as the richest of all time.
Yeah, as Buffett says, play a relative game to your point. Thank you so much for joining us again. For our listeners, do you want to think about
when we get to the 20th century, no, that's fine. It will be fought back and forth, and there are actually several parties that will lay claim to it. But basically, after World War II, it's made part of the Ukrainian SSR.
He also teaches us about the legacy we can leave as we learn from his legacy to today and the effect that we can have on the world. To even our discussion that we had prior to Greg on American Rascal. For our audience, if you have a great book you'd like to recommend, like Greg's, email podcast@speedcap.com. That's podcast@speedcap.com. You can also send your suggestions to us on Twitter. Our handle is
the bottom, because basically the way these documents work is like someone will knock on your door and you'll say, you know, I've fallen on a hard time, I had an operation, I couldn't work anymore, I have to marry off my daughter, and a whole list of things. And at the bottom will be the signatures of rabbis or community leaders who will say, yes, this is true. Anyone who will help this person will receive a blessing and so on. So you know it's not a scam artist. You know, from the authorities, because typically they'll come like from Israel, they'll come to New York City, and they'll travel around and they'll present these documents. But it indicates that someone of authority in Kiev could not write in English, in Hebrew, and had to sign his name in runes. Like, that's really strange. But the whole Khazarian episode is really bizarre. Any last question before we go on? Okay, so the 20th century is perhaps the most difficult. I took plug for my book because I study this specific area, and that's rather basic, so I guess I'm going to just only plug the Ukrainian translation, which came out a little while ago. Oh my gosh, is this a Zoom audience or what? So I spent a lot of time studying the period of the
And in a nutshell, what basically happened, the Russian government collapsed in 1917, and there was a brief period of time when the remaining pieces of the Russian Empire sort of recalculated, like their GPS recalculating how they were going to do it. And the Ukrainians said, well, we want to have independence. They found, however, that they were hampered by the fact they had very few, like, government-ready people who were literate and numerous, people who were urbanized, people who knew how to organize things. Overwhelmingly, in a agrarian society, they were great at farming, but they did not necessarily have the manpower and womanpower to run a modern state. And they looked to allies in the urban sphere. Of course, Russians were not in favor of this because they considered Ukraine part of their historic Russia. The Poles also viewed Ukraine as part of their historic land and were not as enthusiastic about participating, although they did have success in recreating Poland, of course, after World War I. And the only really significant national movement in the Jews were the Jews. And the Jews, perhaps surprisingly, said yes. There's obviously exceptional opinion, there's left and right, and there's but the basic said, okay, this is your trying, particularly if you do it in a moderate way and remain within the idea of a Russian federation, like the idea of like going step by step. But ultimately, the Jews and Ukrainians worked out a deal. The deal, however, felt miserable. Even though they had remarkably important and thoughts that they create a ministry of Jewish affairs, tax money was going to fund Jewish schools and synagogues and Victory Bath, the Yiddish as a official language, and create all kinds of beautiful things like this. They were overwhelmed by the social upheaval that came at the tail end of 4 years of World War I. And one national revolution in the spring of 1917, another revolution led by the communists in the fall of 1917, followed by a horrific civil war, in which the communal violence vastly outdistanced anything that ever happened before. The sheer scope of the violence of 1919 was so great that if it were not for the Holocaust occurring 20 years later, we would all be talking about 1919 all the time. It's only because the Holocaust represents still another huge algorithmic leap in violence that we basically forgotten about this horrific time, but it was truly phenomenal. The Ukrainian government tried to establish itself against the tectonic shifts that were happening, the multiple groups that were fighting on Ukrainian territory, but ultimately, as Professor Hinka mentioned, we were essentially reduced to being a mobile government operating out of train cars in a little triangle in western Ukraine, trying to evade the attack of Russian forces. Now, the great paradox of this period, which I explored in my research, was the fact that of the pogroms, of which we had quite a significant body of testimony, about 40% of those pogroms were actually perpetrated by the same government that was, at the same time, proclaiming all of these newfound rights for Jews. At the head of it was the man portrayed in this statue here, who was, on the one hand, trying to hold together this coalition of forces with no leaders to do it, and at the same time, he's trying to promote what are essentially liberal Western values. Kagura himself is a very complex figure, and he's engaged in many debates about his specific orientation, but he becomes a flashpoint in understanding this period and a deflection point for Jewish-Ukrainian relations, as I will show you in a moment. Here's an image from the Times of Israel, a very popular Israeli newspaper, and as you can see, there's a statue erected to Simon Kagura, who, like Khmelnytsky and to some degree like Bandera, is a Ukrainian hero, a national hero for asserting independence of Ukraine against all odds, and at the same time viewed by Jews as a pogromist, correctly or not. You can see surrounded by blue and yellow flowers and so on. So for Ukrainians, it makes perfect sense. Yeah, of course we're going to put Kagura here in Tunisia. It certainly makes sense. But for Jews, it's like within walking distance of the synagogue. How can you possibly be so offensive to place someone who created such violence against us in such close proximity to one of our holy places. The reason why Pagura himself was specifically such a flashpoint is because of the circumstances of his assassination at the hands of this man, Salim Schwarzbard. It's a fascinating story that's worth exploring. Schwarzbard walked up to Pagura, who was living in exile in Paris in 1926. He said to Pagura, he said yes, he shot him dead. And then he stood there and went all that. The Paris court tried him, and in a brilliant legal strategy, the defense argued that Schwarzbard was acting out of revenge for the pogrom that Pagura had perpetrated on the Jewish people. And amazingly, the court in Paris began to view the proceedings not as a tribunal to decide the fate of Schwarzbard, but really a tribunal of Pagura's guilt going on. And perhaps thinking in the background of the horrible debacle of the Dreyfus affair 30 years earlier, the Paris court ultimately acquitted Schwarzbard. They ordered him to pay a token amount of damages, 1 franc, to Schwarzbard's widow, and they set him free. And so the Jews who had mobilized, and by the way, the historical establishment was very much involved in it. Jewish historians were called in to defend Schwarzbard. Ukrainian historians mobilized to try and not to attack Schwarzbard, but to defend Pagura, because that's the way the trial had gone. And when Schwarzbard was acquitted, he was viewed as kind of like the judgment of history, whatever history is. The judgment of history was that Pagura created those pogroms, he was the architect of the violence, which I think was a huge overreach. In my research, I believe it's more appropriate to think of Pagura as perhaps someone who was inclined to be silent regarding the pogroms at a key point in time during the spring of 1919, largely out of fear of alienating his erstwhile followers. He corrected that and began to speak against the pogroms later, but it was largely too late. So he definitely was not like the architect of pogroms. He may have, though, committed a sin of omission, serious one, but definitely not the way that the historians of the 1920s portrayed it. But when Schwarzbard was acquitted, there was a massive roar in the Jewish community of excitement, and this is a remarkable image painted by Chagall, that shows the angel of vengeance, the Nazi that described in the book of Exodus, an image of God acting in the world like the death of the firstborn, the death plate. The chorus quote underneath it actually has the name Schwarzbard written on it. His name and his person is identical to the sequence of the chorus. Dramatic kind of image that illustrates the way many Jews spoke about him. A street among many was named after him in Beersheba, Israel, and it was called Rehov HaNochim, the street of the Avenger. And in brackets, in case you're wondering who the Avenger is, it's called Schwarzbard. But this is the way that Jews began to form their thinking about their relationship to Ukrainians, largely in the wake of that Schwarzbard trial. Then we move to the Holocaust itself, and maybe we should pause again for questions before we talk about this most difficult period. Perfectly clear as the sun at noonday. Okay, very good then. The Holocaust. So it's very important to have a handle on the maps of this period. The Ukraine, you'll recall, is part of the Soviet Union at this point, and the western part of Ukraine is part of Poland. Hitler realizes that he cannot win a two-front war. He can't fight the east and the west simultaneously. Germany is in the center of the continent. He needs to pacify one side before he attacks the other, and then, of course, he has plans to go back and double-cross with those
allies. So he and Stalin hammer out a non-aggression pact in 1939. They sign it, and that allows Germans to focus on their Western front, conquering France and so on, knowing that their Eastern front is protected because they have an agreement with the Soviets. That agreement is shown here in this map. You can see that Poland is cynically removed from the map. The Nazis take what is west of that yellow line, where they will begin to concentrate the Jews in a region called the General Gouvernement, or later massacred in the death chambers. And on the right side, in the sort of pale green, are the regions that are seized by the Soviet Union. And they belong to the Soviet Union between 1939 and 1941, and they go through a period of rapid and brutal communization, where the NKVD, the Soviet police come in, arrest the intelligentsia, torture them, later massacre them, horrible forced confiscation of property, massacres left and right, explosions, blowing up of churches, all kinds of things like this. A very, very awful period of rapid communization, which, for reasons which are beyond what I want to talk about today, were associated primarily with Jews. Jews were believed to be heavily involved in this activity, although there does not seem to be a tremendous amount of support for that particular widespread belief. There were definitely Jews who were associated with the dreaded NKVD and their earlier incarnation, but they largely did not survive, especially not proportionately or disproportionately, after the Stalinist purges of the 1930s. But be that as it may, the people living in these regions, which are called by the historian Timothy Snyder the bloodlands, harbored a tremendous resentment against the Soviets, not only for their domination of territory to the east, but also for these 2 years of incredible struggle for them. Many Jews were able to flee, about 600,000 fled to the east, surviving in places like Siberia, Tajikistan, and so on. But these regions here were just ripe for much worse attacks. And that happened in 1941, June 22nd, when Hitler launched something called Operation Barbarossa, and a phenomenon which has been called the Holocaust by Poland. He sent in the Wehrmacht to double-cross Stalin after he had successfully achieved his Western front. He double-crossed Stalin, and he crossed the border into the Soviet Union. And the Wehrmacht made tremendous rapid advances into the former Soviet Union, coming right up to the gates of Moscow and St. Petersburg, placing them under horrific sieges. But what's significant for our part of the story in particular is that behind the Wehrmacht, behind the regular armies, we took 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. And these Einsatzgruppen had the task of going into the small villages, rounding up in particular Jews, communists, homosexuals, Jehovah's Witnesses, anyone who represented themselves as an enemy in Hitler's bizarre vision of the world, bringing these people out to ravines or forcing them to dig their own graves and then massacring them with machine guns. An estimated 1.5 to perhaps as many as 2.5 million people were killed in distant farmlands all throughout this region, including 43,000 killed in Babin Yar at this time. My own family, those that did not join my grandfather when he fled Lithuania, also found their last resting places in an unmarked field outside the city of Kaunas. This is a marker that people put up afterwards to designate the spot where my own family lies. So this particular period is especially difficult for Jews because the Nazis were able to rely on significant indigenous support for their attacks on the Soviet Union. The so-called Hilfswillige, or free willing or of free will for people of not only Ukrainian but also Polish, Lithuanian, and Latvian and Estonian, were willing to join the Nazis and push back the Soviets. One of the most difficult units associated with this period, not Hilfswillige, but the Galicia division, which represented a lot of Ukrainians in the western part of the territory, believed that joining with the Nazis was the best way to rid the entire territory of the Soviets. And they ended up signing up, and that made a huge difference later when they attempted to enter this country and the United States of America, and they actually were former SS members because they were the black and white division. They were ultimately cleared. The Shane Commission, which constitutes in this country, determined that they had not committed any war crimes, but this is the same that the association with the Nazis felt for many Ukrainians, Lithuanians, Latvians, and so on during the period. There were definitely isolated moments of great humanity, many of which have not been properly recognized, such as the incomparable Metropolitan Andrei Shapitsky, who personally acted to save some 200 Jewish youth in the network of monasteries, very important churchmen in Western Ukraine. He was actually a great Philo-Semite. In 1903, I was privileged to come across this letter. Not 1903, not by that old. I was privileged to come across this letter written in 1903 in Hebrew by Metropolitan Shapitsky. Concrete reminder of his philo-Semitism, which he demonstrated very. I think one of the most fascinating elements of this letter is and proof that he is the author is a very common spelling mistake. He transposed the silent letter aleph with the silent letter I in a common word this. This is a mistake that no one who has learned Hebrew from their youth would make, but someone who has learned it from adults may actually. So there are some bright lights in this story, but otherwise for Jews it is inevitably so. So that takes us through the vast majority of my presentation. I'd like to speak very briefly now about the current situation with the conflict in Ukraine, and then continue with the implications for the future. So, are there any difficult questions? Okay, let's go on then. Here's a picture of Vladimir Putin in 1980 when he was a KGB officer from Germany. And Putin is afraid to the idea that Ukraine belongs to Russia historically. This is an idea that was very well developed in the 19th century. The notion that Ukrainian, the term Ukrainian, by the way, is a fairly new coinage, like maybe late 19th century. Ukrainians themselves were not entirely sure what to call themselves, particularly in Western regions. But the Russians, this is referred to them as little Russians, i.e., they're not quite the same as us. Their language is kind of quaint and sort of country-like, and maybe like someone from New York would listen to someone speaking from Arkansas, perhaps, and sort of smile while they hear the accent. But they would say they're our younger brothers, the smaller brothers, the little Russians. And the idea that they could rebel against the elder Russians and to separate themselves from the territory is unheard of. It's quite ironic because the origins of Slavic civilization really begins in Kiev, and Moscow only develops 100 years later. When I gave a version of this lecture and was perhaps unwise enough to actually post it on YouTube, I got so many hate hits and lots of Russian bots attacking me when I made this statement. And in reality, Russia belongs to Kiev more than Kiev belongs to Russia, because Kiev is where these great Islamic societies emerged from. Russia was nowhere at the time when Kiev was already a principality. But Putin has the opposite idea, really a grand imperialist idea of the 19th century, this idea of near the Russian world, Russian civilization, which must encompass Ukraine. The idea that Ukraine could betray Russia and walk away is something that is anathema. And the vocabulary that he used, which I believe he uses cynically in a criminal fashion, but I also believe at the same time he believes this, is that the Ukrainians are Nazis.
Sure. And by the way, you also,
weird
on this, but I think
everybody in the left
you were touching on that Airbnb
you
has
know the
this
whole history. I've already struck in very good form
centuries,
what the
because
association
as you
of
pointed
some
out during the
collaborators
Frankfurt
were
Festival,
and why we did
how
it.
much
But
money
Poland,
people could make from
so
renting out their
compelling.
floors,
You might as well call them
or
saying
just
there's a
space to
Martian
sleep.
invasion going on in Kiev, and that's why they're attacking us. So we should understand that the term Nazi means something very different for Russians, for Jews, and for Ukrainians. For Russians, it's kind of like this massive statue of standing in Kiev,
holding back to
Frankfurt from far and wide to
into Russia.
work the fair.
And it's kind of laughable because, after all, Stalin first signed a deal with Hitler and believed that he was a valuable ally for him. But nevertheless, when Hitler double-crossed him, then all of a sudden Hitler becomes the horrible enemy and they begin to push him away. So Nazism for Russians represents that great imperialist threat from the West, which I believe Putin sort of allies with the word NATO in many ways. For Ukrainians, however, it's more complicated. For Jews, obviously, it means outright destruction. Nazis are the kryptonite to Jews, and there's no working with them there. But let's focus a little bit more on Ukrainians and its complexity. Here we see a poster that celebrates some of the insurgent movements created after the war. You can see on the top here, there's the Orangian Viking route there on the left, and on the right there's a typical Cossack again, so then my heart begins to palpitate when I see that. The Slavo-Ukrainian at the top, and then at the bottom here you see Heroya Slava, but the Ukrainian patriot, who by the way is holding up his hand in a very Nazi-like salute, but I don't think that's the intention here. He's standing on the banners of the Soviet Union and the Third Reich. And the idea that I think Ukrainians would like to project from this period is that of those who push back against imperialists from the East and from the West simultaneously, striking out in a very Khmelnytsky kind of mood to create their independence. So it's not historically accurate. The Ukrainians saw the Nazis as a much better chance of getting the Soviets out than doing it at their own, with the exception perhaps of one particular group. But this is the way in which they may like to praise their understanding of the Nazis. And one of the problematic issues, especially early in the war, was the association of at least some element of the Ukrainian military. And certainly there is debate for what degree this is valid. But the Azov division, which has a lot of symbols that definitely make Jews and Westerners uneasy, very fascistic kind of, symbols that are highly evocative of these kinds of things. But I don't think we should waste a lot of sleep over this. The fact that there are possibly some far-right elements in the Ukrainian military, when you wake up and smell the hummus, we have neo-Nazis everywhere, right? This is October, in Los Angeles, and I could bring you newspaper articles from all over the United States that regularly demonstrate how many neo-Nazis there are on this continent. So I think it's blown way out of proportion and largely serves Putin's purposes when we talk about Nazism in that regard. But I'd like to take us to where we are right now with Volodymyr Zelensky. And one of the things that I think he's done is the fact that he has really cemented Ukraine's trajectory towards a more Euro-social direction. That he has said, you know what, Ruski Mir simply does not work for us at all. We are all European Union types. We're all NATO types. We value the liberal democratic values of the West over the autocratic values of the East. This is something that has been very popular with, of course, the allies in the West, and has done a tremendous job as a communicator getting that across, particularly to the rest of the world. And ironically, Putin's invasion has only accelerated this trend, something that was always present in Ukrainian society, really even 19th century. But this is something that I think is now irrevocable, and that Ukraine will ultimately find itself, as long as it can survive this particular encounter with Russia, it will find itself within the European orbit more than before. Let me conclude with some statistics and a dramatic, I think, illustration of the point I'm trying to make here. This is a remarkable study that was done in 2015 by a very reputable Pew Research Center. This is well before the current conflict in Ukraine, and they wanted to ask Eastern Europeans, how would you feel about making Jews citizens in your countries? And when you look at the map here, it's a startling number. Ukraine has the lowest measurable level of anti-Semitism in 2015 as conducted by this very well-regarded research institute in the United States. Russia has about a 14% incidence of people saying we would rather not have seen part of our country. My homeland of Lithuania, almost 1 in 4 Lithuanians are glad my grandfather left. I am too. Romania, 1 in 5, but Ukraine is a relatively low number, 5%. It seems like a massive outlier, but it certainly speaks to the trend that we are discussing. And we can see in so many of the things with Zelensky's tremendous love affair with the United States. There is a photograph of him when he came to Congress most recently and delivered, I think, a very dramatic address there. And even Israel, for a variety of very complicated reasons that particularly revolve around the threat of Iran and Russia's invasion of Iran. Israel obviously has a large population of Ukrainian Jewish refugees and Ukrainian refugees and Russian Jews as well. I tried to thread the needle between maintaining their own geopolitical position and yet the widespread sentiment in favor of Ukraine. And Putin may have been poisoning the well even in Israel because of his closer and closer relationship with Iran as of late. But I think the most dramatic illustration of this shift in attitude among Jews regarding Ukraine is illustrated by this article that came out just about a week and a half ago in the New York Times. It's a very sad article by Jeffrey Gettleman, accompanied by photographs by Igor Turkish. And it's about a young married couple in Taras and who decided to sign up. They were living like basic kind of yuppie lives, successful urban professionals, but they decided they wanted to fight on the front lines. They wanted to fight together. And they went to the front lines together and they were killed together tragically. You can see that there's a photograph of them taken from their home, and you can see that they look like the Ukrainians, dressed in traditional costume, young people, happy, smiling. And when I read this article, tears came to my eyes when I read this passage. Taras and Olha met when they were 8 years old, part of what would reach these tiny Jewish community, remnants of what was once a vibrant Jewish massacre during World War II. They went to the same Jewish school. And it amazed me because these people, they don't look Jewish, they look Ukrainian. Their identity, and by the way, the whole article we're reading is all kinds of Ukrainian iconography throughout their house, literal iconography. But it's just part of the thing. They're Jewish, and yet they stepped up and they felt the need to identify themselves with Ukraine. This, I think, is the most tragic and poignant illustration of the development of the Ukrainian Jewish identity that we see is occurring in front of our eyes as this horrible dual war accelerates in Russia. We hope that the Ukraine finds peace and is able to reestablish itself, and that the Jews of Ukraine are able to reestablish their lives in peace and security. And with that, I want to thank you very much for your attention.
Hungarians and Germans might not mix.
Yeah, but they all spoke the language of money, and that was good enough. But Fugger did have to keep his guard up and make sure that, in addition to having Germans,
hello, colleagues. I'm very grateful to Dr. Galadza and the conference organizing
local folks to help navigate those shoals.
Yeah, because he ended up giving part of the interest in the mine to his
committee for allowing me the opportunity to participate in this august and important gathering. I'm very sorry that I can't be with you in person. I have a prior engagement in Europe that unfortunately I could not shift. I'm very grateful, however, to have the opportunity to respond in video format to Professor John Paul Hinckley's fantastic paper on Sheptitsky and the Jewish community, and I hope that my comments will not be redundant, given the tremendous number of very important and knowledgeable speakers who will be presenting at the conference. In my humble opinion, Metropolitan Sheptitsky was a deeply compassionate human being, a man of great reservoirs of faith, and also the capacity for phenomenal spiritual heroism, that in his old age, in his 70s, he rose to his full moral stature and was able to rescue some 200 Jewish children from the Holocaust. His story is well told, of course, in Professor Redlich's path-breaking article that was printed in Professor Magachi's Morality and Reality. And Professor Himka's work essentially brings us up to date in the last 30 years of historiography, although, as I hope to point out, many crucial elements remain unknown and, in fact, mired in controversy. I'm also very gratified that Professor Himka found my very brief 1991 article in Harvard Ukrainian Studies and cited it so prominently as an early element in the development of English language historiography on Sheptytsky and the Jewish community. It, of course, identified a 1903 letter that the Metropolitan had written to the Jewish community and, in fact, sent some funds to them. I'm very gratified that Professor Himka found that article sufficiently important to cite in this paper, and I think it identifies two very important points, especially relevant now, 3 decades since I authored it. The first is something that is really quite good, that it is just a lasting testimony, an actual artifact demonstrating the Metropolitan's long-standing philo-Semitism. And it also demonstrates another point that's not quite as encouraging. I'll discuss that shortly. Let's have a look at the letter, by the way. It is rather a remarkable document. You can see it's written in a very fine Ashkenazic script. He seems to have mastered quite a few of the finer points of Hebrew epistolary style. I think epistolary is actually a word. He refers to his interlocutors as my brothers. But let's get to the second point, which I think is perhaps not quite as encouraging. As Professor Himka writes, with his masterful 2013 article in Poland, quote, the development of the North American historiography had essentially come to a close. At that point, Professor Himka moves to European historiography, and he alerts the reader to 2 very important new works that I unfortunately have not had the opportunity to peruse, but I'm really looking forward to seeing them. Yuri Skeeter's 2018 study of the Studite monasteries in the Holocaust, and Andrei Mikhailenko's work on Sheptytsky and his relations to the Nazi regime. Those look like 2 extremely important works, and I look forward to reading them very much. But my first question would be, and this is related to the second point coming out of my 1991 article, is while this is essentially what has happened in North America and in Europe, what has happened in Israel? What has appeared in Hebrew and in Yiddish? We know that there is a phenomenal number of Holocaust memoirs, many of which are self-published, a little bit harder to track down. We have a large video archive from people who have not published written memoirs, but under the auspices of Steven Spielberg's Shoah Foundation, they have recorded their memoirs on video. And there are a tremendous number of sources that could shed light on many of the questions that are addressed by all of these authors on the subject of Metropolitan Sheptytsky's activity during World War II. And, I haven't done the research on this to know how deep it goes, but I did have a very quick look at Wikipedia just to see what's showing up there. And as you can see, here's the Hebrew language Wikipedia article on Andrei Sheptytsky. It's considerably shorter than the English language one. But when you go down into the bibliography list, there's actually quite a few interesting things. There are citations of 2 scholarly articles produced by Yad Vashem, which is especially relevant given the later controversy. They tend to rely heavily on Professor Redlich research and also on David Kahane's important memoir from Review, a few other things. But it also lists a 2005 article that was written in Haaretz with a very provocative title, The Ukrainian Schindler, and even takes us to a link to the National University in Jerusalem that lists 16 articles, many in Hebrew and Yiddish, 5 books, and an ebook that all have Metropolitan Sheptytsky's name in the title alone. A slightly deeper look at Review, at Ukrainian Jews, and so on, I'm sure, would provide a tremendous amount of material. And it remains to be seen, because I haven't received the books yet, whether Professor Skira and Mikhailenko were able to consult these sources. I doubt that the research will change the basic parameters of what we know about Metropolitan Sheptytsky, but I believe that this is an important lacuna that has not been explored in 30 years, and I would really like to see the Hebrew and Yiddish literature integrated into the historiography. I know that I happened to stumble across this particular letter while looking through Yiskerbuch of Lviv, and there's so many sources that we can draw from, and I'm just wondering what other revelations will we receive if we have a look at this very important memoir literature. I believe a very strong aspect of Professor Hemker's brief paper is his concise description of the very human process of Metropolitan Chaptitsky's evolving political thought with regards to communism and Nazism. Like many Eastern Europeans, Metropolitan Chaptitsky regarded the Soviets as a catastrophe for Ukraine. The persecution of Ukrainians, religious Ukrainians in particular, their atheism and so on, was absolutely horrific. The massacres perpetrated by the NKVD and so on were absolutely awful. And like many Ukrainians, they viewed the Nazis as liberators. And this explains much of the support that Metropolitan Chaptitsky gave for Ukrainians who were enlisting in forces designed to fight the Soviets, in particular the Galicia Division. And this recognition and initial support for the Galicia Division, which I am certain will be a major topic of discussion at the conference, is a cloud that hangs over Metropolitan Chaptitsky's head to the present day, regardless of the very detailed analysis and ultimate exoneration of the division by the Deschênes Commission. I don't need to tell the people at this conference how this controversy continues even into the 21st century in a very real and painful way for the Ukrainian community, especially those emigres in Canada, perhaps some 900 of them, who are associated with the religious division. But what Professor Hemke points out, which is very important for our understanding of Metropolitan Chaptitsky's evolving political thought, is that by the late summer of 1942, after the great deportations had already occurred from many parts of Eastern Europe, Warsaw in particular, he was absolutely convinced that the Nazis were worse than the communists for Ukraine. Chaptitsky rose to his full moral height and used all the powers of his office to aid the Jewish community, rescuing some 200 Jewish children through his Studite monasteries, with explicit instructions that this was not to be connected to any kind of forced baptism of the children, through the writing and distribution of pastoral letters that condemned Ukrainians who participated in Nazi Aktionen against the Jews, and to writing to his superiors in Rome, demanding that some sort of action be taken to stem the flow of blood that was emanating from Galicia. At this point, he is without question a heroic individual doing everything he can to save the Jews with whom he had had such positive relations in the past. And by way of a small tangent, I think it is absolutely fascinating to compare this dawning realization of this religious giant with someone from the Jewish community, a tremendous figure named Rabbi Kalmas Shapiro of Warsaw, who continued to write sermons for his embattled Jewish community in the ghetto, which were later discovered as part of the Ringelblum archive. And through his real-time writings, which were designed for a public audience, which we can track from September of 1939 all the way up until January of 1943, when he consigned these documents to the Oneg Shabbos archive for burial, and fortunately they were discovered in 1950 by a Polish construction worker. We can see how Rabbi Shapiro also went through a process of realization of the meaning of the Holocaust. In Rabbi Shapiro's case, of course, there was a dawning realization that the Holocaust was something completely sui generis, something completely different from anything that had ever happened before. It's fascinating to note that the timing seems to be very similar. That in the case of Rabbi Shapiro, his ultimate realization of the utter catastrophe that the Holocaust represented really happened in the spring of 1942, when a escapee from the concentration camp, the death camp of Chelmno, made it back into the Warsaw Ghetto and was able to reveal to the resistance there what exactly was happening in the gas chambers. I would think that this would also be an interesting doctoral dissertation, a comparison of the realization of the meaning of Nazism for both Metropolitan Chapsitsky and Rabbi Shapiro. By way of conclusion, I have to reflect on the fact that my mentor, Professor Paul Robert Magachi, chose to title his classic collection of essays on Metropolitan Chapsitsky, Morality and Reality. I think that's especially appropriate because communal leaders, religious leaders, and I would like to say even historians, have to negotiate both the moral sphere and also much more pragmatic realities. And Metropolitan Chapsitsky's biography illustrates those dangers because he has this long philo-Semitic history, marked at one point in his old age by a qualified and temporary support for an otherwise completely vile cause, and then his return to that strong position of morality. It makes the complexities of understanding his personality very, very difficult for people who crave simple narratives. And that's ultimately the situation that we find ourselves in as historians, seeking to tease out the larger meaning of the great arc of this heroic individual's life. One of the most painful aspects of this momentary lapse in his judgment vis-a-vis the Nazis, which is something that many, and one might argue in some sense, Rabbi Shapiro missed, is that Yad Vashem has still to recognize this towering figure as one of the righteous of the nations. It is something that has gained support among many sympathetic Jewish audiences. For example, here's an article by the prominent journalist Hanan Lipschitz on Metropolitan Chapsitsky that appeared quite recently, because at the end of the day, Metropolitan Chapsitsky did save some 200 children, 3 of which are shown in this photograph here in his Studite monasteries, and those children later went on to join the Jewish community in Israel and elsewhere. With your permission, I'd like to take a moment to reflect on what this means for us at this point in the 21st century, reflecting on the life of Metropolitan Chapsitsky. I'm sure you're all familiar with the famous quote from the great American author William Faulkner, "The past is never dead, it isn't even past." Many of the existential issues that Metropolitan Chapsitsky faced are still with us today, albeit in very different forms. I'm sure that many of us are following 2 wars very closely, the war in Ukraine and the war in the land of Israel, both of which have tremendous consequences for Ukrainians and Jews respectively, and together actually. And I cannot help but see eerie parallels between the moral decisions that Metropolitan Chapsitsky had to face in his very different environment with what is occurring today. For example, we are poised here in the United States on the cusp of a very significant election, and while the House of Representatives and most Americans are united in condemnation of Vladimir Putin for his seizure of Ukrainian children, for example, but when it comes to the question of aid for Ukraine, it's remarkable to note a significant number of dissenters who do not connect the gross immorality of such abductions with our need to respond to Ukraine's need to defend its territorial integrity and especially to return its children to their homes. And when we turn to Israel, I'd like to point out that we all have a colleague there with whom many of us have participated in international conferences on Ukraine and on Jews in Ukraine. I'm talking about Professor Jonathan Dekel-Chaim, who is an American-born Israeli who has written a very important work on the history of Jews in southern Ukraine, specifically the agricultural settlements promoted by the Soviets in the early 20th century. And he's only 1 degree separated from us. He is one of our colleagues. And his son, Sagi, was taken from Kibbutz Nir Oz, near the Gaza border, and is still in captivity over a year later. We want him to return to his family as soon as possible. So we are intrinsically involved in similar ethical issues that Metropolitan Patrici had to face. They may seem much more distant to us because we are not at a time of war here in North America, but nevertheless, with our increasingly globalized environment, our decisions and our words make incredible differences. Let us hope that in the merit of studying the life of this truly heroic spiritual figure, we will also merit to see the return of Ukrainian children to their homes, the return of the hostages to their families in Israel, and the end of violence in both Ukraine and Israel. Thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to participate in this video format, and I hope the rest of your conference will be successful.
Here's our limit on party size. And so he threw a massive wedding in comparison and just paid the tax.
You see that today too, right? Okay, if the fine's only $1,000.
A new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives that was written in the Ramchal's own hand. It's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. There's one character who is called the Chacham. He is a learner-earner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years, and he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He says, listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way?
To have some somewhat liquid assets always at your disposal.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their awareness of this dark period in Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look in the information box below. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it meaningful. Thank you very much for watching. According to some news accounts, a woman took a brick and threw it through a bakery window. Everyone rushed in to get the stolen bread, and this food riot sort of expanded and expanded. It took on more political overtones, and ultimately, within a very short period of time, the Tsar's palace was overrun. The Tsar and his family were arrested. They would be assassinated later, and it gives you a sense of just how tumultuous and how crazy everything was at the time. And they call themselves the Provisional Government, and the whole idea that was that they wanted to establish a modern form of democracy, and they wanted to do it right. The communists were able to take advantage and ultimately undermine Kerensky's efforts. The genius behind all of it was Vladimir Ilyich Lenin, shown here. Tovarishch Lenin, meaning Comrade Lenin at the top there with his characteristic soft cap, and he's getting rid of all of the negative classes.
South America, which granted the eastern.
You know, for example, in the daily prayers, if a woman felt that her claim had not been adequately addressed by the Tubeir or by the Beit Din, she could go show up in shul, could walk into the men's section, stand on the bima, and refuse to allow the services to continue until she received assurances that she would be heard. This, of course, was subject to a certain degree of abuse. It was a fairly extreme form of sanctioned disruption that nevertheless did allow many elements of society that did not have conventional power to be able to nevertheless make sure that their causes were heard. And by and large, this kahila structure really functioned very well right up until Napoleon basically destroyed it with the destruction of the corporate nature of Jewish society. Positive commandments and negative commandments. That is, those commandments which are thou shalt do, go out and do something, and those which are thou shalt not, refrain from doing something. We can also divide those on a horizontal axis as those which are defined by time, meaning go do this at a particular time, or do not do this at this particular time, and other commandments which are not defined by time, meaning that you must always do these commandments anytime, and you must never do these commandments during these particular times. Examples: a positive commandment which is defined by time would be the commandment to sit in a sukkah, right? Which is an outdoor dwelling that is only for the holiday of Sukkot. A negative commandment defined by time would be do not eat bread on the holiday of Passover. You can eat bread the rest of the year, but on Passover, do not eat bread, right? We see it, just some examples of this, by the way, in some of the most amazing artwork that comes from the Erfurt Hoard that we looked at a few weeks ago. This is the one of the marriage rings that was, it's hard to imagine exactly how this ring would have been used. It's hard to imagine a single person would own this. It looks like maybe it would be used for like communal marriages and shared, I don't know, but absolutely fantastic piece of art dating from 14th century Germany. Here you can see the underside. Look at how the hands are clasped on the bottom. Absolutely gorgeous artwork. Really, I think it even puts to shame modern jewelry by some of these designs, but who am I to judge these aesthetics? I just think it's fascinating.
Some of that stuff we were just reading about, that to me that's the importance of food. He was the first.
Here is one that is from Strasbourg, that is one of the most famous. Sometimes these are called the Strasbourg sisters, and it's interesting because the church is shown here kind of like looking daggers at her sister, and I think it's a rather unappealing kind of image. Like you don't like her; she's very judgy, so to speak. And synagoga has a much more graceful kind of form, but she is in an attitude and a posture of decline. She is literally falling away from the rock, which indicates the collapse, decline of Judaism. All these things, I think, give the very consistent message.
It's been like that ever since. Where those who have the money.
I think one of the most fascinating things I've ever learned about the history of anti-Semitism, which is something that has pretty much occupied my mind since I first personally encountered it as a 14-year-old kid. And that is this quote from Jean-Paul Sartre, who immediately after the war published this very important small book called Réflexions sur la question juive, Reflections on the Jewish Question. He wrote, Si le juif n'existait pas, l'antisémite l'inventerait. If the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. And I think at its foundation, this is one of the most important things to know about anti-Semitism, is that it's not about the Jews. It's about the anti-Semites. The Jewish problem is not a problem of the Jews. It is a problem of the anti-Semites who are trying to use the Jews to explain the challenges they have in their personal lives, in their society, and so on.
In return for interest, and he would lend the money out.
In Western Europe, I had all these negative things going on. In Eastern Europe, there was a recognition of the value the Jews had to initiate the economy, and so they were
trading spices, trading other commodities,
actively attracted into the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and offered the possibility of settlement there to engage in various economic functions to which the largely agrarian population was not well adapted. And we see this, for example, here's a beautiful example of a Jew, kind of like a Jewish family, really coming to Poland and seeking the refuge there, and the king who is up on the stairs is magnanimously saying, well, you know, basically, why don't we let them in? I mean, they seem like nice people, right? So this is especially noted in the various charters extended to Jews.
Because he was a cardinal, would stay in the family, right? There was no family. He didn't officially have children, though I'm sure he did have some.
So what exactly did Protestantism have to say about the Jews? This was a question that was posed to Martin Bucer. He comes up with this document, which is called the Kassel Advice, because it was composed in a town called Kassel near 1538. This sounds a little bit like the Doctrine of Witness, a little bit like the Pact of Umar in Muslim lands, that, you know, Jews may continue to worship, but they can't expand. Third, this is one of my favorites. No Jews may argue with a Christian about religion unless the Christian is duly licensed to argue with them. Right? Like, you know, I think there's a concern that if Christians discuss these things with Jews, they might end up being convinced by Judaism rather than the other way around. So only professional Christian preachers may argue with Jews about these things.
He wanted to show that he was very rich and powerful and create.
Good morning, fellow students of Jewish history. This morning we're cruising along this beautiful canal somewhere in southern Netherlands or probably northern Belgium on our way to the glorious city of Antwerp, which has a huge and vibrant Jewish population, and I really can't wait to see it as a point of embarkation for many European Jews, like my own ancestors, making their way over to the United States of America. What we saw yesterday in Amsterdam, especially the Portuguese synagogue, it's an incredible building with so many details, and I was especially fascinated by the pelican symbol that was used, very unusual symbol used by the Jews of Amsterdam, specifically the leaders of the Portuguese Jewish community, to describe themselves. And I'm going to talk about that in a longer form video. Anyway, I hope you have an excellent day, and I can't wait to share more of this amazing kosher river cruise with you.
Man, I think it was almost all men surrounding him, the way it was all centered, you know, him in the middle with them all around stuff. You could hear a pin drop in there. I mean, they weren't saying anything, you know. So, in a very analogous situation. And as we invest abroad, for our investors, we think strong insider ownership is important.
How you just hold it up?
To deal with is being inside places that you can't know. Explain how Spain was first a strong insider in Rome with the Vatican.
Through his Augsburg
Okay, I'm going to focus in on the actual.
Also get your head in.
Get your head in.
Get your head in. Heute ist Schuhe auf. Good to head. Yeah.
Heel lekker.
Heel lekker.
Agit gebencht Stuhl in Nachricht von den Kindern. Aktive und Chassime Teure.
between the Vatican and Fugger. And Zig, yeah, he was the bag man, he was the lobbyist, he was the German
Paz. He was a Portuguese diplomat
of the papal officials.
who was of crypto-Jewish origins, which means his parents were likely converted in the forced conversion of 1496-97
Sounds like that one guy from Game of Thrones.
in Portugal, and he was born around 1500. But he had this remarkable career lobbying popes to hold off persecuting other Portuguese crypto-Jews. And it's just mind-boggling what he got away with. And he went to Pope Clement VII and actually got the Pope to cancel the Inquisition in Portugal. This is amazing. De Paz was able to get Pope Paul III to actually pardon 1,800 Portuguese crypto-Jews who had been arrested for secretly practicing Judaism and have them released from these Portuguese dungeons. 1,800 people. It's just incredible.
Nowadays, you would pay influencers.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This is the first in a series of very short, brief videos that looks at the question, what is a synagogue? And our first topic is, it is a place of prayer. Where does this term synagogue come from? It's Greek, and it means basically to gather together. That's a translation of the Hebrew term Beit Knesset, or literally a house of entrance, meaning a place where many people come in to gather together. This is one of the great gifts of the Jewish people to the broader world, because this institution of the synagogue, which really began with the Jews, was later widely imitated, in particular by Christianity and Islam, so that if you go not only to your local neighborhood synagogue on Saturday morning, but if you go to a mosque on Friday or a church on Sunday, you are really going to an institution which was based on an early Jewish innovation. A synagogue is distinct from the temple, right? In ancient Jewish history, we have the central location of worship, the Beit HaMikdash, a permanent settlement of the temporary traveling tabernacle that's described in the Torah. That was called the Mishkan. And during the ancient period, all other kind of sacrificial altars that may have been set up for individual families across the land of Israel were phased out as this central location for worship was established. But the synagogue is quite different. The synagogue is not trying to compete with the temple. The synagogue is kind of like, we're too far away from the temple and we still have a desire to express our need for closeness to God, and we need some kind of place to do that. When did this beautiful institution start? Well, according to the Midrash, Yalkut Shimoni, number 408, this institution is ascribed all the way back to Moses. We see this argument also mentioned in the first century historian Josephus, and even in Christian sources there is an attribution of this institution to Moses. There's a lot of interesting literary suggestions that the institution of the synagogue was widespread by the 6th century before the Common Era, when the land of Israel was conquered by the Babylonians, and many of the Jewish population were exiled all the way back to Babylonia, and they set up some kind of houses of worship over there, longing for their far-off home in the land of Israel. We see this referred to in the book of Ezekiel, chapter 11, verse 16, in which God says through the prophet, I will be for them as a little sanctuary in the countries where they are come. The Hebrew is Lemikdash Ma'at, right? A small sanctuary. And this certainly encapsulates the idea of what a synagogue should be. There are interesting passages in the Talmud that talk about ancient synagogues from this period, one in particular called Shafriyativ, which was built in part by pulling together some of the ruined bricks from the first temple itself, brought to Babylonia and used in the construction of another temple. And so the idea is that the synagogues today represent some little part of that ancient tradition of the temple itself. It's not hard to imagine why the synagogue would be especially associated with diaspora. The great distances that often separated diaspora communities from the center in Jerusalem meant that Jews wanted an outlet to express their desire to become closer to God. And so creating a special location that is designated as a place of sanctity, that seems to make a lot of sense. So we see synagogues popping up all over the diaspora. And over the course of these series of brief videos, I hope to show you some of the gorgeous examples of synagogue art and architecture where Jews focused their thoughts and expressed them in a concrete manner to allow this function to take place. It's true that other functions were layered on top of the synagogue, but the central function was certainly one of prayer. So thank you very much for watching, and here's a brief message from my rabbi, Rabbi Yaakov Trump.
After hearing that incredible perspective from Dr. Edmondson about what community means, the centrality of the synagogue in Jewish life throughout the ages. Come and join us as we celebrate our shul, our community, Young Israel Law in Cedarhurst. We celebrate two very special couples, Dr. Abramson and his wife Ilana, together with our young couple, Alan and Gila Goldberg, on February 12, 2022, as we celebrate special people in a special community. See you there.
In other words, if you're not taking risk and you're charging, to your point just a second ago, what would be considered confiscatory rates based on the risk you're taking, that is useful. There's no connection between the risk.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to the second in a series of short videos that I've prepared to commemorate my synagogue, Young Israel Law in Cedarhurst, and to promote our upcoming annual dinner. Today, I'd like to answer the question, what is a synagogue? With the response, it is a place of kindness. In the first video, we talked about the synagogue as a place of prayer, but the synagogue actually serves a very, very useful purpose as a communal gathering space. Bear in mind that, especially in pre-modern Europe, it was not so common to have large public spaces that could be easily rented for communal functions. I mean, especially if you're living in a ghetto with very, very constricted space requirements and people living in multi-story apartments, such as in Venice, for example. So having a free space that can be designated for communal meetings and for communal discussions and for communal activism is very, very useful. And that's the service that the synagogue often provided for the Jewish community. This is especially true in not only in ghettos, but also in shtetls, in the small villages that dotted Eastern Europe, where the level of wealth might be such that the only communal space available would be the synagogue. And as such, the synagogue serves as an extremely useful logistical starting point for all kinds of community organizations, so-called chevras, or committees, which deal with everything from providing dowries for poor brides to taking care of orphans and widows and the travelers, and providing for education and providing for all kinds of needs of the community. These would be typically organized within the synagogue walls. The Talmud in Tractate Megillah does place restrictions on what can be done in a synagogue. It has a level of sanctity, so it can't be used, for example, as a place to organize, the conducting of business, or to take advantage of the large open space to hang laundry or something like that. One can't even, for example, take a shortcut through a synagogue. If you want to get from one street to another street, and the synagogue has doors on both streets, you can't just cut through the synagogue. But for the most part, synagogues in medieval Europe in particular were frequently used for all kinds of communal activities to benefit the community as a whole. It's certainly appropriate to use the synagogue for charitable purposes, to organize charities and things like that. I'd like to have a look at one particular synagogue that I find incredibly beautiful, that really encapsulates this tremendous value of the synagogue as the beating heart of the community. Let's look at the synagogue of ROTHSCHILD, which is in Poland, and you can see from this map here, it's just a little bit east of Krakow. And when you look at photographs from when it existed, it was unfortunately destroyed by the Nazis in 1941. It had kind of like a barn-like appearance. I mean, it was a little bit more majestic on the outside because it had this sort of pagoda-like architecture, but it really didn't give any sense as to the tremendous beauty that is within this wooden synagogue. I'd like to say two things about this remarkable synagogue. First of all, like many of the wooden synagogues that were constructed throughout the villages that dotted Eastern Europe, the simple, almost barn-like exterior was a disguise, really, for a far more opulent and inviting interior. The exterior hid an ingenious internal cupola, which you can look at this cross-section here, was actually like a totally distinct interior. When you were looking at it from the outside, it looked like a rather large kind of, but simplistic, somewhat ramshackle structure. But when you walked inside, you felt the grandeur of this curving, gently sloping architecture that directed the eyes heavenward. And that must have been an absolutely incredible experience. The second thing is that many of these wooden synagogues had their internal cupolas, and in fact all of the walls were richly decorated with luscious colors representations of ideas in the Torah and the Talmud and so on, particularly the zodiac, as we shall see in a minute. Now, the black and white photographs we have from ROTHSCHILD do little to really give us a sense of what this experience must have been like. Many years ago, I had the privilege of working with Al Barry, Florida Atlantic University, and director Carl Hirsch on a documentary video looking at the lost wooden synagogues that were destroyed by the Nazis in Eastern Europe. And here's a short clip of a look at one of those synagogue ceilings, specifically a zodiac, with a much younger me describing the experience of walking in it. The narration is by the great Theodore Buchanan.
Central design is an enormous zodiac calendar, a common motif in wooden synagogue paintings.
When a Jew would walk into the synagogue and would behold all of the 12 signs of the zodiac, he or she would get a sense of the rhythm of the entire Jewish year and its associations with the various festivals that would be celebrated under each of the symbols of the zodiac.
Each sign of the zodiac is surrounded by quotes and scripture and prayers. In this picture, the constellation of Bach, 12 or bucket, partly reflects the needs for mercy and for new
Although the synagogue of ROTHSCHILD was destroyed, it was recreated in a museum in Warsaw. Very beautiful recreation, as you can see here in these photographs, that really capture this kind of like Persian carpet quality to the richness of the imagery and the text that surrounds the worshiper as they go into the synagogue. And you can imagine that the Jews who gathered in the synagogue midweek to deal with much more secular concerns, like, for example, how are they going to fund the school system this year? And how are they going to, provide for Hannah's dowry and things like that? They must have been infused with a tremendous sense of holiness as they sat under these remarkable decorations in this internal cocoon. And this is one of the reasons why my wife Ilana and I are so proud to be enthusiastic supporters of Young Israel Dor and Cedar, because it, like many shuls throughout the world, encapsulates the value of chesed, of kindness. And although there are multiple minyanim that occur throughout the day, and it is first and foremost a place of prayer, it really is a tremendous place of chesed, where there's a phenomenal amount of community organization that goes on, a food bank that's especially important to my wife and myself, and blood drives, and support for needy members of our community and the communities that surround us and Israel. It's really a phenomenal place, and I'm very, very enthusiastic about it. I hope that you will join us at the dinner this February. And here's a message from our Young Leadership Awardees.
Alan and I are so honored that the shul chose us to be the Young Leadership Awardees at this year's dinner.
Please join us if you haven't already signed up. Motzei Shabbos, February 12th, 2022. It's going to be a great evening to celebrate our community and our shul. The more people there, the better it is. If you haven't made your reservations, there's plenty of time. And if you have, good job.
So he knew every day what his net worth was based on the values that were being paid for his stuff. No one else was doing that. The conviction.
Hello and welcome to the third in a series of videos I'm preparing for my synagogue, Young Israel of Dor and Cedarhurst, in connection with our annual upcoming dinner. And, I've been asking the question, what is a shul? And today's response is going to be, it is a place of rejoicing. We should certainly not discount the role that communal celebrations play in the development of a cohesive national identity that helped preserve the Jews through their long diaspora. And the synagogue was a key element in providing a place where Jews could get together to celebrate not only lifestyle celebrations like baby namings and Brit Milah and weddings and so on, but also the calendrical celebrations, the holiday cycle and so on. And in that context, I'd like to take a quick visit to one of the most fascinating synagogues of the ancient world, that of Dura Europos. Now, have a look at this map here. This is where it's located, on the Euphrates River, not too far from the Talmudic city of Nahar Dor, but it's a rather unusual association with the ancient period because it was actually lost for about 1,700 years. Here's an aerial view of Dura Europos, and this is especially fascinating because the entire city was basically lost until the 20th century, when it was accidentally discovered by a British military patrol just digging up places in connection with the post-World War I era. This city, which was known in the ancient world, it was destroyed in the year 256 by the King Shapur I of the Sassanid Empire. This is, by the way, for those who are familiar with the Talmud, the famous Shapur Malk. And when it was discovered, it was actually preserved in a remarkable condition. The reason for this is because the Romans, who were trying to defend this eastern outpost from the Sassanid Persians, had actually taken all of the buildings that were by the wall in particular, ripped off their roofs, and filled them with desert sand as an attempt to fortify the city against the invaders. This was to no avail, but it actually had a really interesting consequence for Jews in that the Dura Europos synagogue, which was located right by the city walls, was remarkably preserved, especially its gorgeous 29 panels of wall paintings. We know that the synagogue was constructed in the year 245 of the Common Era because, of course, there is a plaque that mentions the names of the donors, right? This is one of the great things about Jewish archaeology, is that the synagogues always have plaques, right? Those inscriptions tell us a lot of things about the synagogue. So let's have a look at that synagogue now. Here you can see the western wall, which has the Aron Kodesh on it. Of course, it is the western wall because we are on the east side of Jerusalem. Here in America, we tend to put our Aron Kodesh on the eastern side to face Jerusalem. And you can just get a sense of what it must have been like to walk into this building with these amazing paintings that covered literally every inch of the wall space. And because of the sand, it was actually preserved for 1,700 years. No light entered in to fade the paintings, although we can see levels of renovation work where some paintings were painted over and slightly adjusted and so on. There's just incredible effervescence and energy in these paintings. Here's a beautiful scene of the temple, and you can see that the figure third from the top right is clearly labeled in Greek as Aaron the priest, and this amazing mural that shows scenes in the life of Moses, which also indicates, fascinatingly, that the Jews of Dura Europos apparently had no compunction about portraying the images of women's faces. Here's a glorious multi-figure representation of the Jews crossing the Red Sea, with Moses shown in several figures. You can notice here, by the way, that the artist clearly has, in some cases, apparently there are two distinct artists that are demonstrated here. One shows very Roman influence, or rather Hellenistic influence, and a lot of the figures are shown in togas, and the other seems to have much more Persian influence, a lot of Persian-type clothing and so on. And you see battle scenes going on in Dura Europos, and here's one of my favorites. This is a great image of the humiliation of Haman, who is shown here, who obviously has lost his pants somehow, and he is walking Mordecai in a symbol of great honor, as seen from the book of Esther. So one can only imagine that these remarkable images must have accompanied a sense of awe and celebration and excitement. This just gives us a little sense at the elements of rejoicing that go into this special building we call the synagogue, and it is one that I associate very closely with my synagogue in Israel, going to the host. I really hope that you'll be able to participate in one form or another, hopefully by actually coming in person to our dinner celebration this year. Thank you very much for watching.
Hi, it's Stephen and Marjorie Kilmer. We are so excited to join together for the Yoke Dinner on 2/12/22, honoring two awesome couples, the Abramsons and the Goldbergs.
We moved to the neighborhood 25 years ago, and our number one priority was to find a house that was close to a shul. We were so fortunate to make Yoke our home. It's an honor and a privilege to join our Yoke family on 2/12/22.
Please join us at dinner on 2/12/22.
Reformation, as we know, is one of the pivotal events in history because it cleaved Christianity between those
the fourth in a series of videos looking at the question of what is a synagogue that is specifically associated with the upcoming annual shul dinner for the Young Israel Lawrence Cedarhurst. So today I'd like to speak about the synagogue as a place of memory. And what I'd like to begin with is a small joke where I'll try and make it really quick, but basically there's this women's group in South Florida, and they put together a lot of money. They raised a lot of funds in order to buy a fighter jet for the Israeli Air Force. Tremendously expensive endeavor. And they raise the funds, and they buy this fighter jet, this F-15 fighter, and they have a big ceremony at Fort Lauderdale Airport where they're all sitting on bleachers, and the pilot is there from the IDF, and he's about to get into the cockpit for the very first time on his maiden voyage, and he salutes to everyone on the bleachers. He gets up into the cockpit, pulls down the cowling, fires up the engines, and goes racing down the runway. And then he stops. And then the plane turns around, and fires up the engines, and goes racing down the runway the other way. And he stops again. He does this a few times until finally he comes and he taxis up to the bleachers again. He pops open the cowling, he walks down onto the tarmac, goes up to the president of the Hadassah group there, and says, "Ladies, I'm afraid the plane will not take off. We have to remove at least some of the plaques." For those of you who attend synagogue regularly, you know what I'm talking about, because synagogues have a tremendous amount of their vertical real estate devoted to plaques of various kinds. So-and-so donated the money for this, so-and-so dedicated the money for this, and things like that. And that's really a very old tradition in Judaism. If you look at this example here, this is the so-called Theodotos inscription, which is about 2,000 years old, the very oldest inscription, dedicatory plaque really, discovered in a synagogue. It was found in Jerusalem. The text reads in Greek, which is significant, Theodotos, son of Venitus, priest and head of the synagogue, right? He's a Kohen, and he is the archi-synagogus, meaning he's like the president of the shul. Kohen, and at the same time president of the shul. Son of a head of the synagogue and grandson of a head of the synagogue. Got tremendous yichus going back 2 generations of shul presidents. Built the synagogue for the reading of the Torah and the teaching of the commandments, as well as the guest room, the chambers, the water fittings, as an inn for those in need from abroad, the synagogue which his fathers founded with the elders, and Simonides. So I'm not sure who Simonides is and why he's at the very end of the description, but nevertheless, this is like a typical plaque. It says who paid for it and refers to prior generations and says what was dedicated in particular. Here's another one from Susia in southern Judea, 4 centuries later. Just, sometimes they're expressed in mosaics and so on, but basically this is a really old thing. Pretty much as long as we have had synagogues, we have had plaques. They go together. It's also interesting to note that in many of these dedicatory inscriptions, women participate as well. There's one specifically interesting one that was discovered in Smyrna that refers to a woman named Rufina, who not only dedicated all kinds of funds for the synagogue, but she herself was also identified as the archi-synagogus, the president of the shul. So this is something that goes back a long way, and it has obviously some practical elements, because when people donate money to the synagogue and they get this plaque, it's a way of keeping the synagogue moving, because the synagogue is a human organization. You have to keep the lights on, you have to pay the taxes, you have to pay the staff. So donating to the synagogue makes sure that the place exists in a concrete fashion. But it's not, one of the things that's amazing about these plaques is that it's something that allows for a very democratic participation, meaning not only those who dedicate like the foundations or the major halls, but people can dedicate amounts for very small, even ephemeral things like prayer cards for Kiddush Levana, or even more ephemeral things like when my wife suggested that we should make a donation for the daily coffee expenses each year by the coffee stand. But I think one of the most moving elements of the evolution of the plaque in Jewish tradition is the yahrzeit board, in which you can, and this is very affordable, every family can do this. You buy a small little plaque that lists the name of a beloved one who is deceased. It goes up on this board, and then on the anniversary of their death, it's a really nice innovation. I don't think they did this before electrification, but they would just screw in a little light bulb a little bit deeper so that it makes the electric connection, and it lights up. So specifically, as it were, calls attention to the name of the person who died on that particular day. This is their yahrzeit, their death anniversary, and so on. Unfortunately, the Holocaust necessitates a different kind of memorial that represents the collective 6 million losses that Jewish people suffered. It's a very moving thing. And what I think is so meaningful about it, and I have one there as well from my own beloved father who passed away a few years ago, it helps bring a memory of my father into a public place, because it's a wonderful thing to donate to create, let's say, a sculpture or an art installation that is located somewhere, let's say outdoors, or maybe in a museum during an exhibition and things like that. But it's so beautiful to have a concrete reminder of the existence of a loved one in a place where people gather, in a place where you can come together. I often, at the end of the day, just walk over to the plaque, the small plaque that my family and I dedicated in the name of my beloved father, just to think about him or remember him, and to know that in some symbolic way, he's there with me davening too. And it means a lot to me. I hope you found this useful, and I would really love to see you at the dinner. I hope you'll be able to participate. Thanks very much for watching.
When I came to the United States, there were shoes. There was no sense of Tehillah. I felt disconnected. However, in the young Israel of Lone Cedarhurst, I found a place reminiscent of home of the Tehillah and Mission March. I would like to congratulate our honorees, Ilan and Dr. Hillel Abramson and Gila and Aaron Roswell. You have contributed to the creation of a new home for me and my family. Thank you.
So Venice was right there, very good location. Genoa was tribal, it was on the other side of the Italian peninsula.
Hello and welcome to the fifth in this series of the What is a Synagogue videos, in which we're talking about different aspects of synagogue life, and I'm preparing these videos in connection with the upcoming annual dinner of my synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, where my wife and I are privileged to serve as the guests of honor at their annual dinner this year. So when I think about synagogues, I think so much about how they are places of rebirth. Right? It's always a bad idea to bet against the resilience of the Jewish people. We see that especially clearly in this very unusual synagogue in Belmonte, Portugal. Now, I got to tell you, this is an amazing synagogue for all kinds of reasons. First of all, we should realize that the Jewish community in Belmonte, Portugal, here you can see where it's located. It's kind of inland Portugal. It's not near any major areas. It's really quite a remote place, actually. The Jewish community there was basically destroyed in 1497 with the mass conversion that was engineered by the Portuguese authorities. This is following up on the Spanish Inquisition and the Spanish expulsion, which actually swelled the population of Portugal significantly, and then followed by the Portuguese Inquisition, which is in many ways even worse than the Spanish Inquisition. So what happened was, in some really small, remote communities like Belmonte, the Jewish community actually went underground. And they outwardly portrayed themselves as Catholics, but in reality they were crypto-Jews, and they continued to practice what they understood as Judaism in secret for 5 centuries. Now, the reason why I qualify that Judaism is because, it's really impossible to keep all of the traditions, especially the rabbinic traditions and the customs that are, widespread throughout Europe, when you're in a tremendous lockdown with no access to books, no access to rabbis, and you're handing things down from generation to generation. It is amazing the degree to which the Jews of Belmonte hung on to their traditions. They were eventually discovered in the early 20th century by this man, Samuel Schwartz, who was a Polish Jew working in the region as an engineer. And, came to talking with people there, and people said, well, whatever you do, don't do business with anyone from Belmonte, because, they're Jews there. he said, what? Jews in Portugal? They've been kicked out since 1497, or they've been forcibly converted. How are there any Jews left here? So he went to Belmonte, and at first the Jewish community there was very hesitant to reveal themselves, and they didn't quite trust him. They asked him a lot of really probing, hard questions to see if he really was Jewish. You can imagine the conversation, right? Funny, you don't look Jewish, you don't sound Jewish. But they brought him to the village elder, who is a woman, and by reciting a few key prayers that they had memorized, like Shema Yisrael, Hashem Elokeinu, Hashem Echad, then Samuel Schwartz was able to establish his bona fides, and the village elders said to everyone gathered around, yes, he is in fact Jewish. There are Jews outside of Portugal, and so that began their exposure to the wider world. My wife and I had the great privilege of visiting the Jewish community of Belmonte twice now with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, and here I am with my colleague, the Prague historian David Kraus.
Behind us stands the Beit Eliyahu Synagogue of Belmonte, which was inaugurated in 1993, if I'm not mistaken. And this is really like the pinnacle of the renewal of the crypto-Jewish community at Belmonte. This gentleman behind me is the president of the Jewish community of Belmonte. So this, pretty much, as you can see, this is a very remote area. And this is the center of the rebirth of modern Jewish identity. If it wasn't for the 500 years of struggle of the crypto-Jews here who kept it alive, and I think this, personally, for me, this is the most fascinating experience.
Obviously, this synagogue is a late 20th century addition to the community, but it has a lot of features that are very specifically and subtly designed to allude to the unusual history of the community. First of all, it has a mikveh, of course. It has a beautiful aron with the Ten Commandments standing on either side. But this is the aspect of the synagogue architecture that I find most fascinating. Have a look at this Ner Tamid, the eternal light, which in most synagogues is, it's designed as a tradition to be evocative of the appurtenances of the temple, the actual sanctuary in Jerusalem. In most synagogues today, you'll see that there's some kind of electric light there. Sometimes it's like a little more beautiful, designed to look like a flame, or maybe evoke the burning bush of the book of Exodus. But what is this thing here? What are we looking at? That is totally different. You can see they have another one over here on the far wall. What exactly is that thing? So it turns out that this is a traditional lamp from before the area was electrified, and it's what normal Portuguese people would use to light their homes. You would put like a candle on the inside of it, or oil and a wick on the inside of it there, and you would be able to carry it around and things like that. Now, the reason why it's so important is because even after electrification, the Jewish community of Belmonte had a long tradition of lighting their candles in such a way that it would not be apparent to anyone who saw inside their homes that they were lighting them for a ritual purpose. So this lamp, which would look, let's say 100 years ago, like a totally ordinary lamp, meant so much to the Portuguese Jews of Belmonte, the crypto Jews, because it really symbolized their hidden identity. And even now that we have electrification, and now, Baruch Hashem, we have regular Shabbat candles and things like that, they still use this as a symbol of their resilience and their ability to be ready for renewal once again. And that's why I think the synagogue is a wonderful place of renewal. I hope you enjoyed this video. I would love it if you would participate in the dinner. It would be great if you could actually come and join us and meet in person. Otherwise, please feel free to send a greeting. Thank you very much for watching.
Can you imagine having a sukkah here with that view? Like, oh my gosh. I'm coming to Belmonte for sukkahs next year, God willing. This is where I want to have my sukkah. Especially if, you're in Brooklyn or something, this is what an amazing place to have a sukkah. Okay, let's close the bus. Bye.
You mentioned how important Frankfurt was from a commercial perspective, and you talked about the Frankfurt Festival. Could you teach our listeners somewhat about that?
Hello and welcome to the 6th video in this series in which I ask the question, what is a synagogue? And these videos are prepared to promote the upcoming annual dinner at my synagogue, the Young Israel of Lawrence Seahurst, where my wife and I are very privileged to serve as the guest of honor. So today I'd like to talk about the synagogue as a place of security. And it's meant kind of in two senses. The first sense of that phrase is a place where one can go in order to feel secure, where one can go in order to pour out one's heart before God, to engage in fellowship with good friends in the community, and all kinds of very positive things. At the same time, the second meaning of that phrase is the place where you have to have security in order to feel safe. This is something that goes way back in Jewish history, that synagogues, particularly in the diaspora, were places of refuge for Jews from physical attack. Let's recall that Jews were always minorities in the places in which they lived. Jewish communities were attacked from invaders from without. In fact, as we shall see, most of the so-called fortress synagogues were built in connection with architecture designed to protect populations against the Mongols and the Tatars. And by the way, this architecture was used by non-Jewish organizations as well. But also Jews had a special reason to create these fortress synagogues, because there was always the concern of peasant uprisings, of anarchy, which could always affect Jews very negatively, sometimes fueled by anti-Semitic ideologues and so on. During the Crusades in the 11th century, there were actually many episodes in which Jews sought refuge more or less successfully in Christian houses of worship. The upper clergy, bishops, and so on tended to look askance at the rapacious activity of renegade crusaders who chose to attack the local populations of Jews rather than make their way to Jerusalem, where ostensibly the crusade was to be prosecuted. But in the Middle Ages, Jews began building these synagogues for themselves. Here, let's have a look at a few examples. Most of them are in Eastern Europe because of the waves of invaders from the East. Here's a 15th century example from Krakow. This photograph dates from 1929, but if you go on Wikipedia, you'll see it's still there, and you get a sense of the massive walls that enclose this place of prayer. Here's Husiata in Ukraine in the 16th century. Again, not only the big heavy walls, but also like the multiple layers of walls to kind of protect an inner sanctum, quite literally, in the sanctuary. Here in Jokva, fascinating exterior structure that also, had that strange kind of crenellation. In some of these synagogues, you actually have like archers' windows and things like that to protect community. Here is a fascinating reconstruction of the synagogue at Belz, a very important site for Hasidic Jewry, and you can see that on the left, here's the pre-war version of it, and on the right, you can see how it is set up in Jerusalem. Yeah, really interesting. Now, internally, the most important designator of a fortress synagogue style, as it came to be called, is the 9-bay design. You can see in this architectural drawing of a bird's eye view of the Vorstadt synagogue in Lviv or Lvov, which at the time was in Poland, now is in Western Ukraine. And you can see that right in the center there are 4 pillars which surround the bima. These pillars would go straight to the ceiling to give the building more structural integrity. So that meant that surrounding the bima and including the space within the space that the bima itself represents, you would have 9 bays. That is a very, very common structural design of the synagogue. Reinforces the halachic imperative to have the bima in the center of the room, whereas you may have had it off center in other structures, perhaps when Jews lived in somewhat safer climes. And it provides both structural integrity and also a sense of protection, because there is this space within the space right within the very middle of the synagogue. Here's another example looking at it crossways. This is the Fortress Synagogue of Pinsk, where you can see the bima laterally would be right in the center of the room like that. You also see the kind of crenellations at the top that we observed earlier. Now, these architectural designs tend to exude strength and stability, which is precisely what you want a fortress to do. In the modern era, unfortunately, the need for it is just as acute. Here you can see the exterior door to the synagogue of the small Jewish community of Halle, Germany. You can see on the upper left, there's an arrow pointing at the security camera, and on the right, you can see the arrow pointing to bullet holes that were left in this very solid door that thankfully the Jews inside did not open for their attacker on Yom Kippur 2019, and his attack was foiled, at least in terms of the people who were inside the synagogue. People who were outside did not fare as well. And of course, here in America, we have the same kind of situation where the City of Life was tragically attacked in Pittsburgh 2018. Also an attack in Poway, California. And just 2 weeks ago in Colbyville, Texas, a man comes in and takes the people in the Senate, even this great country, to this very day. Fortunately, even today in our country. When I was making this video, I must say good morning to is the security staff at Young Israel, either Bob or Chris or whoever happens to be on duty that morning. They're the first person who is at the door, making sure that I'm safe when I get into synagogue and helping preserve the safety and integrity of everyone in the building. And, this is just part of what it means to have religious freedom in this country. There's a price associated with it, a psychological price, a sociological price, and an economic price. But when we are united, that's when we can manage these costs. And in that context, let me invite you to participate. Please, if you're able to attend the dinner, it will be great to meet you in person. If you're watching this from far away and it's not convenient for you to come to the dinner, then consider supporting the security costs and many other things that go along with the running of this wonderful synagogue, Young Israel of Lawrence East. Okay, I hope you found this video interesting, and thanks for watching.
Based on what you just said, that was the connection there. Well, there were World War II. There were all these alliances, right? So Russia protected Serbia, and Russia was allied with Austria and Germany. So there were these secret alliances, and once it was like NATO. It's the same thing.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and welcome to the 7th and final video in this series looking at the question, what is a synagogue? This series is prepared in conjunction with my synagogue, the Young Israel of Lawrence Cedarhurst, and their annual dinner, which is upcoming. Today I'd like to look at the aspect of a synagogue which makes it a central place for community. And to do that, I'd like to take you to the Rhone River in France to look at the medieval synagogue of Carpentras, which I had the privilege of visiting a few years ago. And let's have a look at the exterior, moving into the interior, and then to the remarkable discoveries that were made in the basement.
The synagogue is located in Jewish Carrière, or the Jewish street. One might call it a ghetto, particularly for later times when it was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, it was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be 2 windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the 2 vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature, when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
This beautiful Baroque interior that's strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low-profile facade from the outside. And this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe.
There are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. Hand up there so we can scale. Of course. Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. We were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us. And so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic-style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Okay, Solomon, say something for the camera.
It's a privilege to be holding a 1771 Sefer Torah.
This mikveh is from the 18th century.
Okay, and the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvahot, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, a ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space. The Jews of Carpentras, of course, do not use the 14th century mikveh or even the 18th century mikveh. They'll use a modern mikveh. But the synagogue also features communal ovens used for baking the Passover matzah. A few years ago, during some standard renovations, a sub-basement was discovered in the Carpentras synagogue that had some remarkable communal finds. Sentiste quelque chose?
Welcome.
Dis, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Oh, super.
Je veux...
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367. Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite.
Fantastique.
Ok, et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici? Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Geniza, oui, on a trouvé que c'était. Vous pouvez les voir. Ok. Et c'est une geniza de documents. Il y avait des documents. Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Alors ça,
qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Ça, c'est normalement, il y a des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations
salle.
Les couloirs ici, à toutes les maisons.
Il y avait des couloirs partout où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Guinnessa de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, bon c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Les vieux livres, les vieux, comment on appelle ça, tefillin, tzitzit, des manuscrits de, comment on appelle ça, de Gutenberg, c'est 1589, 1590, oui, wow, 1540, 50 ans après Gutenberg.
What I find especially fascinating and meaningful about the discoveries in the sub-basement of the Carpenter Synagogue is that they literally had corridors physically connecting the homes of the Jewish quarter with the synagogue. That the Jews wanted, perhaps for security reasons, a direct and immediate and secure access to the synagogue from their homes, which indicates just how important it is that we are connected to our synagogues today. That's especially true in an era when we are increasingly fractionated as a people and spread out across a wide variety of geographic locations. It's true that we have this remarkable ability to connect now with the internet, something truly unprecedented since the Gutenberg era, but we cannot rely on this virtual connection to replace the actual connection of being physically together with other people in synagogue. So I hope that this short series has been meaningful for you. If you are able to make it physically to the dinner, then I would love to meet you in person. And if our geographic distances are too wide to make that possible, perhaps you'll consider supporting either our synagogue, which I would certainly love, or your own synagogue, so that we can increase the participation of Jews in this wonderful institution. Thank you very much for sticking with me through this series, and I hope you have a fantastic day.
Election among 7 electors, 4 of whom were bishops, 3 of whom were secular rulers. They were all from different parts of Germany. So you had Elector Worms, you had one in Dresden, you had one in what's now the Czech Republic, but it was German in those days. And you had Habsburgs. And it just it made things easier to keep electing Habsburgs to this house.
I found this actual product from another manufacturer about 2 years ago, but it was not under our stuff. Good morning, welcome, Doctor. Yeah, this is pretty great. So here it is. Let's crack it open. Let's see what the texture is like. Here we go. So now we have some Rome de Dacion.
The other question is if it's good in the jar, it's like when this jar gets over the this is like
And they all wanted it.
Gotcha. This is terrible. It just looks awful.
It looks so bad.
It does not appeal to me.
It doesn't look bad to me. We come from a solid Chinese gullet. You'll be worse than that.
I love precious resources.
Are
you the doctor standing by?
We have multiple.
We need a doctor.
What do we have, 5 doctors in this room?
Where's the moldy bread?
It came late. You just all the moldy bread.
Too early.
Also, I'm not entirely. Not the worst thing I just know. I'm not entirely sure that the recipe for kutak described in the Gemara is always the same recipe. There could be several different versions. In Psachim, they have a hummus stick recipe. The Rabbi is here.
Yes,
He's the first one to
Rabbi, have a seat. We're hoping that you'll be mahana us with just a quick word. No one's tasted it yet. No one has the credit.
We're seeing just a world of thought,
actually. Somebody I was just discussing with Clarissa, which he quoted from the name of Rabbi, not a Greenblatt. So the Gemara says in the Dorim, look at these crazy Babylonians, today's done. They're eating bread with bread because this is really an extension of bread. So not a Greenblatt, because that's in the year of his Yortzach now. Says of Memphis says that you know what I mean. He says like you ask an average person, why is it that you work so hard? He says you're not trying to earn money. He says, why do you need to earn money? He says I second says why do you live so I can go on vacation? Why do you go on vacation? So I can work, I can read it to work. So he says, honey body tishai. What fools the people who are offering nama v'nama, but they eat bread in order to eat bread. Right? And then the Kutach is meant to remind us that to be a foolish Babylonian, to spend the time on the rat ring, and carry on going just in order to be able to eat again. So every time we see Kutach and are reminded of that, we're reminded of that statement is why we stop, why we do what we do. Anyways, that's also passing out from eating again.
Okay, let's try this. This is from Oats if you want to wash. I also have pam-pams, which encourage the people who don't wash on. Alright, here we go. So let's see what texture is like. I think what if I kind of bang it?
It's like the old science ketchup.
Can you stick your fingers in it? Or make a pam-pam? This has got to come out sometime. It's actually moving. It is moving. I think there's a version of this. Exactly.
I always think whenever I go to pizza store and I see those ZD pizzas, I think about the Balboa to show you. Okay, good. I think that's enough. I think it's going to be enough. I think it's fine.
Let's not overdo that.
I think it's fine. Just that little.
Look at it. It's just.
Good.
Okay. All right. Here we go.
Does it say refrigerator after opening?
Sure. It says that it's very good if you add it to ash. Okay. I would like to take this opportunity to. Well, I'm going to make a mizonos on this, but I would like to give this opportunity, I think, to the Nagid Shir. Involvement. And wait, we got to make sure we really get it. Not Tir Shasa.
No, you're not. Go ahead. This will be the first photo in the next video.
Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu melech haolam, Bareinu name is enough. Amen. It tastes like an inferior form of sour cream. Okay. You see, this is lush and tall. Okay.
A little anti-climactic.
Rabbi's got to go next. Okay, here we go. Sorry.
They say that there's no
Amen.
Trust was a big deal in those days.
Speechless.
Oh, I guess alright. I'm very okay, let's see what happens here. I'll set this up and I'll see if I can give some kind of a product placement. Okay, here we go. We're waiting 2 years for this live. You know, I like it. Faintly nutty taste, I think.
Oh, it's not bad.
It's sour cream, yeah. That's good, Dr. Huber.
Not bad. Amen. Not bad. It goes well with Ryan and the jerky.
I think this is just another.
I'm going to have this on a watch, by the way.
Easy.
I think it's better fresh.
I think
yes, it's better. Schwartz has become much better than jerky.
You were in the neighborhood. It's just before you started, we started well. I didn't start at all.
refrigerator. It does say peak refrigerator.
Really not too bad.
Salad would be Oh, the Tam Tams are good.
Very strong sour cream vibe.
Not bad.
Not really like that.
Not bad.
I literally have
It's like, you know what? This would go really well. You know, I don't think this is why people would do like a, if you were putting this on, gyro. That should go well. Right. You know, that's what it would be. It would be like a good gyro sauce. You know?
Yeah, it has a fairly nutty flavor.
It's a little sour. Not bad.
So I'm feeling okay. No palpitations or anything.
Not bad. I can't.
Right. Maybe the moldy bread would tip it over the edge.
Creativity and historical research.
Everything. I love it.
Thank you. Thank you.
I want to tell you people a story. I want to tell you people a story about that.
Thank you for coming, Rabbi. I wasn't sure if you were here.
I want to just tell a story about that Davidson. I'm very short, tied up to Hebron, and last year Pesach, I go to Hebron with my family, and I go to visit the Horowitz family, which is the first people to move into Hebron, who we're very close with, and that's where I stay every year on Hayat Sarah. And I walk into the apartment, and who's on the screen? But Rebbitzin Horowitz is watching Dr. Abramson to Mashiach. I said, do you know who that is? He said, no, I don't know, but he's great. I said, yeah. So anyways, I wanted to know that all over the world, Dr. Abramson has a impact.
All right, pass it down.
This arrangement's only going to last as long as it's in whoever's interest. A cartel is only as good as the willingness of the participants to play along and not slash prices. Further saw an opportunity. He was liquid enough that he could do that, and he made the calculation that he could
Thank you so much for joining us once again for this newest
He's a very smart guy.
installment of our Jewish History series with Dr. Henry Abramson. It is such a privilege to get Jacob as host Dr. Abramson, not only because this series is going to be so wonderful, but because it follows up on the mountain of incredible feedback that we got from our last series that we had this week, both in terms of the back and forth and in terms of the content that you were able to share with us. Tonight's topic is the first in a series of three, which will be discussing a really, really fascinating topic, talking about the controversies that are key to understanding a really important figures in Jewish history. But I'll leave really some of the content to Dr. Abramson. I'll simply start by expressing our gratitude to all those who joined us. And Dr. Abramson was up very late tonight, and it's 3 hours later for him than it is for us, and I'm looking forward to sharing a wonderful experience together.
Thank you so much, Rabbi. It is a great privilege to speak with your audience again. I really did enjoy the last time we spoke. We had quite I think a stimulating interchange of ideas, especially because we developed it over 3 different meetings, and that allowed us to really flesh things out a little bit. And this is a topic that I find especially fascinating and really in many ways quite relevant to our own times, especially when we deal with these political catchphrases like cancel culture and the notion that people could express opinions that somehow would invalidate them, yet they may have tremendous potential to offer for society as a whole. And this is in fact what we see with the 3 great figures that I hope we will have the opportunity to explore over tonight and next week and then in January. They're really pivotal, transformative figures, and when we look backwards in history at their legacy, it's impossible to imagine that there would have been any controversy regarding these towering geniuses. But in reality, if they showed up in our shuls today, we probably would not give them an aliyah, and we might even give them an escort to the door, if you can believe it or not. By way of general introduction to the team, I'd like to actually step out our Jewish history for a moment and look at this individual on the left, Ignaz Semmelweis. who is most likely not actually Jewish. He was a 19th century doctor who was very active in the Austro-Hungarian Empire, in Vienna and in Buda in particular. There is some question about his background. Most scholars seem to think he was ethnically German, living in Hungarian territories, but it's not at all to Christianity, which was very common in the 19th century among educated Jewish classes. Here he is with his bride in 1857 when he was in his 30s. Now, he's an unusual figure because he worked as a medical doctor, as I mentioned, in obstetrics in particular. And he was especially charitably minded. He worked in some of the new clinics that had been established specifically for poor women who were having street births, meaning they would just, find any place to give birth without any medical attention, typically unwed. And there was a fear of infanticide, and so the state set up several of these free clinics for women. And the rumor went around, and it was actually a well-founded rumor, that one of the clinics had a startlingly high mortality rate from puerperal fever, which is essentially a kind of a sepsis that can affect women when they have difficulties in childbirth. The other clinic, which operated on different days, had a much lower level of puerperal fever. And ironically, the level of puerperal fever in the second clinic was just about the same mortality rate for women as those who gave birth without any medical attention. So this really troubled Semmelweis, and he looked at all kinds of reasons. Why is it that Clinic 1, which operates on a certain number of days of the week, is having these atrocious mortality rates, and Clinic 2 is having less of them and more like the normal mortality rate associated with childbirth in the 19th century? It troubled him deeply. He looked at all kinds of variables trying to figure out what was going on. The only difference between the two clinics is that the one with the high female mortality, maternal mortality, was actually a medical teaching facility that had medical doctors working there, or doctors in training, and the second clinic had only midwives, no medical doctors. And so he deduced that what was probably happening is that the medical doctors were coming into contact with cadaverous particles. Now, this was before the theory of germ theory was developed, and people didn't have a good sense of what infection was and things like that. But he thought that perhaps, correctly, although in a kind of a simplistic way, he thought that the fact that the medical doctors were working on autopsies in one room and then walking over and delivering babies shortly thereafter, that somehow contributed to infant and maternal mortality. This was not happening at all at the second clinic. They didn't deal with cadavers at all. And so what he did was he tried to find a way to remove any of these assumed cadaverous particles from the skin by instituting a chlorine hand wash. And the reason why he went with chlorine and lye is primarily because it removed the smell from the hands of the surgeons better than it. And when he instituted this chlorine hand wash, amazingly, the maternal mortality dropped dramatically. And it seemed like this is what did it all. It was just wash your hands. That's the whole thing. You can believe it. The doctors were not washing their hands between autopsies and deliveries, which is just incredible. But he discovered it. He said, hey, you just have to make sure you disinfect your hands. Of course, they didn't have the idea of what exactly disinfection means, but nevertheless, that is precisely what happened. Now, remarkably, Semmelweis's discovery was ignored by the medical establishment in Austria and Hungary. They discounted entirely his theory of cadaveral tissues, and they felt that he was overreacting to these things, and they essentially did not implement any of his common sense procedures in other medical facilities. He did everything he could. He traveled around trying to convince people of the importance of this chlorine hand wash, and he published quite strident attacks on the institutions that refused to institute these very basic procedures. In this particular publication, dated 1862, he referred to doctors who refused to wash their hands as irresponsible murderers and ignoramuses. This is the kind of thing that certainly did not endear him to the medical establishment. He grew mentally unstable as a result of his ongoing failure to convince the medical establishment that there was value and that he was actually saving lives by this chlorine wash. And although now he is considered, a tremendous hero in medicine, what happened in his lifetime is that his increasingly erratic behavior led some of his friends to actually commit him to an insane asylum, where he was put in a straitjacket and he was held in seclusion in a dark room, and he was rather mercilessly beaten. And in fact, 2 weeks after he was committed to this insane asylum, he actually died of blood poisoning. It's believed that it probably had to do with his beating, because one of his hands was horribly injured, and he probably suffered some blood poisoning as a result of that. And he died 2 weeks later. Hardly anyone came to his funeral, and he was immediately replaced, of course, at the maternity clinic. And as soon as his replacement took over, of course, mortality rates jumped to 6 times the rate that they were when he was there and having all of the doctors wash their hands with chlorine. So he was an incredibly ignored figure in his lifetime, even though now he's considered a great national hero. And in fact, part of the reason why there's some debate over his ethnicity is because several different nationalities all want to claim him. This is actually an Austrian coin claiming him as one of their own. There was a gold 50-euro coin published in 2008. But I think Semmelweis is such an interesting and fascinating case study that leads us into the discussion of the people that we'll be looking at, because these are people who, for the most part, were men of tremendous vision. Men who really, although Semmelweis did not exactly understand the procedures that led to the lower female mortality, but he nevertheless could make the connection between hand washing and greater health. And despite their phenomenal vision, they were excoriated in their own time. They were hated, actually. They were pursued, and they suffered tremendously as a result of this very unfair criticism, which would prove to be ignored by history over time, but they did not necessarily enjoy that in their own lifetimes. And so what we're going to look at is 3 different individuals in 3 very different time periods. And I'm hoping that we may even see some relevance to our own times. On the left, you see the statue of Moses Maimonides in Cordoba, Spain. Actually, it's kind of interesting that, like Semmelweis, he's claimed by Spain, even though he was kicked out of Spain with his family when he was just in his adolescent years. And then you see the front page of the Mesilat Yesharim, a remarkable, amazing 18th century book by Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. And today, Rabbi Luzzatto is one of the remarkable figures of the 18th century that is actually claimed as a hero to not only the Lithuanian Talmudic world because of this particular work, Mesilas Yesharim. He's also claimed as a hero to the Hasidic world because he was, first and foremost, actually a Kabbalist, and he wrote some remarkable works on the philosophy of Kabbalah. And he's also claimed, ironically, by the non-religious Haskalah movement because he also wrote plays, much like 18th century Italian romances. He was the first Hebrew novelist, and he wrote a lot of modern plays using the kind of vocabulary and syntax and style of Italian poetry. So, but nevertheless, despite this tremendous, fame and his widespread acceptance today, in his own time, he was actually forced to recant his views 3 separate times. He was run out of his native of Padua, Italy. He He was run out of his native Padua, Italy. He was actually put under house arrest in Frankfurt, Germany, and then, only after much travail was he ultimately allowed to go to Amsterdam after all of his writings were confiscated and then lost, believe it or not. So this is the story of the Ramchal, as we will explore God willing next week. And then finally, and I have to say, I'm especially excited to speak about this individual because the last time I spoke about him was back in, I think, 2013. And it was very well received and well publicized, the talk, but it was based on very limited sources. And since then, so many more biographies have appeared of the incomparable Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, the great leader of the Lubavitch movement, who is quite possibly the world's most recognized Jew, given the widespread popularity of Chabad in the remotest corners of the world. The Lubavitcher Rebbe is remarkably well known, and that face is, just associated with Judaism for people who have very, very limited association with Judaism as a whole. He was actually quite a brilliant individual, and he was the CEO of a massive volunteer network to which people devoted their lives, and ironically, which has grown exponentially even after his passing, which is amazing that an organization can have no official salary, no official revenue stream, and still nevertheless grow with people devoting their lives to his thoughts. So we'll look at the Rebbe as he is known in January. So these are the three figures. Oh, and by the way, the Rebbe, of course, endured tremendous criticism because towards the end of his life, after he had a tragic stroke and was unable to communicate effectively, there was a widespread movement among his followers that actually continued after his passing, that argued that he was in fact the Mashiach, that he was in fact the Messiah, and we'll explore that controversy, which really created a huge amount of negative feedback at the same time, which unfortunately obscured some of his phenomenal achievements to otherwise, interested Jews who would have liked to have heard what exactly he had to offer them philosophically and so on. So those are the three figures that we'll be looking at over the course of these 3 weeks. And I think at this point, we should get straight to the Rambam. This is my favorite version of the iconic representation of the Rambam. We, of course, have no idea what he actually looked like, but this kind of turbaned, sort of dignified-looking individual is the one that we've seen in many publications since the 19th century. He's actually a bust of him, kind of like a bas-relief, is on the wall of Congress as well, of one of the great leaders of philosophy. Behind him, you do actually see his signature because a lot of his manuscripts, original autographed manuscripts, were actually recovered from the Cairo Geniza, where he lived and worked, and quite a few of his documents survive. There was a saying that from Moses to Moses, there was no one like Moses. And of course, the first Moses in that proverb is Moshe Rabbeinu, the great Moses of the Torah, and Moses Maimonides at the other end, a good 2,500 odd years later. And in many ways, this is a figure that you only see once in a millennium because he had incredible grasp of not only the broad swath of Torah knowledge, but also of basically all secular knowledge at the time as well. Again, in the 12th century, when he was very active, the body of world knowledge, scholarship in particular, was still, almost manageable by a single person. And this is the kind of person who could have achieved that kind of great expertise, both in the Torah realm and in the secular realm. And in fact, the reality that he was someone who was able to excel both religiously and in the secular vein is one of the reasons why he became such a hero in the 19th century to the Haskalah, the Jewish Enlightenment movement, because they saw in him the sort of antidote to the inward-looking, highly insular Eastern European ghetto Jew who was deeply wrapped up in the texts of the Talmud and the Kabbalah and so on, but really could not negotiate the outside world, couldn't, speak the vernacular appropriately, certainly didn't have higher education at a university level outside of the yeshiva. The Rambam, which is the acronym of his full name and title, Rabbi Moses ben Maimon, the son of Maimon, the Rambam exemplified that kind of, you can do it all. You can be highly proficient as a religious Jew and highly proficient and a public thought leader in fields outside of Judaism as well. So many schools were not coincidentally, not uncoincidentally named after Maimonides, the Maimonides School in Boston, for example, because he exemplified that kind of you can have it all kind of sensibility. His major centers of activity were Spain as a youth. I'll show you a little bit of his map of his travels in a moment, but most of his life and work was conducted in Egypt. So it's a little bit unfair for Spain to claim him as one of their own because, as I mentioned, he was actually exited from Spain in his youth. He is paradigmatic of this ultimate Jew, of course, as a medical doctor, which is one of the most traditional fields for Jews to exist in. But at the same time, he was highly exceptional. He was unusually creative and intellectually very bold. He was prepared to suggest audaciously large and innovative intellectual approaches to some of the great problems of Judaism, as I hope to demonstrate shortly. Here's a map showing you his basic travels. His family was in southern Spain, which was dominated by the Muslims, and actually for about 200 years prior to his departure was really a golden era for Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. But at the very end of it, in the 12th century, among the things that happened is that Muslim tribes from North Africa penetrated into this already Muslim-held territory in southern Spain, and they were quite a bit more radical and much more fanatical about their adherence to Islamic theology in a much more strict vein. So, for example, the commonplace drinking parties that involved alcohol were to be highly excoriated, and the Almohads and the Almohades were the groups that came up. They couldn't believe that the Muslim rulers were actually having drinking parties with Jews and with Christians. And so they really cracked down with a far harsher vision of Islam that had existed hitherto in Cordoba. And so the Maimonides family, despite the fact that they were very well established in the south of Spain, and they had generations upon generations of dayanim, of judges, Jewish judges who had served there, Maimonides' father, Maimon, decided to take the family out of it. And they fled Spain. There's some interesting later historiography that suggests that they may have even faked a conversion to Islam, although the specific reference to that is highly suspect. But nevertheless, they made their way out of Spain and across the coast of North Africa. Maimonides at the time was about 12 or 13 years old, and when they got to Tunisia in particular, that's where he embarked on his medical education. Tunisia actually was a remarkably advanced center of learning at the time, and they spent some significant years there where he was able to really develop his knowledge of the sciences. He was already a child prodigy and had completed a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah, even as a teenager, but his greater works would still be in the future. Then from Tunisia, they made their way to Egypt, and specifically to Fustat, which was a suburb of Cairo, and that's where the Jewish community primarily lived. Maimonides continued his studies there and left it up to his older brother David to provide for the family. By this point, his father had passed away. And unfortunately, David was lost in a shipwreck that also took the Maimonides' fortune with him. And so all of a sudden, Moses had to stand up and become the prime breadwinner for his mother and surviving siblings. And so he did what any good Jewish boy would do. He hung up a shingle as a medical doctor. In those times, medical doctors were involved much more in kind of diagnosis and the dispensing of natural remedies like herbs and things like that, rather than surgery. Surgery was considered a much lower profession. It was actually associated with barbers, and that's essentially what he did. He rose to significant fame, however. He had a tremendous reputation, and he ultimately ended up being appointed to be the family physician of the Viceroy of Egypt, where he primarily treated the harem, that is the wives of the Sultan, and their children, which was a very high-level position. He describes actually in some of his letters how his typical day would involve him, getting up, saying morning prayers, getting on a camel, and essentially, just like I do, riding the Long Island Railroad, except then it would have been the Long Nile Donkey Road, all the way up to Cairo. He would spend the day in Cairo treating all of the harem and their children and so on, and then he would come back late at night. He only ate one meal a day, and after his meal was over, then he was besieged by people in Fustat who all came to him for legal halakhic advice and direction and so on. And he would stay up till very, very late at night. And somehow, amidst all of this, he managed to write some tremendous works of Jewish thought. And so, at this point, let's turn to his Jewish thought, and that's where we'll see that he got into a lot of trouble. So, specifically, what did he write? So, I already mentioned that as a child, he wrote a remarkable commentary on the Mishnah. It is so significant that it is typically printed with standard Mishnayot today. That if you want to study the Mishnah, you look at the commentary of the Rav Ovadia Mibartanura, and you look at the commentary of Maimonides. And he was, perhaps 12 or 13 when he wrote the first draft of this remarkable book that still demonstrates phenomenal erudition, the awareness of everything in the Talmud that is brought to bear on the commentary of the Mishnah. So this in itself is a remarkable life achievement, but he was just getting started at that point. He was also, as I mentioned earlier, incredibly proficient as a medical expert, and he published widely. He wrote treatises, which are still available today, in Arabic. The Mishnah commentary was written in Hebrew. The medical writings are in Arabic. Of course, he was completely fluent in both languages. And he wrote about anxiety and depression. He wrote about traditional medicines. He wrote, like many of his predecessors, kind of like guides to, like field guides to collect herbs and things like that. And, he was really well regarded as a scientist, completely separately from his religious work. He wrote a tremendous amount of correspondence because he was the widely recognized, particularly in North Africa and in Yemen, as being the leading figure of the Jews. He eventually was appointed to be the Nagid, the leader of Egyptian Jewry, a position that was actually handed down for several generations after him as the primary leader of Egyptian Jewry, very important community. And so many communities and individuals directed their problems to him, and he left behind a massive correspondence that portrayed a tremendous sensitivity to individual concerns, and often gave very insightful advice, and often very courageous and heroic advice. Sometimes really, you can see the personality of Maimonides coming out in the letters, perhaps more than anywhere else. For example, there's a famous letter that he received from a convert to Judaism, who was having a hard time because the rabbi in his town was telling him there were certain blessings he wasn't allowed to say because the blessings say the God of my fathers, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, and his fathers biologically were not Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. And Maimonides writes back essentially saying, tell your rabbi he has no idea what he's talking about. Your fathers spiritually are Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. You're completely allowed and encouraged to use these phrases as they are in the traditional book, and they are genuinely your spiritual parents. So you really get a sense for who he was as a person in the letters, which portray a much more personal view. His magnum opus, however, the greatest works of his career, include a philosophical classic called the Mora Nevuchim, or the Guide for the Perplexed. Now, this is a remarkable work, which was written in Judeo-Arabic. That is, written in Arabic, written in Hebrew characters, basically in Arabic language, with a lot of Hebraic and Aramaic influences. This is a little bit like Yiddish is essentially German written in Hebrew characters with a lot of Hebrew and Aramaic, and as well Romance and Slavic words mixed in. So it's kind of like a specialized, highly directed sort of work. And the text of it indicates that he wrote it for one student in particular, although it's quite likely that he understood that by writing this work, it would, of course, gain much wider correspondence and much wider circulation. And as the title implies, it was basically a very sophisticated philosophical discussion that defended Judaism from the attacks that contemporary Islamic philosophy bore upon the ancient faith. Essentially, it was an apology for Judaism that was not something they necessarily, wanted to put in the Barnes and Noble of the time for everybody, or I should put on the Amazon front page for everybody, because it was a highly sophisticated philosophical work, and it seems to have been directed primarily at a particular class of Egyptian Jew, or Jew in the Arabic-speaking world. Let us not forget, by the way, that the time that Maimonides is functioning, the Arabic Jewish world is in many ways far more advanced than the Jewish world in Christian Europe. It's true that you do have Rashi and you do begin to see the Tosafot beginning to emerge, but there's no question that the number and scope and creativity of Spanish and North African Jewry is far beyond what they're producing in Christian Europe. So he's writing to the kind of intellectual elite of the Egyptian Jewish community, saying, don't be overwhelmed by Aristotelian philosophy as it's expressed by the Arabs. Judaism has far more to offer you. And because he was incidentally very well versed in Greek philosophy, and in particular that of Aristotle, he would argue that Judaism and Aristotle are far closer than Islam and Aristotle. Aristotle, of course, was seen as the greatest of the philosophers of his day, and so the idea of a concordance between Jewish thought and Aristotelian thought was considered a very valuable desideratum. So this was a book essentially, if you can imagine in contemporary terms, it's kind of like a book for, from students who finish day school and then they head off to secular college and they're kind of overwhelmed by the philosophies that they encounter there, and they say, oh my gosh, I lived in such a small kind of like insular world in my little modern Orthodox shtetl, and Maimonides came to write the letter saying, don't worry, we've still got it all over these other ideologies. Let me explain it to you, as it were. That's essentially what the Guide for the Perplexed is all about. Second, and an incredibly important work that he was involved in is this massive thing called the Mishnah Torah. And both of these works together will perhaps what got into trouble more than anything else, and I'll explain why that is in just a second. The Mishnah Torah, unlike the Guide for the Perplexed, which was written in Judeo-Arabic with a ton of philosophical terminology and lots of references to Aristotle and lots of references to other Greek philosophers and so on, which, by the way, went on to have a huge influence on Christian thinkers like St. Thomas Aquinas and others. Maimonides was regarded as one of the great formative foundations of the scholastic movement. The Mishnah Torah was written in a very simple Hebrew. It's basically middle school level, like if you have a bright 7th grader, they'll be able to translate the Mishnah Torah without too much difficulty. And as the title implies, it was a repetition of the Torah. What does that mean? We should understand that Jewish halakha, in particular, Jewish law, the guidelines for Jewish practice, are so complex, and they are nowhere organized in a central place. That is, if you want to know the laws of the Sabbath, for example, so you'll find a few tiny scattered references in the Torah itself. You'll find one tractate in the Mishnah that is amplified upon in the Talmud, but it is the nature of the Mishnah, and especially the Talmud, to make tangents almost as important as the core material. So what that means is, if you have 150-odd pages of Tractate Shabbat, you can be sure that at least 40 or 50 pages are not talking about Shabbat at all. And so where are those other 40 or 50 pages? They're scattered in other tractates. You'll find stuff in Tractate Eruvin, that's a huge part of Tractate Shabbat's importance. You'll find it scattered in Sanhedrin, you'll find it scattered in Kulin. So the only way you can really know the laws of Shabbat, which are vitally important once every 7 days, is you literally have to know the entire Talmud. And that's a massive document. It's incredibly huge. So what Maimonides did is he said, listen, this is really complicated, so I'm going to make it simple for everybody. I'm going to start from the very beginning, and I'm going to discuss the entire Torah. All of the halachot from the Torah, the Mishnah, the Talmud, everything. And I'm going to put it in an organized fashion, basically Greek style, with, a chapter that's devoted entirely, or a book that's devoted entirely to Shabbat. And all of the Shabbat laws will be right there. And they'll be organized by chapters and organized by a number of headers, which is a very Arabic style of writing. And all you need to understand Judaism and to practice it, he said, is the Torah itself, the first 5 books of Moses, and my massive compendium, the Mishnah Torah, the repetition of the Torah. And it was brilliant. It is absolutely phenomenal. It is so easy to read in a very lucid, clear Hebrew, although it's often deceptive in its simplicity. It's fascinating that you can spend very, very high-level discussions looking at the Mishnah Torah and trying to figure out why he phrased it this way and not another way, and you'll discover incredible depths of wisdom in it. I know I spent, when I went to yeshiva, and I was in one of the higher level classes, and my Chavrus and I, we would work on the Talmud all 5 days a week, and then on Fridays we were assigned a section from Mishnah Torah that dealt with the Talmud. But after dealing with the arcane and convoluted arguments of the Talmud, we thought the Mishnah Torah was so clear and easy. We know this. Are we really going to spend 3 hours talking about this? But then when we got to the Shir, and it was offered by Mental Weinbach, he completely devastated our understanding of the sophistication of the Rambam and explained how we had missed it, like there was a massive supersonic train going past our heads, and we were totally, were completely oblivious to what was really going on in the text, even though we had a superficial understanding. So the Mishnah Torah, incredible achievement, that looks at the entirety of Jewish halakha and encapsulates it in a very organized fashion. And moreover, although this was one of the very first codes of Jewish law that tried to put everything within that organized fashion, and it was later imitated by the Torah and by the Shulchan Aruch and modern codes like the Mishnah Brura, all of those later codes did not have the same ambitious scope, meaning they only dealt with those laws that are directly pertinent to post-temple Judaism. All of the sacrificial laws, the laws of Kima and Tahara that deal with the temple, they said, we'll wait for Mashiach to think about those things. But the Rambam said, no, I'm going to write everything, every single lesson. The other books did not deal with, what are times going to be like when Mashiach comes? He says, okay, I'm going to talk about the halakha of Mashiach. What does Mashiach look like? Who is he? And how will we know he's Mashiach? And so that's in this very bold and expansive work. He also dealt with amazing things like how to sleep, right? How to have opinions. What opinions are correct and what opinions are not correct. Brilliant things that the later codes thought were just too large for them, and they dealt with much more mundane. I'll just focus on one particular section of the Mishnah Torah that I'm especially close to because I wrote a book on it, and I actually wrote it several times. This is a book that I'm very close to. One of the brilliant sections of Maimonides' books is his discussion of how to repent, the ways of repentance, or Hilchos Tshuva. And so I got into this habit of about 12 or 13 years ago, but I would always review this particular section of the Hilchos Tshuva in the month before Rosh Hashanah, when it's traditionally studied. And then I ended up translating it to English as part of my personal learning. I shared it with some people and they liked it, and that kind of grew. So I ended up self-publishing it because I was experimenting with that unusual way of getting ideas out. And ever since then, I have reviewed my own commentary every year and republished it. Just like, we work on ourselves every year and we try to improve ourselves. I go back to this particular book, which is now in its 9th edition, and I have so much fun with this. Look, it actually has 8 ratings up there. I got a 4.5. So I'm very close to this book, and I feel very, very warm towards it. Now, I've given you like this tremendous biography of Antonius and things like that. Who could possibly disagree with the great Rambam? Why would there be controversy about it? It was a very intense controversy, and it was especially harsh, not in those regions where he had developed a personal reputation, like in North Africa and in Yemen, and even in Spain, where he had a large following, but in Christian Europe, where Jews did not read Arabic. When they got the Hebrew translations by the Ibn Taymiyyah family of Maimonides' Guide for the Perplexed, there was a huge outcry. And a lot of the Jews of France in particular said, what is going on here? Look how this rabbi is quoting Aristotle. Look how he's saying things like, accept truth from whomever speaks it. Have you ever heard of something so ridiculous? You always have to look at who's speaking it. You can't just accept truth because it makes sense rationally. And he took a lot of positions that were anathema to European Jews. Like, for example, he had a very dim view of supernaturalism, and he argued that all of the discussions of demons and spells and things like that are in the Talmud, they're all allegorical, and they should not be taken literally. And the rabbis in Europe said, what are you talking about? We take those things very literally. We believe in demons, and we believe in spells and amulets and things like that. Maimonides is a much more rational, kind of like almost, very medical approach, almost a Lithuanian approach to these things. So people got very, very upset about the Guide for the Perplexed. And then when the Mishnah Torah came out, oh my gosh, the pot boiled over. Not only was he charged with over-reliance on Greek wisdom, and in fact, when you look at sections like his Hilchot Deo, which deal with kind of like personality development, he absorbs a lot straight from Aristotle. He diverges from Aristotle in two very interesting ways. In particular, though, he thinks Aristotle is too easy on anger and not hard enough on humility. That's more of a value that Aristotle should pay attention to. The Mishnah Torah was just such a controversy because Maimonides chose to print it without any citations. So meaning, a dispute in the Talmud might extend over 6 or 7 pages, and it might appear in several different tractates. And rather than sort of summarizing what Rabbi X said, and Rabbi Y said, and what Rabbi Z said, he simply said, the bottom line is this. And it was his opinion, but he did not demonstrate how he arrived at his opinion. He simply stated what he thought people needed to know without all of the scholarly baggage of footnotes and cross-references and but this and however that. This was felt to be, disrespectful to all of these other rabbis that were involved in it. And he was also seen to be a very arrogant kind of statement because, as I mentioned before, he states openly in his introduction to Mishnah Torah, it's very complicated, so all you really need is the Chumash and my book, and you're good. You're golden. You don't need anything else. Rabbis look at this and they say, wait a second, you could be out of a job with this. Oh my gosh. And then when you add to that fact that Maimonides felt very strongly that, and I apologize, Rabbi Bozi, he felt that rabbis should never be paid. They should always have some other kind of job, and what they do for the community is purely, just their donated time. There are some exceptions to this rule, and obviously, if you hire a doctor and you don't pay him or her, then chances are you don't have a very good doctor. So the rabbis did find ways to get around this, but basically this was Maimonides' opinion that all judges and rabbis should perform their services free of compensation. So there were economic reasons why there were attacks on him as well. In Paris, things came to it. Now, he endured some of this during his lifetime, but it was largely relegated to the other side of the Mediterranean, where he never visited. He did, hear some of the rumors that were carried back to Fustat, that he was not well accepted and so on, but he passed away in 1204 before the controversy really came to a boiling point. The worst moment in the controversy was when the Jews of France, specifically Paris, were so upset over Maimonides' works that they approached the Dominican friars and they explained to them that they believed that there was this Jew who was gaining popularity, who was writing heretical works. The Dominicans were very happy to assist the Jews in removing heresy from their ranks, and so they collected up all the copies of Maimonides that they could find, and they sent them to the flames in 1232, on the very spot that, ironically, 10 years later, the French court would actually burn all of the Talmuds that they could get their hands on, 24 wagon loads of them, which is still observed as a fast day among Parisian Jews to this very day. So, it's, once you start on the path of burning books, it's very hard to shut that down. The controversy erupted, and it had 3 specific peaks with different generations of people who were opposing Maimonides. Ultimately, there was a solution late in the 13th century that was largely brokered by the great thinker, the Rashba, who said, okay, listen, there's lots of value in Maimonides. We know the charges about Greek wisdom and so on. We know the charges of arrogance and so on, but we kind of set that aside because he was trying to write something that would be usable by everyone. And so he effected a compromise that was finally put an end to the dispute, that one could study the philosophical works of Maimonides, like the Guide to the Perplexed, but only after age 25. In other words, younger intellectual students could not approach this potentially heretical work until they had really mastered a large segment of the traditional text, and only then could they return to Maimonides. It's also worthwhile to note that although he is considered a towering figure in halacha, and he is generally considered one of the three major figures that are consulted by Rabbi Yosef Karo, when he formulates the law in the Shulchan Aruch, it is quite often that Maimonides' his opinions are often overruled by the two other major medieval authorities that formulate our halakha, and Maimonides is studied even though his halakha is theoretical as opposed to that which is necessarily accepted. But his philosophical work and his generosity of spirit to far-flung communities, his secular knowledge, these are all things that make him phenomenally important, and a figure that strides proudly over the centuries of Jewish history. Okay, I talked a blue streak there for about 45 minutes. I want to thank you for your attention and your endurance, and I'm going to stop sharing the screen, and I think we can take some questions.
With confidence that he could get his money back. So it's more like money against a home, more than just borrowing against the fake credit of the sovereign. Yeah. So in Argentina, right, you might not get paid back. It's a different situation because Argentina is not going to surrender Patagonia to repay a loan.
You mentioned
Eric, over to Rob. It was so wonderful to see everyone, and thank you so much for joining us. It's the second installment of the wonderful lecture series, and second installment of our second lecture series that Dr. Henry Evans, the first one that we got on our own phenomenal feedback, and thank you so much. We're starting us off with the fascinating look at the broader picture that gives us a really insight into the Rambam. And we're moving on to our next topic tonight. I want to just remind everyone that we appreciate Dr. Abrams' time, and we're lucky to have a third presentation, but it's not going to be on a Monday. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a break for the end of year vacation that are coming up for many people, and so the next installment will be on the 6th of January. At the same time, with that, I will pass the baton and look forward to listening and learning from Dr.
Thank you very much, Rabbi. It's very kind of you. I really enjoyed our opportunity to speak last week, and I have to say I am super excited about tonight's talk because I find that the Ramchal, our subject on it, is completely fascinating. He's written some works that I have been very engaged with for decades, and there's a lot of exciting new research that has been presented on the Ramchal that I'm hoping to share with you tonight. The topic for tonight is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. I will most likely use the acronym of his name interchangeably. That's the Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. He was an extremely important thinker in the early 18th century. So we're jumping ahead some 6 centuries from the Rambam, but I think you will find that many of the features that we looked at in the Rambam's life are echoed in an unusual way in the Ramchal's life. I've also thought of a sort of a title for these 3 lecture series. I know it's a little bit late, we're halfway into the series, but I'm thinking that I will call this Revered Yet Reviled, meaning both of these aspects were true to their biographies. The Rambam, the Ramchal, and when we get together in January, God willing, to speak about the Rabbi, all 3 figures were of towering stature and tremendous impact and huge influence on the Jewish world, but at the same time, during their lifetimes in particular, they suffered some phenomenal controversy and bitter, withering criticism. This will be certainly true for the Ramchal, as I hope to explore with you tonight. So let me begin first by introducing you to a book that, if you are familiar with the Ramchal, you are most likely familiar with this particular work, the Mesilat Yesharim, which is translated as the path of the just. Sometimes confused with another book, ROTHSCHILD, which has a very similar title, The Ways of the Just, but this is quite distinct from that work, which was written a few centuries earlier. It's a rather remarkable piece of literature. It is essentially a kind of it's one of the classic works of the Musar canon, meaning the collection of works which are kind of the go-to sources for the study and development of ethical culture among the Jews. And the model is based on an extended discussion of a passage in the Talmud, in which one of the figures in the Talmud describes a successive series of stages of personality development, from vigilance to zeal to cleanliness, and each of these stages of development are fleshed out in great detail. What does it mean to be vigilant? Why are we starting with vigilance? And then what does zeal have to do with vigilance and things like that? And it's really quite a fascinating book. It is an extremely popular book, especially for young adults. It's widely studied in yeshivas and seminaries, primarily because it's a great place to sort of exercise one's thinking about, who am I and what kind of person do I wish to become, which is associated with emerging adulthood as a stage of development. Some of us are kind of stuck on it for a very long time. The Vilna Gaon, for example, is famous for having studied Mesilas Yesharim 101 times. I myself, I personally would like to match that goal. I'm up to my 28th time through Mesilas Yesharim. I really find this a tremendously fascinating and endlessly inspirational book. But what's, I think, especially noteworthy about this book is that in the 1990s, a new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered in the former Soviet archives. It was actually an autographed version, written in the Ramchal's own hand, and dated some 2 years before this work was published. The previous version was dated 1738, making it the first draft of Mesilas Yesharim. It is complete start to finish, and yet it lay moldering in an archive unpublished. And it is remarkably different. Now, let me tell you why the difference is there, or what the difference is, and I think you'll find it that's quite fascinating, and in fact, in many ways, more interesting than the one that's been so famous for a couple hundred years. In the version that everyone has been studying since the 1740s is basically a didactic frontal lecture. There is an omniscient narrator who simply tells us what we need to know, and we read it like, a long Atlantic essay or something like that. But in the version that was written in the Ramchal's own hand, it's a dialogue, it's a play, it has characters, it has drama. The setting is two young men. Well, we'll start with one of them. There's one character who is called the Chacham, the wise person. And he is, to try and put it in the context of the 21st century, he's kind of like a really good YU graduate. He is a learner-earner. He's interested in, of course, learning Torah. He's completely observant and so on. But he's interested in the broader world of intellectual inquiry. He's interested in science and culture and literature and music and the arts. And, he has kind of broad interests. And one of his interests is he wonders, what is it that those Haredim do with their time? And again, the term, modern Orthodox, the term Haredi are not appropriate for the 18th century, but it's kind of like, on the one hand, you have someone who has kind of like a broad base of interests, and Torah is, prominent among them. And then you have others who are like extremely interested in Torah and don't have apparently much time for things outside of the traditional canon of texts. But the Chacham wonders about what do Haredim do with their time? What do they spend all this time reading songs? Don't they get bored? Aren't they curious? Don't they want to know about the outside world and things like that? And then one day, early on in the book, he looks across the room and he sees an old high school friend of his, who he hasn't seen for very many years. And he sees that his friend has become one of the Haredim. He has, so to speak, flipped out. And he goes over to him and says, "Oh, Shalom Aleichem, how are you? I haven't seen you in so long. What's going on? How are you doing?" And they start to catch up, and he says, "Listen, I'm really curious. I have all these questions about what you do. Why did you become this way?" And they engage in this deep discussion that in many ways is kind of like the same kind of discussion that goes on among spiritually motivated Jews even today. What is the right place to sort of situate ourselves within Jewish culture and the broader world? To what degree do we consider ourselves primarily Jews or primarily human beings, citizens of the planet? Where do you put the needle on that kind of axis? This is a great question, really. It's gripping. And they have this extensive discussion, and the character who has flipped out, he is the Chassid, although that term should not be confused with the later Hasidim we'll be discussing, God willing, when we get to the Lubavitcher Rabbi. But he's the pious one. Ultimately, he demonstrates to the Chacham that there is far greater depth in the wisdom that he is exploring through the traditional text, and that much of what the Chacham had thought of his worldliness is in fact a kind of banal superficiality. It's a fascinating work. Here is a modern printing of the Mesilat Yesharim, and as you can see in the Hebrew subtitles here, it has actually two versions. The version Aleph is called Seder Vikuach, which is the order of the debate or the order of the dialogue. That's the dramatic version I've described to you. And on the left is the Beit Seder Paraki, the order of the chapters, which is essentially the standard version that we have studied to this day. And one of the great questions about these two works, which are very, very similar in content, just quite distinct in form, is why did the Ramchal set aside the dramatic version? It is in so many ways so much more powerful and immediate and gripping. Why would he not publish that and instead publish the Seder Prati? So I hope by the end of tonight's lecture, I hope to illustrate why, according to one of the most prominent young biographers of the Ramchal, Dr. David Sklar, who wrote his dissertation on this and is working on a forthcoming monograph, why he thinks that he set aside hesitatingly and perhaps even grudgingly the first version and rewrote it as a standard text. Let's look for a second at the very unusual reception history of this book. Reception history refers to, it's not only important to understand what's in the book itself, but how was the book absorbed in its time? How was it received by its readers? It says a lot about the historical period that we're engaged in. It also has an especially interesting sounding German name, Rezeptionsgeschichte, which I like saying because it makes me feel learned. But let's look at this unusual reception history of this work. First of all, from the Maskilim, that is those early 18th century proponents of greater engagement of Jews with broader society. Most prominent of them, of course, is the father of the Haskalah, shown here in the red jacket, Moses Mendelssohn. And he thought Mesilat Yesharim was a brilliant work. Of course, he was born, he was about 10 years old when it was first written, so he read it after the Ramchal had died, unfortunately a very early death due to a plague. But Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, he was, after all, a rabbi. He was strictly observant, although many of his followers abandoned Judaism. But he thought that the Mesilat Yesharim was a phenomenal work of great power, and he admired the Ramchal deeply. Joseph Klausner, following in that tradition, the first chair of the Department of Literature at the Hebrew University of Jerusalem, felt that the Ramchal's work represented the first modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal not only wrote in this very dramatic kind of poetic form, he also wrote actual plays, like sort of Hebraic imitations of Italian plays that were, characteristic of the 18th century. So he said that the Ramchal was really the first modern Hebrew writer. Very, very positive reception from the sort of left wing of the Jewish reading world at that time. And moving towards the right wing, the Hasidim thought he was fantastic because first and foremost, the Ramchal was a Kabbalist, and most of his important writings, especially the writings that he himself cherished, were deeply suffused with the wisdom of Kabbalah. In fact, the Mesilas Yesharim itself, although it does not present on the exterior form to be a work of Kabbalah, there are tremendous references all through it to Kabbalistic doctrines. So the Hasidim, who are great lovers of Kabbalah, they remarked on it that, according to, for example, Dovber, the Maggid of Mezrich, who was the student of the Baal Shem Tov and the later teacher of the 5 greatest dynasties of the Hasidic world, that the generation was not worthy to understand the Ramchal, meaning he was at such a high stature that people didn't know what they were dealing with. I think that's quite true. And so, in terms of the 18th century triangle of Jewish ideologies, particularly in East Central Europe, you have the Haskalah, represented by Mendelssohn. They love the Ramchal. You have the Hasidim. They love the Ramchal. And then finally, you have the Misnagdim, the so-called traditionalists who took the term opponents because they opposed the Hasidic movement, and the king among them was, without doubt, the Vilna Gaon, shown here, Elijah of Vilna, who himself wrote a couple of fascinating things. He said that if the Ramchal were alive in his time, he would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, in order to study with him. And furthermore, he said that there are no words out of place at all in the Mesilat Yesharim until the 11th chapter. I actually have a theory as to which words the Vilna Gaon thought were out of place in the 11th chapter, and God willing, maybe when we get to the question and answer period, if you ask me, I'll tell you what my theory is about what words he pointed out as being out of place. So again, amazing. The Ramchal achieved a level of acceptance among all stripes of Jewish intellectual movements of the 18th century. I can't recall too many figures before or since who have received this universal level of acceptance, albeit some 60 years after his passing. During his lifetime, we have a totally different story, as we will explore now. So let's get into his biography a little bit, understand who he was, what his background was, what he was all about, and then I'd like to get to the controversies that dogged him during his lifetime. He was known as the genius of Padua. Padua is a smallish city on the Po River in northern Italy, not too far from Venice. His parents were sort of upper middle class merchants, and they gave him a standard education of an Italian Jewish family of their class. He received a thorough grounding not only in Torah studies, according to the kind of Italian broad view of emphasizing scripture, Tanakh, as well as Talmud. Actually, his principal teacher was a Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who would remain very close to the Ramchal all the way through his life. Even though he also taught him for his bar mitzvah, he was also, 15, 20 years later, very much involved in his life and activity far away from Padua. He also received a fairly significant secular education as well, with a thorough grounding in European languages, including Latin and Greek, primarily because, as we shall see, Padua was a university town and was one of the few universities that admitted Jews to its medical faculty. And so there was a lot of emphasis placed on broad European understanding of the world around them, contemporary science, the arts, of course, and so on. Early on in his career, really as a teenager, He wrote several works that are quite fascinating. He wrote works on public speaking. He wrote early experiments with poetic forms, including, kind of parables of biblical stories written as Italianate dramas, like to be staged as plays. And so he was really quite a young child prodigy. He attracted to himself a number of these students who had traveled to Padua to study medicine at the university there. This is actually the autopsy theater. Only a small number of autopsies were performed every year, and they literally had to build an auditorium like this to allow as many people as possible to actually observe the autopsies taking place. And a very small coterie of perhaps a dozen of these students from all over Europe would gather nightly at the home of the Ramchal, where he had kind of like a special room set up in an attic, and they would study the Kabbalah. Now, the Kabbalah, of course, is the great mystical teachings of the Jewish tradition. Very prominent in their curriculum was the study of the Zohar, very important mystical work. And they became known as the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, for their intense studies. They developed a very ritualistic kind of organization where they had specific seating charts for each of them. It wasn't like kind of like free-for-all, but it was really a close-knit study group. They had particular rules about how they were to greet each other, how they were to speak about each other. They had a rigid cycle of who was to prepare the material to be studied that night and so on. And it was really, it must have been quite an amazing intellectual experience to be at the Ramchal's table studying with him. And this is all when he is in his late teens and his early 20s, studying with students who are significantly older than him, but mesmerized by his grasp of the material and his unusually piercing and poetic analysis of the text. One of the more fascinating things about the community of Padua and this particular study circle was that Padua was, among the social difficulties that plagued that town in the 1720s and 1730s was a gambling addiction that unfortunately affected many of the men, the Jewish men in Padua. Playing cards in particular were very popular. And so they had a nightly Beit Midrash that, and they made a rule, the Jewish community of Padua made a rule that every single Jewish male in Padua had to show up at Beit Midrash 5 nights a week, and attendance would be taken. And if they failed to show up every evening to learn some Torah because they were off, gambling or something like that, they would be fined. They would have to pay a fine to the Beit Din. And that in itself is rather an amazing thing, that the community could actually impose or even think to impose such a rule. I really wonder how well it was enforced, but it gives us a sense of how far we are from 18th century Padua living today in our society. But the reason why I'm bringing it up is because the only group that was explicitly exempted from these rules were the members of the Ramchal's study circle, because everybody knew that the Chavraya Kadisha, the Holy Society, they were not spending their time playing cards. They were actually learning Torah at a very deep level, and so they received a formal exemption because everyone regarded them, these Jewish medical students who were studying with the Ramchal, were really on a separate level. It's interesting to note, by the way, that the medical students must have experienced quite a cognitive dissonance, because when they were at school in Padua, even though they were admitted appropriately to the college, which was, as I mentioned, very rare for universities at that time, there were a whole series of, discriminatory practices and ritual humiliations that they had to endure. They had higher tuition, for example, and there were certain things like they had to present a gift of 1 pound of candy every Christmas to the other students, kind of like a nasty Secret Santa sort of thing that they had to do. But nevertheless, while in the daytime they're kind of like distinctly second-class citizens, but at night they probe the depths of the universe with their teacher, the Ramchal. Now, it happened that the controversy really began to erupt in the 1720s when the Ramchal first discussed his encounters with something called the Maggid. This is where the controversy really begins. When he was 20 years old, the Ramchal related to his students that he would receive these nightly visitations from a kind of supernatural being known as a Maggid. The word Maggid is related to like the word Haggadah, like to the Passover Haggadah. It means to tell or to relate. And the Ramchal would describe how, perhaps in a dream, but some kind of vision, this angelic being would reveal to him these Kabbalistic truths that he would then relay to his students. Now, it sounds pretty weird. It definitely is a very unusual kind of phenomenon, but it is not without precedent in the Jewish tradition. In fact, one of the more well-known of the stories of Maggidim is the Maggid of none other than Rabbi Yosef Karo, the author of the Shulchan Aruch. Now, we normally think of the Jewish legal tradition as being extremely rational and very evidence-based and very rigorous and, exposed to logical argumentation and so on. But in reality, the author of the code that we revere and study today, the Shulchan Aruch, he reported also having these visitations of the Maggid, of a Maggid, and he wrote about it in something called Maggid Meishare. And so it's fascinating, even at the core of our legalistic tradition, there is a mystical essence to it. So in the case of the Ramchal, he began telling his students that he was receiving these visions from the Maggid. And this went on for quite some time until one of his students, named Yekusiel Gordon, who was studying in Padua but was originally from Vilna in Lithuania, wrote home some letters. We have the text of some of these letters, and I'm going to paraphrase, but basically they say things like, "Dear Mom and Dad, thank you very much for sending me to the University of Padua. I'm having a great time here. No, it's not a party school, but I got to tell you, I found this amazing teacher, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Lutzato. I'm learning with him every night. And guess what, Mom and Dad?" He actually didn't write to his parents, it's kind of making it a little bit more amusing. He says, "The Ramchal is receiving these nightly visitations from a Maggid. Isn't that fantastic? I found the best rabbi." I mean, and don't forget, this is before Chabad, so there's no Chabad houses. But, to imagine finding a Ramchal, incredible. And now this is really what got the Ramchal into trouble. As part of the unfolding of the story, incidentally, his teacher, Isaiah Bazan, wrote to him, because we have, amazingly, the correspondence of the Ramchal, a lot of his letters to his teachers and others, and letters back to him. And Isaiah Bazan says to him, "Why did you tell everyone about the Maggid? And in particular, why did you tell a Litvak? Don't you know that the Lithuanian and the Polish Jews, they don't know how to keep a secret? They're going to go home, they're going to blab to everyone." And that's exactly what happened, right? Now, the reason why this is significant is because this letter made its rounds in Lithuania, and it came to the attention of one Rabbi Moshe Chagiz. Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was actually a professional heresy hunter who followed in the footsteps of his father, who was also a great heresy hunter. And the heresy of the day was named Shabbatai Tzvi. So let's just take a quick moment to refresh ourselves on this sad story that occurred about 75 years prior to the events I'm describing. Shabbatai Tzvi was this infamous failed Messiah, but he was quite famous among Christians as well, because the whole idea of a Jew proclaiming to be the Messiah and gathering literally thousands of Jewish followers from all over Europe, all over the Eastern Mediterranean, many of whom sold all of their property, their homes, at a fraction of their value in order to follow him, on the assumption that he would initiate the Messianic era. They would all return to Jerusalem. It was like big news for Christians. It was fascinating. They followed it very closely. In this particular rendition, you can see that in the background, there's some sort of chicken scratches on a plaque. That's the artist's imagination of what Hebrew letters must look like. What ended up happening to Shabtai Tzvi, he was originally, he was a very well-regarded young man. He was actually the subject of many marriage proposals, although he did not accept too many in his youth. Later on, when he was older, he would actually get married 3 times. And one of those times was actually to an actual Torah scroll, meaning the Torah scroll itself. He got married to. It was very kind of like irrational and unusual behavior. But around age 23, 24, he began showing signs of what later historians have postulated were signs of some kind of bipolar disorder, perhaps some kind of manic depressive illness, because he would have these periods of great euphoria, which he called illuminations, during which he would claim to be able to access, huge realms of thought, or would perform supernatural activities like levitation or kvitzos haderech, the teleportation and things like that, which would then later be followed by periods of depression and quiet. And this was just kind of like an unusual idiosyncrasy of this otherwise well-regarded young man, until he hooked up with an individual named Nathan of Gaza, who was unfortunately a very significant enabler of the worst aspects of Shabtai Tzvi's worst inclinations, and this kind of blew the whole Messianic movement up to a point where many Jews were caught up in it. You can see here as actually a prayer book that was composed in the Sabbatean movement, which, by the way, persisted for a good century and a half after the movement formally ended, as I will describe in a minute. Here's an example of a Christian art showing Shabtai Tzvi giving blessings to several people wherever he goes. He was fond of, handing out global honors, like naming friends the Sultan of Africa or the King of Europe and things like that, all promising the eventual Messianic redemption, doing away with fast days, renaming them holidays, all kinds of fascinating and unusual and definitely very antinomian behaviors. Here's one of my favorite images that actually shows Nathan of Gaza, his familiar deputy, who was leading thousands of Jews off to Constantinople, where they were to demand the return of Jerusalem to Shabtai Tzvi, who would then bring about the Messianic era. What actually happened in the 1660s is Shabtai Tzvi presented himself to the court in Constantinople. The Sultan didn't deign to meet with him personally, but sent an envoy who made a counteroffer. The envoy said to him, "Listen, Mr. Tzvi, or do you mind if I call you Shabzi? We're not going to give you Jerusalem as you request. Instead, however, we will allow you to remain alive if you accept Islam as your faith." And to the great disappointment of Shabtai Tzvi's followers, he did. He became a Muslim. His wife at the time, Sarah, also became a Muslim. And the movement collapsed as Jews returned penniless to their homes throughout Europe and had to start all over again. A small number, some 300 families, decided that if Shabtai Tzvi, who was the Messiah, would convert to Islam, that must mean that all of us Jews must also convert to Islam as part of the unfolding of the end of days. They converted. They constituted a distinct group in Turkish society in particular called the Dinme, who actually were present and very active in political life right up until the 20th century. But that's basically the whole debacle of Shabtai Tzvi. After his demise, fascinating stories what happened to him afterwards. It seems he may have actually done some tshuva, some repentance. At the end, one of his last requests, he was later imprisoned by the Sultan because he was just behaving way too erratically. One of his last requests in prison was for a Yom Kippur prayer book because he wanted to repent appropriately. At any rate, there was, after the debacle ended, a huge outcry, and the Chagi's family in particular spent their energies hunting out any vestigial remains of Sabbatianism and hoping to extirpate it from Western society. It was not at all a strange phenomenon to have prominent rabbis who were actually still enthusiasts of Shabtai Tzvi well into the 1700s. And this is precisely what Rav Moshe Chagi suspected Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto of doing. That he felt that the Ramchal, with his nightly visit from the Maggid, it's like Shabtai Tzvi 2.0. He must certainly be relying on Sabbatian doctrines and so on. And so he got to work right away to pursue this young man. The first thing that he did was he went to Venice, which controlled the rabbinate in Padua. Venice was like the regional authority. And he said to the Venetian rabbis, "What is going on in Padua? Do you know what's happening over there? I heard about this guy, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and what he's been saying about the Maggid and so on." So the Venetian rabbis picked up the 18th century non-existent telephone and said to the rabbis in Padua, "You've got to investigate it." The rabbis in Padua said, "Oh, Moshe Chaim, he's a wonderful guy. We all love him. He has beautiful midos. He's such a learned guy. He has a study circle every night. You must be talking about another Ramchal." But they said, "No, this is the one we're looking for. This is what he's doing." And they said, "Okay, look, he's a little bit eccentric. There are some eccentricities, we'll admit. One of those eccentricities, for example, was the fact that he was clean-shaven. Even when he was 23 years old when this occurred, it was unusual for him to not wear a beard. Back then, if you wanted to remain clean-shaven, you had to use like depilatory powders and things like that. It's halakhically impermissible to use a straight-edge razor, but to use powders and lye and things like that. So that was a little bit unusual, but also even more of a shanda. He was not at the time married. And this was 23 years old and still unmarried. There's something fishy there. Ultimately, he would marry. He found a woman named Tzipora, whose father also had very mystical tendencies, shall we say. And the Ramchal certainly must have liked the irony of his name being Moshe and her name being Tzipora. He wrote a beautiful, intricate literary ketubah that is still studied to this day for its poetic and Kabbalistic value. At any rate, the rabbis in Padua said, "Okay, listen, what we will do is we will force him to take an oath. The oath will make him promise that he is not to engage in Kabbalistic teaching here in Padua. He has to wait until he's much older." I believe that the age they stipulated was 40 off the top of my head. The Ramchal, and you know from his communications, private communications from his teacher, he was very upset with the accusation, and it was unfair and so on. But his teacher counseled him, you shouldn't have told about the Maggid to Yekusio Gordon. It got out. Now the best thing you can do is just keep your head down, accept the oath, take that oath, and obey it. And in fact, the Ramchal did obey that oath much as it called him, and that Kabbalah was really his main interest, but he took on these stipulations that were applied to him. So after he got married, things calmed down a little bit, but Rabbi Moshe Chagiz was not satisfied with the very light slap on the wrist that the Ramchal received. He felt that he wanted much more of a big show trial and perhaps an excommunication, something a little bit more serious. So he kept his eye on this young Ramchal, and it happened that the Luzzatto business failed at this point. The father passed away, and the Ramchal, who was largely supported by his father, could no longer maintain the lifestyle that he had, primarily focusing on his learning in Padua. So he decided with his wife that they would make their way extremely cold winter all the way up to Amsterdam, where his brother had established a business. So on their way, when they left Padua, Rabbi Moshe Chagiz took advantage of their travel, and he sent word ahead to the city of Frankfurt am Main. And he said to a much more receptive Beit Din there that there is a guy coming your way. His name is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. I suspect him of being a Sabbatean. Here's all my evidence. He got away with it in Padua. I'm sure that you're not going to be as lenient. And so when the Ramchal arrived in Frankfurt, Amsterdam, he was actually arrested by the Beit Din. He was placed under house arrest while an investigation could be initiated. The Ramchal was distraught. What does this mean? I thought I dealt with this in Padua. I haven't violated the oath at all. He wrote to his teacher, Isaiah Bezan, who immediately came to his defense. The end result of this very trying episode is that the Ramchal had to take a second oath, reiterating the stipulations of the first oath. It was deeply, deeply humiliating to him that he was still suspected of these kinds of attitudes. But once again, Rabbi Isaiah Bazan, his teacher, said to him, there's not much you can do to protect yourself here. You are not a wealthy man. You are not without admirers and students, but including himself, but you simply don't have any recourse here. What was perhaps most awful, however, is that he was carrying with him a chest full of his manuscripts, his personal writings, and he was a very, very prolific individual. As I mentioned, he wrote his first book when he was in his teen years that is published and still studied to this day. He had a full chest full of manuscripts. They were seized by the Beit Din in Amsterdam, in Frankfurt, and they proceeded to examine them for heretical materials and statements. By the time they had gone through them, they could not determine whether or not the Ramchal was in fact a heretic. Read between the lines, they could not understand the writings. They were full of Kabbalistic references, and they simply could not find any of the incriminating evidence that they had hoped to find there. However, they had different choices before them. On one choice was they could simply return the manuscripts to the Ramchal, saying we couldn't find anything wrong, and therefore, you're off scot-free. They were loath to do that, though, because it would reveal their ignorance about the content of the documents, and they were concerned that perhaps they were heretical. On the other hand, if they could confirm they were heretical, then they could set them to the flames. It is an unfortunate precedent, but Jews have been known from time to time to burn their holy works, or the holy works of their opponents. We saw this with the Rambam, and in the 18th century it was not uncommon as well. Mendelssohn's works, for example, including his translation of the Torah itself, was set to the flames. So the third option that they utilized was they would bury the manuscripts, neither destroying them as if they're heretical, nor returning to the Ramchal, but they would bury them, and then the location of the burial was promptly lost. So to this day, somewhere under the streets of Frankfurt is a huge chest full of the Ramchal's own writings. Perhaps one day they will see the light of day. In this context, we have Rabbi Isaiah Bazan's very heroic defense of his student, which is, we have much of the text of it because he engaged in correspondence with the Beit Din while he was on the way there, and he presented himself and argued very forcefully in defense of his student, saying, what have you found that he has done wrong? This is quite literally a witch hunt. It's an unfair accusation. You've traumatized this young man and his family for no reason, and so on. And ultimately, after taking that second oath, the Ramchal was free to go. He found his final refuge, not his final refuge, but a major refuge in Amsterdam. As I believe we discussed long ago in the first series when we spoke about Jews of modernity, we looked at the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, and you recall that they're a very unusual community because they were made up of the descendants of Jews who were forcibly converted to Christianity, beginning with the Portuguese Inquisition, or prior to the Inquisition, in 1497. And then for the next few centuries, as they slowly made their way out of Portugal, they were able to reclaim their Jewish identity many, many generations later in some occasions. And it's worthy to note that the origins of the American Jewish community lay in the Portuguese Inquisition, because it is those Jews who were living in Portuguese Brazil in the 1650s who, for a very brief period of time, when the Dutch took over a region of Brazil, those Portuguese Jews living as Christians at the time decided to come out of the closet, proclaim their Jewish identity, only to discover a couple of years later that the Dutch gave that region back to Portugal as part of a treaty, and they found themselves once again under the clutches of the Inquisition. So they all boarded boats and separated, and 23 refugees made their way up to New Amsterdam, which is, of course, the island of Manhattan, and they formed the first settlement of Jews as a community in the what would be the United States. At any rate, the Portuguese Jews of Amsterdam, they had a much wider tolerance for this kind of ideological dissent. They recognized in the Ramchal, in many ways, one of their own, and they gave him a fairly respectable position in the Talmud Torah, in their school there. Not a very heavy teaching load. He was more of a respected, learned person, but he lacked the same study circle of students who were really on par with him. Portuguese Jews were also cognizant of the huge tumult that occurred when Uriel da Costa was forcibly excommunicated there, and later, of course, the issue of Spinoza, which was also something that happened in Amsterdam. So they treated Ramchal with kid gloves, and they gave him a respectful position. And it is at this time that he began to write the works of his great maturity, including the Mesilat Yesharim, but also Das Trunos, Derech Hashem, some phenomenal classics that are widely studied to this day. However, this was spiritually insufficient for the Ramchal. He felt that he longed to move to the land of Israel to make Aliyah, and he was approaching his 40th birthday. He wanted to begin to teach Kabbalah publicly, which would have represented, the end of the restrictions of the oath that he first took in Padua and then had to repeat again in Frankfurt. And so he made plans with his wife to sell all of their belongings in Amsterdam and then make his way to Israel. He landed at Akko. He wrote a few pieces of correspondence back to his beloved students, and then shortly after arriving, he died of a plague, and he was buried in Israel. His legacy, however, is quite fascinating, and in many ways he occupies the same kind of position that we discussed last week when we were talking about the Rambam, who was another figure who was revealed and yet reviled in his lifetime. And I believe we'll see the same pattern when we speak in a couple of weeks about the Lubavitcher Rebbe, who also had a phenomenal impact on the Jewish world in the 20th century and into our own century as well. But during his lifetime, he faced tremendous challenges and often very bitter, withering criticism. So with that, I'll bring this to a close, and perhaps I will just mention, because I recall that I kind of gave you a teaser at the beginning, you might be wondering the opening question, right? Like, why did he publish the second version of Mesilas Yesharim, not the first? And what are those strange words in the 11th chapter? So, according to the research of David Sklar, who's done this beautiful dissertation on the Ramchal, and in particular looked at archival sources in Amsterdam and elsewhere, it really fleshes out his life in a very, very thorough way. He argues that his sponsors in Amsterdam, the wealthy families who supported him while he was there, felt that the original version of Mesilas Yesharim had too many recognizable figures in it. Meaning, if you read this carefully and you knew the Ramchal's history, you would see kind of caricatures of individuals that he wished to criticize. And they felt that it was somewhat incendiary. They did not want to have anything blow up again in Amsterdam like they had seen he dealt with in Padua and in Frankfurt. And so they counseled him not to publish it, or perhaps they said they were not willing to publish it at all. It was not a neutral work of Jewish literature. And so the Ramchal's best friend, who he thanks very, in a very florid manner in the conclusion to the work, quickly edited the work and reshaped it into the more standard, more neutral kind of frontal discussion that we have today. And the Ramchal perhaps grudgingly signed off on this new version and said, fine, and he just set aside the manuscript dramatic version. And in this context, when you think about what the Vilna Gaon said, that nothing is out of place until the 11th chapter, there's one passage in the 11th chapter where the Ramchal is speaking about the negative character trait of vengeance. And he seems to just like step out of tone for a moment. Like for most of the book, he's got this kind of even, soothing kind of prose, and then at one point, it just gets a little sharper than you would expect. And in that context, when he's writing about vengeance, he says, and I know that taking vengeance would be as sweet as honey. And it stands out like an unusually personal kind of revelation, or a personal kind of sharing that means that he really felt that deeply. And that's my theory as to the Vilna Gaon's words out of place in the 11th chapter, that perhaps he was reflecting on his own experience and the way he was hounded across Europe, literally, and it would have been as sweet as honey to vengeance. But nevertheless, it was incompatible with the personality type that the Torah demands, and would have been inconsistent with the values of Mesilas Yesharim. With that, I want to thank you once again for your endurance. I really appreciated the opportunity to speak with all of you, and I think we have some time for some questions.
Kruger actually had to fortify his home, his palace in Augsburg. Kruger controlled a few little towns around Augsburg. The peasants marched on these towns, tried to take them over, but with superior weaponry.
The series that we've been looking at really focused on three colossal leaders who have had phenomenal impact and phenomenal influence on pretty much everything we do Jewishly since their lifetimes. We're all united in the fact that they were revered long after their deaths, but reviled at least at certain points during their lives. And the strange kind of connection of the often bitter controversy that surrounded these individuals, these really gigantic thinkers, and the way in which they've occupied so much of our intellectual space nowadays, we see how much we really owe to their innovations, was something that really intrigued me. In the first class, of course, we looked at Maimonides, and his books were so controversial that they were actually burned by other Jews in the 13th century. Then we looked at the Ramchal, who was mercilessly pursued throughout Europe, and finally wrote his Mesilas Yesharim, the tremendous work that's been accepted universally as one of the classics of Jewish theology, and Musaf. He wrote that only after enduring tremendous bitter criticism. And today we're going to look at the Lubavitcher Rabbi, who also had a similarly outsized impact on the way Jews do things today. But during his lifetime, which overlapped with many of our own, I'm sure, he was embroiled in many points of controversy. So what I'd like to do over the course of the next 45 or 50 minutes is to take a broad 30,000-foot view of his life and work, and then to zero in on some areas in which he encountered significant opposition, around which there was significant controversy, and try to reflect on what that means for how we treat leaders of this type. And that will bring us to a conclusion of this tripartite series. I should preface this by saying that I originally gave a lecture with the same title, incidentally, back in 2013. And I recorded it and put it on YouTube, and it was actually for a very long time one of my more popular lectures. It had a significant number of people who were really curious to know who was this great, virtually ubiquitous figure in Jewish life. I had made a few really basic, simple errors that I'm prone to make when I try to cover a lot of detail in the space of 60 minutes. And I ended up deciding that, that there's just so much noise about the small details that it would probably be better if I took it down. So I actually have made it private for the past few years or so, but I really wanted to come back to it. I was also disappointed in myself in that when I first gave that lecture, and I was thinking about a much smaller audience, really just a very focused audience in the synagogue where I davened, and I put it on YouTube thinking there would be a similar kind of audience. I really started with the controversies before I really talked about the incredible achievements. And I think a lot of viewers, as time went on and the controversies began to become less and less significant, they began to see me in a light that I didn't think was a very fair kind of criticism. And so I figured, let's just take this offline. But now, Baruch Hashem, I finally have the opportunity to address this individual who I have to say has had a remarkable impact on my own life. Just like the Rambam and the Ramchal, he's one of those figures that has really shaped the way I think about my own Judaism, about my own relationship to God, to my family, and my community, and to the world as a whole, and what little I can achieve during the few years that I'm given, God willing, to exist on this earth. So with that said, let me tell you a little bit about the sources that went into this particular topic, because I am confident that many of you will want to read more about the Rebbe if you haven't prior to this. Part of the reason for my difficult first foray into this topic was because the first real biography that appeared after the passing of the Rebbe in 1994 was this book, a very scholarly book published by, I believe it was Princeton University Press, by Samuel Heilman, who's a scholar that I have a tremendous amount of respect for, and Nachum Friedman, whose work I was not as familiar with. And this book, although it was incredibly useful and very detailed and eye-opening, it tends to take more of an academic critical approach that I value, but as I read more of the literature that comes from students of the Rebbes or followers of the Rebbes, I think that some of that academic criticism was not entirely appropriately placed in some regards. Maybe we'll have an opportunity to discuss that in the question and answer series. There is, on the other hand, speaking about the student memoirs, there is this wonderful book by Harab Steinsaltz, which is definitely written as an homage to the Rebbe. It is written with his classic scholarship, but nevertheless he's written as someone who is distinctly a follower of the Rebbe and wants to encapsulate and embody his own values in his own life. This volume is far more popular, and you see it all over the place. It's Joseph Telushkin, a very talented writer who I believe lives out where you are, and I've long relied on his wonderful surveys like Jewish literacy and Jewish humor and so on, and his book on the Rebbe is really quite amazing. I think it's actually one of the most well-balanced books in that, unlike the more scholarly book entitled The Rebbe, which tended to be a little bit more salacious in nature, and unlike the more hagiographic treatments that come from the Chabad sources, he struck a balance, and I think he's one of the best places to go if you want to learn a little bit more about the controversial aspects of it. But at the same time, he really presents a well-balanced picture of the Rebbe. But by far, my favorite biography is this one by my colleague Chaim Miller, who is also a New Yorker. This Turning Judaism Outward is written, I think, with the greatest possible use of sources by a Chabad insider He's published quite a few Chabad-specific works and really knows the inside culture. The culture of Chabad is really quite intense and with its own language and its own, customs that really, I'm still learning things about it. Like, for example, one of my children actually married into Chabad, and we were making the invitations, and I learned that the custom is you always put, I think it's 5 o'clock as the time of the wedding, and it means nothing. But that's when the Rebbe was married, 5 p.m. So you would not know these things unless you were inside Chabad. So this is, I think, my favorite source. I actually reread it because I want to be prepared for tonight's talk. So with that kind of like personal and bibliographic background, let's look at the Rebbe's life itself. Why don't we start with his formative years? Here's a beautiful picture of him at 2 years of age. He was born in 1902 in Nikolaev, Russia, and at a very young age he moved to Yekaterinoslav, which is a city that's on the eastern end of Ukraine. After the Communist Revolution, they decided to rename it because Yekaterinoslav was very hard to pronounce, so they switched it to Dnipropetrovsk. That's actually a joke. I don't know if you can hear that during Zoom. But today it's called Dnipropetrovsk because it's on the Dnieper River. And it was a fairly new town, Jewishly speaking, because it was rapidly expanded in the 20th century in connection with all kinds of industrial efforts, specifically the building of hydroelectric dams and things like that. And so it was kind of a young, growing Jewish population of blue-collar workers and their families, Jewish blue-collar workers who went out there to seek work, particularly in the 1920s and the 1930s when the work really expanded dramatically. He was an unusual child in many ways. It's strange for someone who would ultimately become the head of the entire Chabad Lubavitch Hasidic movement. He didn't have a typical Chabad yeshiva experience. He was trained primarily by his father, who was a remarkable scholar, and he was served as a communal rabbi in Dnipropetrovsk. Later, he would be persecuted by the Soviets and sent out to the Gulag, where he had to exist far out in Siberia. His wife went and followed him there, and incidentally, one of the most powerful documents I've ever seen is they lived in tremendous penury. This is speaking about the Rebbe's father, long after the Rebbe had left the Soviet Union. The Rebbe's father, Rabbi Levi Yitzchak Schneerson, had very little paper and very little writing instruments, but what he did was using ink that was made from wild herbs that his wife would collect in the Siberian countryside and then grind down into making an ink-like substance. He would write tiny little scholarly notes in the margins of the few books that he possessed. Fascinating. There's a whole picture as to what kind of individual he was. At any rate, young Menachem Mendel was the first of 3 boys, and he didn't have a Chabad yeshiva to go to. He was trained primarily by his father and by hired teachers, but by the time he reached the age of 12, he had really demonstrated that he had the Sitzfleisch, the personal self-determination and self-discipline to study on his own. And in fact, he studied Jewish topics on his own for the rest of his life. That was his preferred modality of study, was solitary study. He went on, however, to engage in quite a bit of secular study, ultimately studying at universities in Germany and in France, where he was especially interested in engineering, although he had an unusually broad interest in all areas of human endeavor, leaning toward the sciences as a whole. A turning point in his life, one that really dramatically propelled him towards leadership, even if he didn't realize it at the time, was that he was set up for a shidduch with the then Chabad Rebbe's second daughter, Mushia, shown here. Her full name is Chaya Mushka Schneerson. You'll notice that they have the same surname. That's because the sixth rabbi in the dynasty of Chabad, his surname was Schneerson, and he was a distant cousin to the seventh Rebbe, who would become his son-in-law, our protagonist, Menachem Mendel. So Chaya Mushka is shown here. She was the second daughter of the existing Chabad Rebbe, and for some time there was reputation of this young boy from Dnipropetrovsk who showed tremendous promise, and eventually he was brought to the Chabad court, which at that time was bouncing between Poland and Latvia, depending on the political circumstances at the time, and ultimately they were married. They maintained a home until her passing in 1988. Unfortunately, they remained childless, which was you can only imagine, a source of some stress for both of them, and may have actually contributed to the Rebbe's ill health at certain points in his life when he engaged in numerous fasts. Now, the bulk of our efforts today, however, should focus on his activity as the Rebbe. And how that came about was really quite fascinating. Here he is with Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson, who is the older man seated to his right. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak was the sixth of the seven Chabad Rebbes, the first of which was the famous Alter Rebbe, Rabbi Shneir Zalman of Liadi, who is also the author of the most important book of the Chabad movement, known as the Tanya. Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, who is known by the acronym RAYATS, that's Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak, is also known as the Clear Dicker Rebbe to my generation, the earlier Rebbe, the previous Rebbe. In other words, when you wanted to speak about the Rebbe, if you're talking to a Chabadnik, they'll want to know, well, which Rebbe are you talking about? Because obviously the Rebbe is our current Rebbe. But because of the interregnum between the sixth Rebbe and the seventh Rebbe, with older Hasidim, thinking of the sixth Rebbe as the Rebbe and the new Rebbe as the new Rebbe, so he became known as the Friedrich Rebbe, the earlier Rebbe, and that's how he's typically referred to today. When you say the Rebbe to a Chabadnik, that means Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. If you refer to the Friedrich Rebbe, that means his father-in-law, Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson. One of the most, this is also a heroic character that deserves a tremendous amount of attention as well on a biographic level. He was especially noted for maintaining a tremendous network of Chabad operatives behind the Iron Curtain in the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union, of course, was deeply anti-clerical at this time, very deeply anti-religious. They had the so-called Bezbozhniki, the League of Militant Atheists, that were doing everything they could to extirpate religion throughout the Soviet Union, especially focused on Jewish activity. And so the Rayats, the Friedrich Rebbe, using a lot of support that came from places like the American Joint Distribution Community, he was able to fund a lot of these underground networks in the USSR, especially after he had escaped across the border into interwar Latvia, which at that time was not under the Soviet rule. But this was an extremely difficult endeavor involving a lot of secrecy and a lot of risk, and ultimately, as the environment in interwar Europe grew more and more intolerant, with the rise of fascism and anti-Semitic movements, they eventually had to flee Europe altogether, and the Friedrich Rebbe, followed shortly thereafter by the Rebbe, made their way to the United States. Immediately prior to leaving, the Friedrich Rebbe was actually in Latvia, then Germany, and then he escaped to America. The young Schneerson couple were at this time living in Paris, where the Rebbe was engaged in studies of engineering. Now, when Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson arrived in the United States, I've used the abbreviation Ramash, which was common for the time, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson. There was an interesting kind of environment here, which we're going to explore in a little bit more detail when we get to the challenges, because he was the husband of the second daughter. Right? Rabbi Yosef Yitzchak Schneerson had 3 daughters and no sons, which posed a challenge for future succession, because typically a son is favored over a student or an outsider to take over the leadership of a Hasidic dynasty. And it was generally assumed at that time, in the 1940s and earlier, that the elder sister, who was married to Rabbi Shmaryahu Gurare, that he would eventually become the Rebbe. And in fact, he had some of the most important responsibilities associated with the Chabad network at that time, specifically control of the yeshiva. The yeshiva, Tomchei Tmimim, was the pride and joy of the Chabad dynasty, and those really important responsibilities were typically given to the favored son-in-law. So what would you do with this individual, Ramash, who has shown some significant talents in a lot of ways, although his personal manner was very much to try and blend into the background. He certainly did not seek out any kind of communal responsibilities. He was, however, as we shall see, extremely dedicated to Chabad as the body of thought, as a spiritual system, and especially to the person of the Rayatz, his father-in-law. This picture, I think, characterizes this warm relationship between them very well. So he received the following responsibilities. First of all, he was put in charge of Kehot, which was their publishing arm. Now it is, quite massive. It's comparable in many ways to Art Scroll. It certainly predated Art Scroll as a Jewish publishing house, and it was thought that this would suit his scholarly nature very well. He was put in charge of Merkos, which was Jewish education, but separate from the yeshivas. This also turned out to be quite appropriate for his skill set. Merkos was specifically to deal with kids who were not necessarily in the yeshiva system. One of the great potential opportunities which Chabad was very quick to exploit was this notion of release time, that when public school kids were given a certain amount of time every week to receive religious instruction at private institutions, this is where Chabad could step in and offer free or highly subsidized religious education to Jewish kids. It turned out to be extremely successful. He was put in charge of an interesting organization called Machne Yisrael, the Jewish camp, which was essentially part of the Frierdiker Rebbe's attempt to get people fired up about the idea of Mashiach, of the Messiah coming. This, of course, will be much more relevant as we go through the controversies as well. It turned out that this was not an especially successful part of the Rebbe's early career, although it would always stay with him as a motivational force, and as we shall see, it would become quite powerful when we get to the late 80s and 90s. And then finally, he was put in charge of Chevra Kadisha, the Chabad Chevra Kadisha, or the Burial Society. The Rebbe actually used to joke that these 4 responsibilities responded to the sense of the 3-level soul. The intellectual soul was publishing, the spiritual soul was about education, the animal soul was always design redemption, so that's Machne Yisrael, and then finally the body was the Chevra Kadisha. But compared to his brother-in-law, these were comparatively minor, secondary kinds of responsibilities. They would turn out to be central to his specific mission, and they would define Chabad in a very big way. But at the time, this was kind of like, it was understood that his brother-in-law was really central to be the Rebbe. When he ended up becoming the Rebbe, however, in 1951, the Frierdiker Rebbe would pass away in 1950, and after a year of uncertainty, the Chabad movement coalesced around Rabbi Menachem Mendel as the leader. He proclaimed his mission statement, and it was something that is quite interesting in that he never deviated from it throughout his entire career. 50-odd years of activity really focused on this one simple idea based on a passage in the mystical literature, that the love of God, the love of Torah, and the love of one's fellow Jew are all one and the same thing. He proclaimed it at his initial, coronation as Rabbi, and it was something that he adhered to, and everything he did was focused around the statement. It's a fascinating thing because, when you think about how, all of us, of course, in this call are moderates, but there are fanatics, right? To the right, fanatics to the left, and things like that. And what this statement says to me, among other things, is that, for some people, they're really focused on, let's say, the love of Torah, but they tend to ignore the love of fellow Jews and sometimes even the love of God. And there are those who are so absorbed with God that they don't have anything for Torah and maybe not paying attention to Jews. But in reality, the Rebbe was trying to say that each one of these things is essentially the same kind of drive as the other two. And the goal is to try to recognize the value of each of these things and to appreciate people where they're coming from and to accept them on that level and hope to develop the other two levels. And I think that's very characteristic for them. But let's go on to the actual achievements of the Rebbe, and then we'll get to the meat of it with the challenges and controversies. So, the Rebbe had an unusually powerful sense of marketing skills. He was very much engaged in graphic design. He personally was involved in creating the logos and even the letterhead of many of the movements that he was associated with. He personally looked over any graphic representations for children's magazines, for example. He actually would look at each of the cartoon boxes and make suggestions as they were being published. Even when he was an older man, he was still looking at these things. He used to say, for example, it's kind of relevant to contemporary controversies, that there should always be, whenever you had a children's magazine that had pictures of young boys on it, he says there should always be a girl on the cover as well. This is way back in the 1950s and 60s, that girls had to be included in all of their publications. And he was also very much quite attuned to the zeitgeist. He was very much able to discern what kind of things would work for his audience. Even though he was a foreigner, coming with a Russian background and then European education to an American environment, he was very well attuned to what American young people needed. One of the things that his father-in-law used to say, when he came to this country in 1940, and people were far more lax about the observance of commandments and things like that, he would insist. And people would say to him, the reason is because America is anders, that America is different. The rules we played by in Europe, they don't really hold in America. People are more relaxed. And he would always say, America is nicht anders, that America is not different. We have the same kind of responsibilities, the same kind of impetus, the same kind of demands placed on us. And so the Rebbe, his son-in-law, with that kind of motivation, but attuned to the demands of the time, was able to really craft his ideas into specific, well-thought-out campaigns. The most important of which is certainly one that was later known by the term Ufaratsta, which is based on a word in the book of Genesis, when God promises to Abraham that he will spread out to the north and the south and the east and the west. And he began to develop a network, later known as the Rebbe's Army, casually, of shluchim, messengers, that were literally sent out to service communities all around the world. And I'm sure everyone on this call has all kinds of adventures dealing with travel and always having Chabad come to their aid because of this incredible network of thousands and thousands of these Chabad houses that are located in the most unlikely places in Central Africa, in Far Asia, all kinds of places. It's really because of the Rebbe's vision that Chabad's wellsprings had to spread out throughout the world. And he was able to motivate young people to literally dedicate their entire lives to move to a location where there was none or very little of a Jewish community and just settle there for the rest of their lives. It is truly mind-boggling. Many people point to the influence of John F. Kennedy and the Peace Corps and things like that, but I think by comparison, the Rebbe's army has far more lasting staying power than the Peace Corps. But nevertheless, the Rebbe was able to tap into this idea of this selfless, lifelong determination and dedication, and put this on young people and say, great, go out there, make your own decisions, we'll give you some seed money, we'll help you as much as we can from the central offices, but go out there and do what you can. He was able to craft, specific focus campaigns that somehow touched what a lot of people were feeling. Very simple, very straightforward, sometimes quite audacious, and we're all familiar with so many of them. For example, the Meshech campaign, which stands for Ner Shabbos Kodesh, the lights of the Holy Sabbath. Simply promoting women lighting candles on Friday night. And if you look at some of this contemporary artwork, that you can see that the message is so clear. Handing down from mother to daughter. It's a very simple thing to do, just light the candles Friday night. And so, the Chabad students would go out on so-called mitzvahs, which is a Friday afternoon in particular kind of activity, where they go out to neighborhoods where they hope to meet Jews and simply give away free candles to women. Say, here, would you like to light Shabbos candles? And there's no strings attached, and there's no complex kind of arrangements. Just really simple. Light the candles. Candles bring peace. Look at all these other blessings that come along with it. We're all familiar as well with the mitzvah tanks, right? These loud, audacious vehicles that roll through many urban centers, and they serve as kind of like mobile squads to suggest that Jews come in and put on tefillin or have a kosher egg roll or something like that. Say a bracha. And it's all just for the sake of getting people to add to the level of kedusha, holiness, by performing these commandments. Incredible kind of vision that motivated people and made them smile because they were so, out there. One of my favorites is the giving dollars. So one of the 10 campaigns in particular, there are actually many more than 10, but there are 10 that are specifically identified by the Rabbi as campaigns. One was tzedakah, giving charity, right? So how do you convince people to give charity? Well, you give them money and tell them that they should give charity. And you make it easy for them by giving money to them in order to give charity. And so on Sundays, the Rebbe would essentially hold court, and hundreds of people would come by, and he would hand each of them $1 and have a brief conversation with them. And the Chabad was always very attuned to technology and use of radio and use of video later on. So we have tremendous archives available of these interactions. Very often with famous people, Nobel Prize laureates and heads of state and so on, but far more commonly, just regular people from the street, Jews and non-Jews, anyone could come up and could have a minute to just speak with the Rebbe and to collect $1 from him. Now, the idea is the $1 is something you keep for yourself, and you get a different $1 in charity, but it was just a simple, brilliant campaign that communicated goodness to the world and really helped elevate the message of Chabad Hasidism through the vision of the Rebbe. So these are all tremendous things that I'm sure many of you are very familiar with, and maybe you have even experienced yourself. We should understand, however, that the Rebbe's life was hardly one of uninterrupted successes. He suffered, like we all do, terrible traumas in his life, and many traumas that were far worse than especially we who have had the good fortune of growing up in North America have experienced. But he lost much of his family in the Holocaust or shortly thereafter. He did not see his own mother for about 20 years, and only then was, after the war, was able to reunite with her and bring her back. his father had succumbed to illnesses after that long captivity in Siberia, and losses to both he and his wife's family were really quite tremendous. And the dislocation, the refugee status, for about 20 years, he and his wife were actually stateless, because when they left the Soviet Union, they had to apply for something called a Nansen passport, which was given to people who were, forced out of their circumstances during the revolutionary period. And with taking the Nansen passport, he had to give up his Soviet citizenship, and so they were literally, living on a knife's edge for a good 20 years. But there are certain challenges and controversies which are specific to his role as the Rebbe, and that's what I'd like to spend some time looking at right now. The first one we've already alluded to a couple of times, and was actually one of the most bitter and long-lasting and painful challenges that he had to meet in his life, and that is the succession conflict. Rabbi Shmaryahu Gurari, shown here, was long the establishment candidate, so to speak, for the role of the Rebbe. Unlike Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, he had spent all of his time by the side of the sixth Rebbe throughout the wanderings in Eastern Europe. He was already placed in charge of the yeshiva, as mentioned earlier. And although there's no question that the Friedrich Rebbe had a soft spot in his heart for the second son-in-law, the fact that the sixth Rebbe passed away intestate, that is, without a will, meant that the whole question of succession was up for grabs. Now, Rabbi Shmaryahu Gurari, also known as Rashad, was also the favored candidate by his mother-in-law, the wife of the Friedrich Rebbe, and she consistently maintained that he was the right candidate long after the succession conflict had abated. And in fact, although the Rashad, after the painful period when Hasidim were trying to decide which of the two brothers-in-law he followed, eventually the Rashad capitulated and decided to become a chassid of his brother-in-law, the Rebbe, and recognized him as such. His wife and his mother did not publicly recognize him. And when we get to the 1980s, this separation, this rupture would be much more painful and would be in fact permanent. So, this was a very difficult thing for the Rebbe at the time. There's no question that he did not intend to become the Rebbe at the very beginning when the sixth Rebbe passed away. But over a series of about half a year, as more and more Hasidim began to approach him and urge him to take this on, and then some of these Hasidim actually published in the press that they wished to follow the second son-in-law. It became clear that the Rashad simply did not have the same level of authority, or did not capture the imagination of the Hasidim as much as his brother-in-law did. So eventually the Rebbe was able to overcome that succession crisis, but it proved to be a long-lasting wound that he felt himself. There were many of his, we talked about several of the really successful campaigns that continued long after his passing. Even with COVID, you can walk down streets in Manhattan and you'll have Chabadnikim trying to get you to wear tefillin. But many of his campaigns did not succeed, and he was deeply frustrated with his lack of progress. One of those, for example, that he felt very, very close to was the idea of mandating prayer in public schools. This is also exemplary of his kind of large vision. He didn't consider himself just, the Rebbe of Chabad. He considered himself the Rebbe of the world, that he was concerned about not just, Jewish kids in Chabad yeshivas, but Jewish kids in public school and non-Jewish kids in public school. One of his other campaigns was really trying to emphasize the 7 Noahide laws and to popularize them among non-Jews. Anyway, in the 1960s, the Supreme Court struck down the practice of prayer in public schools, and the Rebbe fought bitterly against this and was quite vocal about it. In this regard, he was going up against the American Jewish establishment, which thought that generally it's probably a better thing to keep state and religion separate, church and state separate. And they didn't appreciate that the Rebbe was trying to bring prayer back in. They were saying, no. If we bring prayer back in, it's going to be Christian prayer. So, why are you doing this? I can tell you, by the way, that my own experience in public school, which was just a little bit later than this, and it was in Canada. I don't know how the Canadian environment was shaped by the American, but I went to public school from about 1969 or so into the 70s, and I grew up reciting the Lord's Prayer every morning. And, I still remember it, and, it's not such a bad prayer. It's a very nice prayer. You forgive others your transgressions, things like that. But I remember that when I was about in middle school, it abruptly stopped. And then we had, for about a year or two, this kind of, I guess it must have been in response to the same kind of argument. We had this kind of multicultural moment of religious thought every morning, where the principal would read over the intercom some, 2-minute Buddhist teaching, or my favorite were the Native American teachings about Manitou and all kinds of things like that. And occasionally there would be a Christian teaching or a Jewish teaching. And the idea was kind of like all religions. And then eventually that disappeared. We had a moment of silence, but that was, just too hard to maintain. So they eventually they did away with it altogether. No more prayer, no more moment of silence, no more religious stuff. But the Rebbe really wanted to make this happen. He argued strenuously for a moment of silence as well, and he was not able to succeed. So he was deeply frustrated with it, and he was often the only person in the room screaming for this, but he simply could not achieve it. And he met with a lot of opposition within the Jewish world. Perhaps one of the most painful moments was a rupture within the Chabad movement itself that occurred in 1985 and extended for 2 further years. The rift over succession, which had kind of scabbed over when the Rashad accepted the Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson as the Rebbe, had not totally healed. And 30 years later, one of the people involved, librarians with the extremely valuable Chabad library, which had hundreds of volumes from the 16th and 17th century, very, very rare volumes that were rescued from Eastern Europe, noticed that there were 2 volumes that were suddenly missing from the shelves. And they didn't know what was happening. Where were these books going? And so they installed a security system, and they discovered, to their dismay, that the Rebbe's nephew was actually taking the books and then selling them privately. Now, that certainly, didn't sound very nice, and he was taking them at night surreptitiously and so on. But when they challenged him, saying, "What are you doing with the books?" He insisted that, in fact, he was only taking books that already belonged to him, because he, as the Rashad's son, was the grandson of the Friedricher Rebbe, and the library belonged to his grandfather. And so, therefore, he was really the inheritor of these books. And although Chabad was free to use them in their library and consult them, if he chose to take some of them and sell them on the private market, that would be fine. Obviously, the Rebbe disagreed and said, "No, these are library books. These are books for the entire community." Because the Friedricher Rebbe left without leaving a will, there was no way to really clearly understand what was his intention with regards his multi-million-dollar collection of books. There was quite a fractious dispute over this, and ultimately the Rebbe decided, again very controversial for the time, to take this to secular court. He chose not to bring it to a Beit Din, that is, keep it inside the Jewish world with a Jewish court. And there are a lot of interesting theories as to why he decided not to do that. Perhaps it would have placed too much pressure on a Beit Din to have to, judge something so weighty as a Rebbe's going to a library and so on. But ultimately, they went to New York State courts, and in very dramatic testimonial, what really swung the decision in favor of the Rebbe was when his wife was questioned and took a deposition regarding what she thought was the true ownership of the books. And the real question was, were they the personal property of her father, the father-in-law of the Rebbe, or were they the property of the Chabad Hasidim as a whole? And when questioned, Chaim Musker said that the library and her father belonged to all the Hasidim. So in other words, with that very clever answer, the judge was satisfied, and in fact he ruled that the books belonged to the Chabad Association. It was a public library owned by, or a private library owned by this institution rather than a single person. The books had to be returned. This particular date, the 5th of Teves, when this decision was decided, was declared a Chabad holiday, and it's called Didan Notzach, which literally means in Aramaic, our side won. But it showed a tremendous rift in the families that showed that the antagonism over how the succession would be played out was not yet solved. It was made even worse when a deranged Chabad supporter, reacting to a very fiery speech that the Rebbe gave regarding the disposition of the books, broke into the home of Nechama Dina Schneerson, that is the widow of the 6th Rebbe, and beat the 86-year-old woman senseless, sending her to the hospital. And this was literally the end of the relationship between the two sides of the Schneerson family. They never spoke again, they separated, they were buried separately, and it's a very sad internal family conflict that went along with the challenges of leadership. But perhaps the controversy that spread most widely after the Rebbe's death were the swirling controversy regarding his view of Messianism. When the Frierdiker Rebbe died, the Rebbe would spend literally hours at his grave, shown here in 1950, shortly after his passing, reciting psalms and reciting special prayers and so on. And he was definitely very, very close to his father-in-law, and for years afterwards, the Rebbe basically, once he moved to 770 Eastern Parkway, he only left it either to stay within the Crown Heights community for a few special weddings when he was younger, or to go to the grave of his father-in-law in Queens, and only on, I think, 3 occasions he went up to the Catskills to visit some summer camps that he had helped found. Otherwise, he spent his entire life entirely within, a radius of about 12 miles, and basically living in one room in 770, doing all of his work there. So when the Rebbe in the 1990s went for one of these long, solitary, meditative states at his father-in-law's grave, even his uncharacteristically long stay there was a concern for some of his attendants. They went in to see what was going on. At this time, as you shall see in a moment, the grave was enclosed, and they saw that he had a stroke. They managed to revive him, and he recovered to some extent, but for the last few years of his life, he was unable to communicate to the same degree at all that he had prior to his stroke. And it was during the last few years of his life, when he was in this kind of, nebulous condition, that many of his followers insisted that he, in fact, was not just a Rebbe, but he was actually the Messiah, Mashiach, come to redeem the entire Jewish world. And an entire scholarly industry began to develop developing proofs that, in fact, this is the coming of the Mashiach. Look at how many things he has done. He really was someone who strode across the global stage. He had transformed lives all over the world. And he meets all of these characteristics. A lot of research was done into Maimonides and his views on how to identify the Messiah and so on. And this movement grew. And during those last few years of his life, with whatever notions he was able to communicate, many interpreted even the smallest hand gesture as a level of assent to that particular view. Or if some people would be singing songs specifically praising him as a Mashiach, and they did not feel that he was, denying them, then that was in fact an assent. So there's a lot of speculation about exactly what was his mindset at the time. And amazingly, this continued even after his passing and burial in 1994, when for a long time a significant number of Chabad Lubavitchers continued to believe that not only was he the Mashiach, but he was actually going to rise from the dead to assume that role. Now, I'm not going to get into the theology of this, but it sounded to many Jews like Christianity, not like Judaism. And there was a huge amount of furor over the argument of the Rabbi as the Messiah. Now, the degree to which we can lay this at the feet of the Rebbe himself is, I think, beyond the scope of our discussion, although there are some fascinating thoughts on this in the work of Rabbi Telushkin in particular. But what really was the controversy that went on afterwards, very similar in many ways to the controversy about the Rambam, is that a very important scholar at Yeshiva University, Rabbi Dr. David Berger, a noted historian, wrote a book that had the subtitle The Rebbe, the Messiah, and the Scandal of Orthodox Indifference, in which Dr. Berger argued, rather inflammatory kind of thesis, that, hey, wait a second, if you have all these Lubavitcher Shluchim all over the world who are doing amazing things for the community, but they regard their Rebbe as a deceased Messiah going to rise again from the dead, and he would say that that was clearly heretical in Judaism. And that would mean that these people who are slaughtering meat for kosher consumption and running Jewish schools and running Jewish synagogues are actually invalidated in all of those tasks. Their meat is no longer kosher, their schools are no longer kosher, they can't even count in a minyan. And he, as you can see from the subtitle, he was calling it a scandal of Orthodox indifference, because not a lot of the Orthodox world really seem to care. They've grown dependent on Chabad and so on. And, if Chabad individuals, and there's a lot of debate over exactly how many Chabadnikim actually felt this way. In my limited experience, there's a whole spectrum. But this was a huge shanda, to use the Yiddish term. It seems, however, that, where are we now? We're like 30 years on from his passing, that much of this has really faded into the background, and I'm not sure exactly how all Chabadnikim have made their peace with the Rebbe's passing. There are definitely some who definitely still believe that he is the Mashiach, but it remains to be seen whether the younger generation will continue that. Nevertheless, it is fascinating that we're even talking about the younger generation. But amazingly, the Chabad movement has actually expanded exponentially since the Rebbe's passing, which I think is more of a testament to the strength of the Rebbe's leadership, that it could actually grow after he is no longer at its helm than anything else. Let me conclude by just taking you on a little bit of a virtual tour of the Rebbe's grave, which we saw in that last image. It's a site called the Ohel, and I'm thinking that because I'm speaking to people on the West Coast who may not necessarily have seen this particular location, it is, I have to say, one of the most powerful experiences, and it's one of the few truly Jewish religious pilgrimage sites that we have in America today. It's basically a cemetery in Queens, filled with thousands and thousands of graves of regular people. Right at the border of the cemetery, there's this welcome house where you come in, and there's a synagogue there, there's a mikvah there. You can borrow books, you can buy books, you can watch videos of the Rebbe speaking, and so on. And when you're in this little house, then you go through this really remarkable ritual. I myself am not of Chabad persuasion, but I find this very appealing and very cleansing spiritually and very meaningful. You sit down and you privately write out a small note called a pidyon, or a pidyon method, which is essentially a petition. There's a lot of interesting theology about what exactly are you writing here, who are you writing to. The basic idea is you're writing to God. It's a form of a prayer. You write, in certain particular formats with referring to your mother's name and so on, but you write what you really care about, who you want to succeed and be healthy, and you think about your family and things like that. And then, you take off your shoes because you're going to be walking into a holy place, like you have in this week's parsha. You give a little bit of tzedakah. There's a big place where you can put in a quarter or $1 or $100, whatever you want. And then you walk to the actual grave itself, which is located, there's kind of a special walkway so that people who have to be concerned for ritual impurity, like Quran and so on, can actually follow a distinct path. And this structure is called the ohel, or the tent. It's not a very good tent because it has no roof, right? It's just the walls. And it's surrounded by the regular graves of people. You go in the door there, you light a little candle, and then you walk into this area that's really quite unusual. In this particular Instagram photograph is the grave of the 6th Rebbe, left, Rebbe, but not the middle person is on the right. And there's kind of like a half wall enclosing them. And people around are reciting prayers and reading psalms and so on. In the back are the women from this photograph and the front area. And once you've recited your psalms and things like that, then you take out the piece of paper where you've privately written, and you quietly read its contents aloud, and then you tear it in half, and you throw the paper into the grave area itself. It's kind of like a physical embodiment of your prayer. Truly beautiful kind of experience, and relief. And I think that this is such a phenomenal way that Chabad keeps the Rebbe still in their lives, because when people really want to pour out their soul to God, and I myself have done this, you go to the ohel, and it allows you a place where you have a special level of focus, and in the merit of all the righteous people who are buried there, including the Rebbe and his father-in-law, you can hope that your prayers will be more directly channeled to God. It's very meaningful experience. But that's not the last thing that I'd like to leave you with. The custom is also that when Chabad young people become engaged, before they announce their engagement, they will go as a couple to the ohel itself. And they will recite their pidyonos, they will pray for their futures, and then only after, as it were, visiting the last remains of the Rebbe, they walk out of the ohel, take the photograph, the only sync photos or Instagram or whatever, and they begin their lives anew as the next generation of Chabad Pasuk. And I think that's the greatest legacy that the Rebbe could leave. So with that, I really appreciate your attention. We've gone on almost to the end of 60 minutes, but I will be very happy to answer some questions, as long as they're not too difficult.
Thank you so much, Dr. Anderson. Really, it's just stimulating as all of your lectures so far has been. And with your report, Shlema, hopefully you think you're getting through the lecture so beautifully, and hopefully you stay well. And so before I just share a couple of questions that have come in, I want to just make sure that we get on the record giving you appreciation for what everyone here on this room and the community who have been informed by your lectures. Really appreciate it. So on behalf of all of us, Tadara, definitely want to share that. A couple of questions that have come through. How do you explain the seeming post-Rebbe legacy, in that clearly, at least in terms of their personality, no one person has come up as the embodiment of the leadership of the way the Rebbe has?
Well, that's a great question. I should let your audience know that, I was trained in the history department. Those in the prophecy department are considerably more advanced, and I never got a chance to take any of those classes. But I would think that probably the most obvious reason is that, the Rebbe was a colossal, towering figure. It's hard to imagine many people in our lifetime who could generate the same kind of output that he had with the same kind of single-minded focus. And he really was a figure that there were very, very few people who I think equal.
Have you received an infrastructure for another Rebbe that was an influence of Chabad working? Again, that's the future department.
Right, that's the prophecy department. But I don't really know. I myself, I remember what it was like after Rebbe passed away. I was a graduate student at the time, and I kept on thinking, okay, that's basically it, right? But Hasidic dynasties, they come and go, and there are some exceptional dynasties like the Roslovers, who are able to continue without a living Rebbe. But I really didn't think it was happening to Chabad. And good thing I didn't publish anything, because I would have been proved wrong. They have incredible staying power. I think the reason why they're able to stick to the mission and the message is because the Rebbe really laid it out very clearly over half a century of his dedicated service and consistent messaging, and so it's carried on through a second generation. It remains to be seen whether we carry on to a third or fourth generation, who knows, but it definitely is something that has resonated for a long time.
So here's a question I say, was part of the Rebbe's philosophy to simply raise the religious connection and observance of people and Jews, or was it trying to recruit more people to be members of Chabad?
From my limited experience, and I guess I have a little bit more limited because I've read four biographies and quite a bit of Rebbe's works and so on. I think that he was a true believer that Chabad Hasidus had phenomenal value for the spiritual needs of a Jewish person. But I think that he was far more interested in elevating people's spirituality across the world. This is evidenced, by the way, by the fact that a lot of his closest secretaries and associates were actually not Chabad themselves. They were trained in Muslim yeshivas, trained in Lithuanian yeshivas, and he just liked working with them. So, there was no real pressure for them to somehow adopt Chabad mentality or anything like that.
This is an interesting one that ties all three of your thoughts together, which is one of the common denominators was that there seemed to be a significant fear among detractors of all of these figures, whether it was the Rambam or the Ramchal. There was a fear that people were against these individuals because they were worried about X. Do you ever see a sort of a thread of X ever came true? Right, that there was, again, talk about specifically, I don't know if the questioner is thinking specifically about Chabad or in general, fears that would cause some of these controversies to fester were those historically seen as grounded.
That's very interesting. That's a tough question. If we break it down and we think about, what is it that they were afraid of? So the Rambam in his era, people were afraid that there was just too much Greek wisdom, and that he would essentially put the rabbis out of business because there were no footnotes, and it was all just the Rambam worship, and no one would know how to learn on their own. And I think when it comes to the Greek wisdom, the Rambam basically, what they were afraid of eventually happened, because we are still deeply engaged in non-Jewish subjects, and trying to figure out the balance between how much non-Jewish stuff should be in our Jewish stuff until we can figure out how to make it kosher. Like kosher sushi. Like we went for thousands of years without sushi, which was really hard, but now that we figured it out, it's good. So I think there was a justified fear there. With regards to the open-ended Rambam worship, I don't think that really came about. Maybe it's because our culture is too intrinsically critical that if there are no footnotes, we'll add footnotes. When it comes to the Ramchal, the very, very specific fear was that Sabbateanism would spread, that he was a secret Sabbatean, and that his views would, infiltrate many other people and influence much more of this real Sabbateanism. And I don't think that happened at all. There was definitely a residual level of Sabbateanism that existed through the 18th century, but it was, it couldn't be tied to the Ramchal in any way, and so I think that was not a rational fear at all. In the case of the Rebbe, there are several controversies that we looked at, but I think perhaps the most enduring one is the question of a sort of a splinter movement in Judaism that recognizes a dead person as Mashiach. That is a fear that is still real. There are still some questions about it, and I don't think that David Berger's thesis is intrinsically incorrect. I think that halakhically it's pretty straight up that if there are certain things that you believe these things, you're not kosher to be davening in shul. But it just seems that as a collective body, we don't have a pope. We don't have like one rabbi in charge who tells us what to do. As a community, we sort of muddle through and figure things out. Lay people have input, and rabbis have input, and sometimes scholars have input, and we sort of find our way through these things. And I think that's really what's happening with Chabad. So it's a great question. I would love to put something like that on a final exam for my students, but I think I'd have to argue in favor of discontinuities rather than continuities.
Stay in the family.
Maybe on that note, that'll be our final exam. We very, very much appreciate the chance to study it together, and really the feedback has been so wonderful. We look forward to more chances to spend time together. Hopefully we'll be in a world where we can actually see each other in person, and look forward to the opportunity to try and make that happen. And just on behalf of Jacob, I want to just also thank you to all of our participants who have been able to join us and learn together. Dr. Abrams, everyone, Lila Toe, and thank you so much for joining.
Have a great night.
Went around from town to town in southern Germany, dressed in his finest clothes, on his best horses, with 13 horses leading his coach, throwing coins to the peasants who were following.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Today I'd like to speak about an interesting moment in 18th century European Jewish history that actually had some really interesting, quirky individual elements, but also had a lot of implications for the way in which Jews encountered modernity for the next couple hundred years. Specifically, I'm addressing the premature burial controversy of 1772. So let's have a quick look at this fascinating period of Jewish history. The controversy erupted when this man, a scholar named Olaf Gerhard Dixon, a tremendous Orientalist with a very deep relationship with the Jewish community, teamed up with a recent convert to Christianity to present a rather insistent demand to the ruling Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin in Germany in 1772. Specifically, what Dixon said was that Jews are practicing a form of funereal rites that results in the alarming burial of humans before they are in fact deceased. It's a terrifying kind of thing, and as you would expect, Frederick II was similarly moved by this alarming statement, and so therefore he put in place a decree that Jews must not bury their dead until 72 hours have passed from the moment of death. Now, this presented a tremendous challenge to the Jewish community because, as we shall see, Judaism really favors rapid burial, but nevertheless, the figures were invoked to to address this decree of Frederick II is where we're going to focus our energies. Nevertheless, before we go there, I have to say something really bizarre about this particular individual, Dixon. He was actually a student of the great Yonasan Eibeshutz. He attended many of his lectures in Altona. Rabbi Eibeshutz was a very well-known rabbi, one of the best-known rabbis of the 18th century. And here's the most bizarre thing about this Christian scholar, Dixon. Apparently, he actually received rabbinic ordination. I know, that's so weird that a non-Jew would receive the title of rabbi. Now, I just have to take a minute to look at this little footnote to Jewish history. Here's a piece by Dr. Schneider Lyman, which is absolutely fascinating on this unusual individual. And he cites the actual Shtar HaSmicha, the document of ordination that is signed by one Rabbi Moshe, son of Rabbi Tzvi Hirsch Lifshitz. Not an exceptionally well-known individual, but as you can see from this document, basically he calls this individual a chaver, meaning he wants to include him as a colleague, as a friend, but this clearly indicates rabbinic ordination. Smicha uses that term to the samchehu, to give him smicha. And as you can see in the English translation here, that there's tremendous respect for this individual, and we know from the scholar's later work that in fact he was very closely related to Jews and he's very well regarded with Jews, but still to give him smicha is a big leap. As much as I'd like to, I'm not going to follow that particular fascinating footnote. And let's go straight to the premature burial controversy, which I'm sure you'll agree was also quite fascinating. So apparently in the 18th and into the 19th century, and even poking into the 20th century, there was a Europe-wide scare of premature burial. This extends all the way into the New World of the Americas. And as a result, there was this new industry that focused on finding ways, for example, to build what were called safety coffins. The idea that, God forbid, you might be buried before you are actually dead, and so therefore you had to find a way of escaping, of signaling your much exaggerated death by these bizarre kind of safety coffins that would pop open. Or here's one of my favorites, and this is actually from South Carolina, the installation of these bell hooks. I don't know if there's any connection between this term and the famous writer who took the pseudonym bell hooks, but nevertheless, this is a bell hook, and they will be installed just outside a gravestone, and they will have a bell attached to it and a rope. As you can see in this diagram, the rope or string would be extended through the ground, through a hole in the safety coffin, and held in the hand of the presumably deceased. And then, if the deceased would realize they were not in fact deceased, then they would pull dramatically and forcefully on the string, which would cause the bell to ring and hopefully draw the attention of passersby who would come and rescue the individual from the early grave. Can you imagine walking by a cemetery and hearing the bell ringing like that? Yikes. When this accusation of premature burial in the Jewish community became a legal decree from Friedrich II, Moses Mendelssohn was approached by the community of Schwerin to address the issue. Moses Mendelssohn was one of the most famous Jews of the 18th century. He is widely regarded as the father of the Haskalah. We've spoken about him in many other lectures. But basically, he was personally an observant Jew who had mastered much of the culture and learning and vocabulary, really, of 18th century intellectual occurrence. And he was very active in the literary and intellectual and philosophical scene of late 18th century Germany, and a profound advocate for the amelioration of Jewish citizenship disabilities, that is, the emancipation of the Jews, was a primary focus of Mendelssohn, and in particular the generations that followed. So the community went to Mendelssohn and said, hey, please, you've got to help us with this. We have this decree that's directed at us because we're believed of practicing something which, of course, is abhorrent to Jews. We would never want to bury someone before they're dead. But this should be borne in mind that particularly in the 18th century, the actual standard of determining death is not so absolutely clear. There are long discussions of it, by the way. The Talmud has a lot of implications for how we deal with modern situations with brain death and so on. Now, Mendelssohn had just come off of a nasty, awful scrap with an individual named George Lavater, shown in this famous Oppenheim portrait. Mendelssohn is shown in the red jacket on the left, and on the right is Lavater, who has sort of outed Mendelssohn by writing publicly that he challenged him to either debate the value of Judaism and to defend it in front of Christian critics, which would have put Mendelssohn at odds with many of his Christian defenders and those who wanted to argue for emancipation, or, said Lavater, he should simply convert to Christianity. And he argued that Mendelssohn secretly wanted to convert to Christianity, but was not able to because of, familial entanglements and things like this. Now, this is something that was infuriating to Mendelssohn because he found it very difficult to choose whether to engage in debate, which would have sunk to Lavater's level and deny the statements that he had made, or to remain aloof and then through his silence perhaps to be perceived as somehow, not necessarily as forceful a defender of Judaism. Ultimately, he chose that discretion was the better part of valor, and he did not engage in a wide open debate, and Lavater was widely criticized for this rather ghoulish literary activity. And Lessing, who is shown in the blue here, by the way, Lavater is there shown on the right, despite the yarmulke not a Jewish guy. And Lessing, the great playwright, composed a tremendously complimentary allegory called Natan Garvaiza, which essentially put Mendelssohn in kind of a Solomonic role as being the wise and rational overseer of a multi-religious environment that pertained in Central Europe at the time. At any rate, Mendelssohn had just kind of escaped this. He would later, by the way, address Lavater indirectly in his most famous work in Jerusalem. That's not for our purposes right now. The Jews of Schwerin went to him and said, listen, you are the most well-known Jew here. You are so articulate. You have the ear of the educated elite of Germany. Would you please defend our traditional burial practices? To which he ultimately agreed and was successful in removing this decree. Now, the background to this, however, is quite fascinating. It wasn't only to Mendelssohn that the Jewish community wrote. They also wrote to a much more senior and very well-regarded Rabbi Yaakov Emden, who incidentally was at loggerheads with the previously mentioned Rabbi Yonason Eiberschutz that we shown earlier. Rabbi Emden had a much more traditionalist viewpoint, and he initially demurred, saying, listen, I can do this for you, but the right person to do it is really Moses Mendelssohn, and he handed off the task to the younger man. So Mendelssohn did the job, and he convinced Frederick II that Jews certainly had no intention of burying people before they were dead, and they made sure they were dead before they buried them. But in a private communication back to the Jewish community of Schwerin, he said, look, I did what you asked me to do, Baruch Hashem, it worked, but I don't really know that was such a correct thing to do, because in reality, this seems like a reasonable public health measure, right? Like, why shouldn't we make sure that people are dead before they're buried? I mean, what a horrible thing to think that a person is buried when they're still alive. It makes sense for us to adopt these kind of sensible health measures. Now, I'm not going to take back my position, and I'm glad I did it, he said, but essentially, I really think we could have simply gone along with what Friedrich II. Now, by the way, why? What's the point of reasoning for both sides? The traditional Jewish practice, and by traditional, I mean for the overwhelming part of the last couple thousand years, Jews have struggled to bury their dead quickly, primarily because the decomposition aspect of the post-death process is connected Kabbalistically with atonement. That the idea of returning to the dust is actually something which is considered beneficial to the deceased, and so therefore, there are all kinds of customs. Like, for example, in Israel, they don't even use coffins; they bury people directly in a shroud in the ground. to accelerate the decomposition process. In countries where coffins are required, they always drill holes in the bottom of plain pine boxes. They're not designed to be like, airtight and lead filled and things like that. And the reason for the holes in the bottom is so that the dirt can actually make contact with the deceased. And if you have to put in a concrete sleeve, as you do in some parts of America, for example, they make sure that on top of the sleeve they put dirt in, and then they bury the body and dirt goes on top. These are all ways of showing respect for the dead by allowing them a rapid decomposition. But on the other hand, there are very halakhic, acceptable reasons for delaying the death. For example, if it's connected specifically with the wishes of the deceased and for their honor, a concept called kavod hamet in Hebrew. Like for example, if you don't have the shrouds that are necessary for the burial, and it will take a day or something to get them, then there's an argument to be made to wait for the proper shrouds. Or more significantly, if family are far away and cannot gather within 24 hours, if there's some reason to delay for a little bit longer. And, these are things that really have to be handled by an Orthodox rabbi, but nevertheless, that is the traditional custom, is to try and bury as quickly as possible, but also to make some allowances for the kavod hamet. And secondly, Mendelssohn argued, if you look back in Jewish history, and you don't have to look very far, just look to the Talmud, to the minor tractate Smachot, which means happy occasions, but that's actually a euphemism. The actual title of the tractate deals with sad occasions, rather than titling it sad occasions, we call it happy occasions, which deals with funerals. And the predominant modality of burial for much of Jewish history, particularly in the Hellenistic period, was not underground burial, not internment, but burial in crypts, such as the great necropolis that you see in Beit Shan in northern Israel, or several of them that are preserved in Italy. Burial in crypts was a very, very standard form of Jewish practice. In fact, they would actually practice secondary burial, meaning you would bury a loved one initially in ground to accelerate the decomposition, and then a year later on the yard site there would be a ceremony called a likut atzamot, the collection of the bones, and the family would go back and would formally collect the bones and then bring them back to the family crypt, to an ossuary where the bones might actually be preserved above ground in a kuf, kind of like a hole in the wall, or in a sarcophagus, as shown in this image here. So the idea of delaying burial or burial above ground, just essentially kind of like, as it were, kind of storage of the body until a later form of burial, it's all perfectly consistent with Jewish historical tradition, as discussed in the Talmud. So Rabbi Mendelssohn wrote, why are we so insistent on not allowing, for example, a mausoleum burial for 3 days before we inter the body? We could do that. So this really was a much larger controversy that reflected sort of like many of the aspects of the Haskalah that Mendelssohn personally advocated for. There was, first of all, the idea that it's not impossible that non-Jewish authorities, like the Duke, might actually pass a law that is not intended to be discriminatory against Jews, but is intended for the general public health, including those of Jews. This might be one of those laws. Do we have to view the outside world as fundamentally toxic? Secondly, why do we have to do things today just because that is the way we always remember doing them, especially when we have historical precedent for doing them a different way? And so there are a lot of elements here that spoke to the emergent sense of modernity and a questioning of Jewish practice that goes hand in hand with much of the Haskalah. It definitely would get way out of hand with Mendelssohn's students, many of whom would advocate far more radical changes than are discussed here. But this is like the opening of that discussion. So Rabbi Mendelssohn wrote And by the way, there's a fantastic chapter on this on Rabbi Dr. J.J. Schachter's PhD dissertation on Rabbi Yaakov Emden that is available online. I highly recommend it. I remember I'll put it in the notes and link to it because it's a great piece of scholarship. Anyway, Mendelssohn wrote that, he wrote to the Jewish community, I believe they won't listen to me because, the custom that we've done all the time is pervasive and strong. And perhaps they will disregard what I say, and they'll say I'm a scoffer. But nevertheless, I wrote my piece. Actually, I believe he wrote this to Rabbi Yaakov Emden, not to the community. So Rabbi Yaakov Emden wrote back. Now, recall, Rabbi Yaakov Emden was 30 years Mendelssohn's senior, much more traditionalist, much more a defender of the older ways of doing things. He wrote, "Heaven forfend, it is profane to question the custom of our fathers. It was neither known nor heard in the entire world, in those places where our fellow co-religionists are scattered, that they should practice another custom to burial their dead. Trust the people of Israel. If they are not prophets, they are the sons of prophets." That latter phrase is a citation from the Talmud, meaning that Jews will somehow, instinctively know what's the right thing to do when they may lack some leadership or clarity from higher levels. Anyway, a very sharp, exchange between the two. Rabbi Schachter's analysis reads, I got to read this directly. Mendelssohn came to realize that ultimately Emden was firmly anchored in only one way, that of traditional Judaism. Over and over again, he found Emden forcefully articulating the traditional viewpoint on this matter without granting even the slightest legitimacy to any non-halakhic discipline like medicine to affect a reassessment of halakhic practice. This is essentially a statement that pertains to an ongoing dynamic debate within the Orthodox world, to be sure, even to the present day. How much do we rely on non-halakhic, non-Jewish sources for aspects of value that should be incorporated into traditional society, and how much do we simply rely on tradition, even when there are good historical, public health and other arguments against it? Fascinating kind of debate. Here's an interesting book that was published shortly after the debate by Marcus Herzl, a strong defender of the Mendelssohnian approach. And this is actually a very fascinating kind of image. Look at this artwork here. It's just great. It shows someone who is standing in an attitude of mourning, but it looks like he's got kind of a smile on his face. And if you look on the right, you see there's actually like a person emerging from the grave. Right? I think the premature burial controversy. But the man who has come to the cemetery is there to mourn the loss of, you can see in the gravestones written in Hebrew, Hechacham, the wise person, Rabbi Moshe Midesai, which, of course, is one of the ways that Moses Mendelssohn was so called. So, in other words, he's come to mourn Moses Mendelssohn, but the premature burial controversy still exists to the present day. It's a fascinating piece of art, I believe. So, the legacy of this is quite complex. First of all, we should note that this is not dead and buried, so to speak. You can see I've provided a few examples of some very reputable news organizations like Reuters and New York Times and Newsweek. I've also included Fox News as well. And these are all recent examples of premature burial that have occurred even in our present day. So the actual aspect that Tixon was bringing forth to Friedrich II is not at all a dead issue. It's hard to be on purpose fun. But the more significant issue for our purposes here in terms of Jewish history is to understand the intellectual dynamic, the challenge between the perspective of, on the one hand, Rabbi Moses Mendelssohn, and on the other hand, Rabbi Yaakov Emden, and how that dynamic continues to inform, particularly in the Orthodox Jewish world, its relationship to modernity, to our very own days. Okay, I hope you found this interesting. If you like Jewish history and you haven't subscribed to my channel yet, please do, because we've got a large community of people from all over the world and all walks of life who find this interesting, and I'd love to include you in that number. It gives me a lot of pleasure to see this community grow. Thank you very much for watching.
the fundamentals of business is fantastic. I think we're going to have to start paying Greg directly to write more books because it's a blessing. And for our audience, thank you for joining us for this episode. We're going to discuss one of the great financing minds of the last millennium.
The controversy erupted when this man, a scholar named Olaf Gerhard Tixon, teamed up with a recent convert to Christianity to present a rather insistent demand to the ruling Duke of Mecklenburg-Schwerin in Germany in 1772. Specifically, what Tixon said was that Jews are practicing a form of funereal rites that results in the alarming burial of humans before they are in fact deceased. This is a terrifying kind of thing. This is not dead and buried, so to speak. You can see I've here provided a few examples of some very reputable news organizations like Reuters and New York Times and Newsweek. I've also included Fox News as well. Moses Mendelssohn was approached by the community of Schwerin to address the issue.
I first heard about Hoover in a freshman year history class in college about the Renaissance and Reformation. The Reformation, as we know, is one of the pivotal
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Since we are now in the month of Kislev, the month in which Jews around the world will celebrate the holiday of Hanukkah, there's one question that has been burning in my mind and probably in many of yours as well, and that is, what did the menorah in the temple actually look like? Now, the menorah is one of the most important Jewish symbols, and until it was later eclipsed by the Star of David, it was certainly one of the most popular ways that Jews would signify their religious affiliation, especially from the 3rd century on. It is noted as a diaspora phenomenon in particular. Here's a typical example of the menorah from a 1953 photograph, and you can see that it's usually depicted with rounded arms. Of course, the Hanukkah menorah has 9 branches, whereas the version in the temple would have 7. Notice also the oversized dreidel here, which I'm not sure why it's quite so big, but perhaps it is an attempt to reach the required minimum size of the Chazon Ish, very important 20th century rabbi. But at any rate, how did the menorah get rounded or straight branches? Those who prefer the straight branch candelabra for the holiday of Hanukkah are most likely associated with the Chabad Hasidic movement, and you will see this particular representation in lots of public places, which is kind of a signal motif of the Chabad movement at this time of year, and also on the tops of minivans, like in this Paris photograph from 2009. The leader of the Chabad movement, Rabbi Menachem Mendel Schneerson, was very adamant in indicating that this is the appropriate shape of the menorah, and that's why his followers to this day also tend to use this shape of menorah. And the evidence to support this particular design is specifically associated with the thought of Moses Maimonides, a very important medieval scholar who lived in the 12th and very early 13th century. And Maimonides, through his son, Abraham, who left no room for doubt, argued that the branches should be straight. Besides Abraham's explicit statement about his father's views, we also have a medieval manuscript in the Oxford Library that has a hand-drawn menorah, and here you can see it looks kind of strange with these round symbols and these triangles, these cups and so on, that are actually described in the biblical text, which incidentally, if the biblical text gave us a very clear, unequivocal point of view as to whether they were round or straight, we wouldn't be having this discussion. But this drawing in this medieval manuscript of Maimonides clearly indicates that his opinion is that they should be straight. Other authorities from that period, however, left either ambiguous descriptions or sided with a rounded version. The evidence for rounded arms to the menorah are significant as well. So perhaps the most well-known is the representation of the menorah on the Arch of Titus. The Arch of Titus was a ceremonial arch constructed in the late 1st century under the Emperor Domitian, and it was designed as a type of post-war propaganda to commemorate the victory over the Judean rebels. On the inside of the arch, you can see there's there's a bas-relief that actually presents the carrying away of spoils from the temple, and the menorah is prominently displayed here, clearly having round arms. And this is in conformity with the depiction that we have from Josephus, who was the major historian of that period. What is significantly at dispute is the base of the menorah, which does not conform to other descriptions at all, but we're going to focus specifically on the shape of the arms for now. So the question is, do we rely on Josephus and Roman representations of the menorah, which seem to have some historical validity, or do we rely on these medieval thinkers like Maimonides, who presented an entirely different tradition? Well, if you look at some of the rest of the first century archaeological evidence, and in particular, I'm going to rely very heavily on the research of Lee I. Levine, who's a professor at Hebrew University, who did some amazing work with this. Stephen Fine has also done some remarkable work with menorahs in particular. But Professor Levine points to several other examples that all come from the late Second Temple period, that is right up until the destruction of the temple in the year 70. For example, if you look at this archaeological remain of Jason's tomb, this is a tomb from the era of the Hashmonaim, that is the Maccabean generations of kings in Israel, and this is a tomb that's located in Israel. When you go up close under this arch, you'll see that there's actually some bars that have been placed there to prevent people from actually going into the crypts themselves, where there are loculi, which are kind of like little niches in the wall or in the floor that are designed to accept bones, like ossuaries and things like that. A funny story, when I visited this tomb many years ago with my wife and our first two children, and we're looking through the bars at what's going on there, my daughter, who was just about 2 years old at the time, actually slipped through the bars and went straight into the tomb and was looking into these loculi, and we were like, not sure what to do, trying to get her out, but that's another story. And anyway, she got out. She's okay. She's living in New Jersey now, and thank God. Okay. Anyways, what do we have inside this tomb? There's some interesting graffiti. And if you look at this image from Professor Levine's book, you can see that number 3 there's kind of a stag, and below it there's an interesting boat. And then number 4 lists 5 representations of a menorah. Very crude, obviously, but they all clearly have gently curving branches. So it's impossible to say how this connects to the menorah in the temple. It's reasonable to assume that the graffiti artist here is trying to mark the walls with some kind of Jewish symbol, but it's also difficult to say when exactly this graffiti was inscribed into the walls and whether or not the artist, if I can use that term, was actually familiar with the shape of the temple menorah. So let's skip past this particular example, although it's quite tempting. We also have a coin that's printed by King Antigonus in the year 37 before the Common Era. This is one of the kings of the Hashmonaim, and one may assume that he had a good look at the temple menorah. And this particular coin also represents the arms of the menorah as gently curving. And finally, there are a few other examples, but I'll just include one from Professor Levine's book. This is a wall decoration, a kind of a stucco etching that was found in a Jerusalem home in the upper city, in the Herodian part of the upper city. And it clearly also portrays gently curving arms. So to wrap this all up, we don't know for certain. Maimonides offers one particular vision of Hanukkah menorahs, which has been followed by the Chabad tradition in particular. Others suggest the arms were rounded, and there is some archaeological evidence that suggests that may be more accurate. I hope you found this short video entertaining and maybe even a little bit inspirational as you light your Hanukkah menorah this year. I want to mention that I'm hoping to produce a series of videos on Jewish art and artists over the course of the next few months in connection with my preparation for my cruise with Kosher Riverboat Cruises in the region of Italy, which is, of course, going to be packed with lots of discussions of Jewish art. Please visit the website to learn more about this particular cruise. There are several others, and they're just absolutely fantastic. This particular cruise is going to be especially interesting because I'll be co-teaching with Rabbi Edward Reichman, who is a medical doctor who is also an expert in medical history, medical ethics, and many other areas. This particular cruise is going to be CME accredited for those of you who can use those credits for your professional life, and I think it's going to be an absolutely amazing cruise. Okay, I hope you enjoyed this video. I wish you a lichtigen Hanukkah. Thanks very much for watching.
And it got to the point where it was really ruled by the business class in these areas, and we ended up working both with and against.
Hello and welcome to another edition of Jewish Art and Artists, which is a series of brief videos I'm putting together to prepare myself for an amazing trip to Venice, which is scheduled for October of 2022 with, as usual, kosher riverboat cruises. I'm just trying to prepare myself for visiting this beautiful city in the region by studying up on Jewish art and artists in general. So today I'd like to look at a famous synagogue, a 6th century synagogue found in northern Israel. Here's a map so you can see where it was located. It was discovered in 1929, and it took the name Beit Alpha after a nearby kibbutz. Now, the most amazing thing about the Beit Alpha synagogue is this phenomenal mosaic that has several registers with, you can see on the far right, there's kind of like a synagogue motif, and then in the center, this glorious mosaic. And at the bottom, there's this massive representation of the Akedah, the binding rising. I want to talk about those things in a little bit more detail. Architecturally, the synagogue is fascinating because it has what appears to be steps up to a second floor, which may have been a women's gallery. And there's even this fascinating kind of dedication here, which is written in Greek and in Aramaic, that just thanks the people who laid out the mosaic and indicates that it was paid for by the entire community, which is really interesting. Of course, you can't have a synagogue without some plaques, right? You have to have some dedicatory materials. But let's look at the art in a little bit more detail. Starting at that bottom register, here is a really fascinating representation of the Akedah. You can see that on the right, there's kind of like this sort of flames, like that's where the lamb will ultimately be sacrificed. And then there's Abraham, who looks like he's got some kind of a halo around his head. And he's clearly labeled with the word Abraham there. And he's kind of throwing Isaac up onto that altar while he holds the knife. Notice that the style is, really primitive, almost childish, which is kind of strange for 6th century Byzantine art, but it's not out of the question, I think, for folk art. You can see towards the left, looks like there's perhaps that is Eliezer. One of the early scholars who studied this was Professor Sukanik, who suggests that perhaps the ram is upright because the artist actually ran out of the room putting this thing together and couldn't squeeze the ram in sideways, which is hard to believe, especially when it's in the center of the mosaic, but nevertheless, the mosaic style as a whole is kind of crude, so perhaps that's what happened. It's also interesting to note that for those of you who are sensitive to the Midrash, which is a traditional interpretation of the biblical text, according to Midrash, Isaac was a grown man. He was 37 years of age at the time that the Akedah happened. But here he's clearly represented as a child. So that's fascinating because it indicates that the authors of this mosaic, who incidentally we know because we have this really interesting dedication that lists their names, one of them is clearly Jewish, the other is clearly Greek, which may indicate some generational differences. Like for example, I have a Hebrew name too, but I go by the English name Henry, and all my kids have only Hebrew names, so maybe it's kind of like a Baal Tshuva phenomenon, who knows. At any rate, is it possible that the creators of the mosaic were unaware of the Midrash? A lot of the research that I'm presenting comes from Professor Lee I. Levine, who wrote an excellent chapter on this in his book, Visual Judaism in Late Antiquity, and he suggests that the artist was really working with more of a shared narrative that local Christians had as well at this time. this is in a heavily Christianized area of Israel in the 6th century in particular, so it's not out of the question. If you think about synagogue architecture, where the Midrash clearly states that the two tablets of the law were square, and yet you see a tremendous amount of art and iconography by Jews that represents the tablets of the law as having rounded tops, and that's in synagogues all over the place. So it's not out of the question that the artist could simply be working within an art vocabulary that was common to Jews and Christians at the time. Also fascinating and a little bit weird here is this amazing zodiac that appears in the center of the floor. And as you can see there in the center, there is a figure surrounded by what looks like horses, like for a chariot. And around that figure are the 12 signs of the zodiac with the Hebrew names. And then around that are the 4 seasons of the year, referred to Kufot in Hebrew. It's very common to see the zodiac as a decorative element in synagogues. You see that all the way up into the 20th century. So that's not surprising. What is surprising, however, is sometimes to see facial representation, okay? But even more surprising is that you've got clearly the figure in the center is the sun god Helios, right? Who is like going across the sky with his chariot straight out of Greek mythology. Like, wow, this is like serious avodah zarah. How did it get into the floor of a synagogue? Unless we got to rely on the kind of general artistic vocabulary of the time, it is surprising. Also, on the outsides, the tefillot, the seasons, do not correspond as they do in other 6th century mosaics. They do not correspond with correct months of the year, meaning they're not lined up winter with the winter months and so on. So is it possible that the artist was perhaps a little bit confused about these things? I think that's certainly quite likely. Okay, that's about it for a brief look at this fascinating 6th century synagogue. On behalf of Kosher Riverboat Cruises and my colleague, Professor Eddie Reichman, with whom I will be team teaching. He's an expert in Jewish medical ethics, and this particular cruise has special accreditation. Thank you very much for watching. Check out the website. It is going to be an amazing trip. Thanks again for watching.
Would it be fair to say that no one expected what would become of them? In other words, it's not like they shook hands and the Frankfurt Sea parted and everyone said, "Oh my gosh, you've met the Christ and you're going to do business together." This was very unknown at that time.
Well, they were both young men in a hurry, and just as no one could have predicted that Fugger, who was one of many.
Hello, everyone. We're continuing with our series on Jewish art and artists, and I'd like to look at a specifically historical context here of kind of a folk art that's associated with the Jewish catacombs of ancient Rome. I originally recorded this video prior to Riverboat Cruises to Venice, and I'm just so fascinated with stuff. I thought I would put it into this video again. I hope you find this interesting. The catacombs that were discovered in the Randanini vineyard. Apparently some farmers were working in the region of Rome, and they found these ancient underground tombs, which were common. I mean, there are a lot of ancient tombs in the region, and there was only one really external marker that you can see here. This is the lone standing structure that appeared to be some sort of cover over the tombs. When they got in there, it became very clear that the tombs were actually not Christian in origin. They were therefore not protected by the Papal Commission for Sacred Archaeology, because that only protected Christian tombs. Any pagan tombs or Jewish tombs, heretical tombs in other words, were exempt from protection of the church and therefore could be explored with a lot more scientific research, and unfortunately could be exploited as well. That's part of the sad history of the Randanini vineyard, is that the catacombs discovered there in the next century or so since their discovery, many of the amazing inscriptions and other works of art that were discovered there were actually sold for profit, and it was exposed to anti-Semitic graffiti, especially during the 1940s. But nevertheless, the material that remains is absolutely fascinating and tells us a lot about the nature of the life of Jews in Rome in the 1st and 2nd century. Let us recall that the major population of Jews in Rome probably had a major spike in the 1st century after the Temple Revolt, when all kinds of slaves were brought back to Rome, although Jews were clearly living in Rome prior to this period. So we have since then discovered 6 specific catacomb systems in Rome, which are definitely Jewish. It's interesting also to note that they're all centered around the Colosseum, which was built largely with the labor of Jewish slaves. So Silvia Cappelletti describes a lot of the history of discovery of these catacombs. They were known, of course, much earlier than 1859. Benjamin of Tudela, one of the most famous Jewish travelers of the 12th century, reports seeing some on the eastern bank of the Tiber, which is probably Monteverde that he saw. And later, early 17th century visitors also confirmed seeing them and described the presence of Jewish symbols, in particular the menorah. The menorah, the 7-branch candelabrum, is one of the most famous Jewish symbols. It goes back really to the ancient period, and it's especially poignant to think of it because the menorah was the symbol of the lost temple, and so therefore the Jews kept that symbol as their prime signifier of Jewish identity. Most of the graves seem to have been created in the 1st through the 4th century of the Common Era. It may seem strange to think of Jews being buried in these kind of underground crypts, but this is not at all strange in the ancient world. In Israel, in fact, there's significant descriptions of burial practice and exactly how the bones were interred and so on, and particular practices for reinterment. This is actually in keeping with the ancient, very ancient pre-Roman practice, the Etruscan practice of underground chamber burial. The Romans themselves actually preferred cremation. Cremation, however, was at odds with the Jewish and then, of course, later the Christian belief in the physical revival of the dead, the resuscitation of the dead that would occur in the Messianic period, and therefore inhumation or burial in the soil, as we have today, slowly became a much more popular practice. However, for quite a period of time, the practice of burying in crypts was maintained, and that's why we have these catacombs today. Most of these photographs are taken from an amazing website that you really have to visit. It says so much about all of this information. Catacombsociety.org, that is in memory of Estelle Chohat-Breton, who did a tremendous amount of research. There's a lot of her writings on this website, hundreds and hundreds of photographs, really worthwhile. Okay, let's have some look at what do you see inside these graves. So here's an amazing picture that shows the interior of the system in the Via Vandanini, and you can see that there are these sort of horizontal rack-like graves on the left and the right that are lining the sides of the hallway. That's basically the main system of burial that's portrayed in this crypt, although it's clear that it was used over many centuries. It may even have had some usage by non-Jews, either prior to or post the Jews working in this particular area. It is quite long. We're talking about basically a quarter mile of tunnels that are used for the graves. Here's a map from Jessica Della Russo that shows the various levels, but there are also other forms of burial as well. There's also some burials, for example, in coffins. Some of them were apparently much smaller, indicating a lot of child mortality. Here's actually a lid that came from a Monteverdi. It's also quite possibly a Jewish child, which indicates some of the hesitations about the depiction of the human form in a three-dimensional image may have been ignored by some of these populations. Some of these were gorgeously decorated. Like, look at this image here with beautiful, looks like a date palm tree. Here you see a painted ceiling with peacocks and all kinds of interesting depictions. Here is the perennial menorah symbol in a Latin inscription. The vast majority are in Latin or in Greek, as you see here. But in both of these views, you can see the menorah appearing as well. Well, I hope you found that interesting. I really find it fascinating, and I hope that you will be able to join us on the Gems of Northern Italy tour, which is planned for October of 2022. I'm really looking forward to it. I'm going to be on that trip, God willing, also with my colleague, Rabbi Dr. Edward Reichman, who does some fascinating stuff on Jewish medical ethics. We're actually going to be CME accredited for this, and I think that's really great for all of you physicians who are interested in joining us. So I hope you enjoyed the video. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, well, commodity prices fluctuate, and it costs a lot of money to mine the commodities. You're very prone to having flooding in the mines, so it can ruin everything. The way that
Hello and welcome to a new series of lectures, which I'd like to call Jewish Heroes and Heroism. And the reason for this series is because I'm preparing for a new set of lectures to go along with another cruise. This time, the cruise with Kosher Riverboat Cruises, as always, is going to be on the same river, which I'm especially looking forward to. And because we will be specifically looking at Normandy and focusing on D-Day and events of the First and Second World Wars, this whole series, which I hope to release once a month or so, is going to be on a few select individuals who I think exemplify certain aspects of Jewish heroes and Jewish heroism. Just to look at the cruise itself, it's so fantastic. I love these cruises. We're going to visit the Seine River. We're going to start here in Paris, and then we're going to make our way up to the northwest, following the Seine River, out to Normandy and the region of Le Havre. I'm especially looking forward to seeing Rouen, which has been recently featured in some archaeological studies because we found very old evidence of the medieval Jewish community in Rouen, and that's going to be absolutely fantastic. But let's go to our topic at hand. Since we are entering the month of Kislev and we want to talk about heroism, it seems obvious that we should speak about Judah Maccabee. Judah Maccabee, one of the most remarkable heroes and military campaigners of all of Jewish history. And I specifically want to look at one battle in particular, the Battle of Emmaus, which in many ways is characteristic of the kind of military thinking and strategy that Judah brought to the field. So just to place this in context, we are of course speaking about the Great Hanukkah Rebellion, which broke out about the year 167 before the Common Era. It's often, especially in primary school, portrayed as a war against the Seleucid Greeks. That is the successor kingdom to Alexander the Great's empire, but it really was a civil war in which Jewish Hellenizers, that is, those Jews living in Israel who really wanted to assimilate to Greek norms, were leading a charge to try and make Jewish culture much more like general Greek culture and get rid of all of those fanaticism and things like that that are associated with the old times. This led to, and the great examples of that are the high priest Menelaus, who was quite an audacious, dislikable character in many ways, who ended up getting the position of high priest, a highly corrupt position at the time, largely sponsored by the Greek emperor Antiochus Epiphanes IV. They faced a dramatic grassroots rebellion led by Matisyahu and his sons, who were known as the Maccabees. After Matisyahu died, the leadership clearly went to Yehuda Maccabee, who, as we shall see, was an especially talented military thinker. So let's look at this specific battle that is in the context of the Civil War with a lot of major support from the Syrian Greeks. So here we are in the year 166 before the Common Era. The battle was at Emmaus, a very important city also in Christian thought as well. And General Lysias comes down here at the behest of the Emperor Antiochus with 40,000 well-armed professional troops, with 7,000 horsemen. And it's an incredibly large force to bring to bear here. It is so overwhelming in nature because he's facing essentially a guerrilla revolt by peasants that slave traders from all around the region began to descend on Israel because they anticipated there would be a people to buy and then sell on the trade on the slave market. By the way, much of this information comes from the Book of Maccabees, which was not included in the traditional Jewish Tanakh. It's considered one of the Sefer Hitzonium, one of the outside books, known as the Apocrypha. It is ironically included in the Christian Bible, for reasons which are too complex for us here. But the first book of Maccabees was likely written by someone who actually saw the events firsthand. At any rate, the forces under Judah gathered at Mitzpah, not too far away, about 3,000 volunteer peasant fighters, very poorly equipped. No match at all for this professional army. But the description in the first book of Maccabees is fascinating. When they realized that they were going to be attacked by such a large unprofessional force, they fasted, they put on sackcloth. They specifically went and looked at the Torah for guidance. What should we be doing? And in fact, they followed the dictates that are laid down in the book of Deuteronomy to the letter, dismissing anyone who wanted to fight if they had been married within the previous year, or if they had just planted a vineyard, or even if they were afraid, they were dismissed. And with this preparation, Judah went into battle, which is one of the reasons why he's such a tremendous hero, because of his, ideological purity combined with his heroism. That would not always stand in good stead, as we shall see in a moment. At any rate, here's a map of the actual battle of Emmaus. It starts out when one of the local commanders, Gorgias, takes 5,000 troops and 1,000 horses from the larger camp in Emmaus, and he takes them out in a rapid forced march overnight, hoping to attack Yehuda before they can flee to the hills. They fully anticipate that this is going to be just a cleanup operation. They want to take care of it, as efficiently as possible. You can see from the kind of dotted lines that that's the path that the Gorgias and his troops took. When Judah heard about this, they rather than scattering and going to the hills, which is sort of like the go-to move of rebels in this region, or the caves later we would see Bar rebels. Instead, Judah makes a very bold move and he counterattacks. He actually moves to the south and avoids Gorgias' army, and he actually attacks the main camp at dawn. Incredibly bold, and if I can use the Hebrew term, chutzpahdik move. The camp is completely surprised by Judah's bold attack, and they are defeated. And the camp is set on fire, and the vast majority of those who survive simply flee. But Judah does not direct his troops to pursue the fleeing Grace camp. Instead, he orders them to remain and stay in hiding for Gorgias to return. When Gorgias comes back and he finds that his camp is in flames, that's when Judah surprise attacks again and completely throws them into confusion, and it's a complete victory for the Maccabees. A really dramatic turnaround for a poorly equipped, vastly outnumbered force. And this kind of strategic thinking is something that we will see characteristic of Jewish heroism over the ages. Now, there's a lot more to say about the Hanukkah Rebellion. It was not a one-battle war. There were many battles, some of which were definitely reversals for the Maccabees, and I have discussed these in some degree also. But I think in terms of the Maccabees, one of the things that we should reflect upon is that although he had this laser-like focus on the task ahead, and he was a brilliant commander, he proved unable to adapt to the end of the war, when a lot of the victors, the Jewish victors, thought that, okay, this is a time where we should compromise and we should make peace. He seemed unwilling to do so, and in fact, he continued the war even after the majority of his loyalists had abandoned him, and he ultimately fell. Nevertheless, a phenomenal example of Jewish heroism. I hope you found this little video useful, and I would love to see you on this cruise on the same, where we're going to speak a lot more about this kind of thing. Thank you very much for watching.
There were others who wanted, because they saw an opportunity to make more money for themselves, if they could turn this strange thing of being a Holy Roman emperor into being an actual emperor with all the powers that entailed. So there was an election. We had Henry VIII put his
Hello and welcome to another brief lecture on Jewish heroes and heroism. This lecture is part of a series used as part of my research to prepare for the Kosher Riverboat Tours cruise of the Seine River planned for 2022. So today, since we are in the month of Kislev, I thought I'd look at one of the battles of the Maccabees, which is especially fascinating. It happens to be a battle that the Maccabees lost, but nevertheless there's a particular moment of incredible courage that left a lasting imprint, especially in art history, but also in the spirit of the Maccabean Revolution. It's the Battle of Bet Zachariah, which you can see here in this map, is not too far away from Jerusalem, which is just up to the northeast a little bit. It's near the town of Alon Shvut and Kfar Etzion. Now, what exactly happened here? If you have a look at the description of the battle, the Maccabees come down from Jerusalem, where they encounter Antiochus's forces commanded by Lysias. Lysias had already learned that the frontal attack is not the best, so he decided to come down south and then advance to Bet Zachariah through Idumea, and there they had a tremendous battle, and the Maccabees actually had to retreat. But what's the specific moment of special heroism? It's associated with Elazar, who is the brother of Yehuda Maccabee. And here, I'm going to read to you from the book of Maccabees itself. Here is my favorite edition of the Apocrypha. Now Elazar, called Avaran, there's some interesting discussion why he was called that, saw that one of the animals was equipped with royal armor. What are we talking about? The Syrian Greeks used these ferocious elephants in war. They're really amazing, terrifying creatures. What's going on with this particular war elephant? It was taller than all the others, and he, Elazar, supposed that the king was on it. So he gave his life to save his people and to win for himself an everlasting name. He courageously ran into the midst of the phalanx to reach it. He killed men right and left, and they parted before him on both sides. He got under the elephant, stabbed it from beneath, and killed it. But it fell to the ground upon him, and he died. When the Jews saw the royal might and the fierce attack of forces, they turned away and fled. So this was ultimately a defeat for the Maccabees, a temporary defeat, but nevertheless, Elazar's heroism is one really bright spot in which you can imagine the incredible courage it must have taken to run up to this strange and ferocious-looking beast and to take it down. You know, I think this actually inspired the famous Star Wars scene of taking out those big walking creatures as well. Anyway, let's have a look at this in terms of art history, because what I find especially fascinating about it, this Gustave Doré, I think, is a fairly realistic kind of depiction of the battle. But in the medieval period, most artists, especially in Christian Europe, had never seen an elephant. So it's really interesting to see when they're reading the Apocrypha. You recall that the Apocrypha was actually preserved in Christian Bibles, not in the Jewish tradition. So we have the Greek translation of this book that's still widely read in Christian churches, and they're trying to depict this in illuminated manuscript. So they don't know what an elephant looks like. They say, oh, it's kind of like a big, like horse thing with sort of a long trunk coming out of his nose. So here's an example in which it looks a little bit like a horse with a trumpet, and notice that the scale is way off, like you have no idea how big an actual elephant looks. Here's another example where the artist just gave up and said, oh, it's basically a horse, right? A big horse. Here's another example in which it's kind of like a happy dachshund or something like that. Another version in which the proportions look about right, but again, the scale is totally wrong. And I have to say that of all of the depictions of Elazar's death, this one is perhaps the most horrible. You can just imagine being squashed in that manner. Here's one in which the elephant gets a little bit closer to reality, but the trunk is totally wrong. And here's one which looks a little bit like kind of a saber-toothed tiger with a trunk. Again, the artists are just flailing about trying to figure out how to depict these elephants. This one is great. It looks kind of like a salamander with these bizarre ears. And here is actually my all-time favorite. This one, I think, inspired Dr. Seuss. So all joking aside, the heroism of Elazar is absolutely amazing, and he has, in fact, earned a name for himself for this tremendous act of courage back in the era of the Maccabees. Thank you very much for watching.
It's the German word for relationships. It's Beziehungen. And in those days where you really had to rely on trust, much more than you do today, because you have contracts, you have rule of law. Trust was a big deal in those days.
Hello and welcome to another video in the Jewish Heroes and Heroism series in connection with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Today I'd like to speak about a very inspirational young woman named Hannah Senesh. She was born in Budapest, Hungary in 1921 to an assimilated Jewish family. Her father unfortunately passed away when she was only 6 years old, and she was raised by her mother together with her brother Yoki. She was a very bright young woman and did very, very well in school and had a quite passionate attachment to Zionism. So in 1939, with admittedly the political situation in Hungary deteriorating, she moved to Israel. She made Aliyah and she joined a kibbutz there. But that was not enough for her. She wanted to do something for the people of her homeland in Hungary, and so she decided to volunteer to work with the British as a parachutist. She was one of 37 odd individuals out of 250 applicants who were selected to parachute behind enemy lines into Hungary, where they would work with the resistance. Once they landed in Europe, they learned that the Nazis had overthrown the local Hungarian government and that they were implementing a much more rigid regime of anti-Semitism. Most of the men in her group called off the mission, but she insisted on penetrating enemy lines and working with the partisans to try and destabilize the country. Unfortunately, she was caught by the Nazis. She was imprisoned and she was tortured, beaten horribly, losing several of her teeth. But throughout her entire ordeal, she refused to give up the signals to the radio transmitter that she held, which would have betrayed several other members of the resistance. After a show trial, she was ultimately put to death by the Nazis. One of the things that has come to light since her execution at a tragically young age was the fact she was a very talented poet. I myself have been very moved by her poems and have included them in some of my other lectures. One of the most famous of her poems in Hebrew has become kind of a youth anthem in Israel, and I'd like to read it to you here. I'll read it in English translation, but you can see on the screen the Hebrew original. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. Blessed is the flame that burns in the secret fastness of the heart. Blessed is the heart with strength to stop its beating for honor's sake. Blessed is the match consumed in kindling flame. She composed this poem shortly after landing on European soil, shortly before she would be captured, and shortly before, like the match in her poem, she would be consumed in the heroic flames of her self-sacrifice for her people. We plan to study the lives of many great Jewish heroes in the thousands of years of Jewish history on the Normandy Seine River cruise, which will take place in July of 2022, God willing. This is going to be a special opportunity since we will be in the region of Normandy to show special tribute to Jewish service members during World War I and especially World War II, marking D-Day and the Somme. I hope you'll be able to join us. Thank you very much for watching.
A cartel is only as good as the willingness of the participants to play along and not slash prices. Fugger saw an opportunity. He was liquid enough that he could do that, and he made the calculation that he could wipe out the others, and he was correct in that calculation.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm sure that you are, like me, following the events in Ukraine with great trepidation. It's terrifying to see the impact of this cruel Russian invasion on a civilian population. And I'm specifically concerned for the health and safety of their remarkable president, Volodymyr Zelensky. And I'd like to take this opportunity to speak a little bit about his leadership in the historical context of Jews living in Ukraine. It is my small part to respond to his recent request that Jews around the world raise their voices in protest at what is happening in Ukraine right now. Zelensky's leadership is surprising and inspiring in so many ways. His heroism under these current circumstances, of course, has gripped the attention of the world, but it's also remarkable, especially to many Jews, and especially Jews in America and Israel, because of the prevailing stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. First of all, I'd like to provide some basic information on President Zelensky's biography. Secondly, I'd like to place his leadership in the broader context of the history of Jews in Ukraine, and to respond to the question of how unlikely is it for a Jew to be the leader of this country. And thirdly, I hope to achieve in my small way to contribute to the chorus of voices that are all praying for the safety of this leader, for his family, and for all the citizens of Ukraine that are suffering under this savage, unprovoked, and pointless attack. So first of all, who is Volodymyr Alexandrovich Zelensky? He is 44 years old, president of Ukraine. Prior to his role as president of that country and really inspiration to the world, he was actually a comedian. He has been declared, however, the #1 target of Putin, the leader of Russia, and he has so far survived several assassination attempts. Now, Gail Beckerman wrote a fantastic piece in The Atlantic recently, and she wrote, what is remarkable, truly mind-blowing in the long sweep of history is that his Jewishness has not stood in the way of his being embraced as a symbol of the nation. Now, we'll agree that Zelensky himself is remarkable and mind-blowing, but in the long sweep of history, I would say it's only remarkable and not necessarily mind-blowing to see a Jew in a leadership position in Ukraine. It has, after all, happened several times before that Jews have been within the very tight leadership of this country, particularly over the last century, and I'd like to kind of explore some of those details now. Zelensky's parents were in many ways typical for their generation. They were both highly educated, very urbanized, literate. His father was a professor of mathematics, his mother taught engineering, and note that they were specialized in non-ideological fields, meaning although they may have been very cultured and very engaged in other kinds of aspects of life, Soviet Jews, when they studied in university, they tended to gravitate to those fields which would be less vulnerable to critique. For example, you don't have a lot of university-trained Soviet Jewish historians because that tends to be a highly ideological field. Zelensky's parents were typical of a type of Jew that was known as Homo Sovieticus, or Soviet man, Soviet human. The idea was to try and keep your head down as much as possible, to not affiliate openly in any way with any organized Jewish entity, certainly not to attend a synagogue, because that was, during the very repressive era of the Soviet Union, the best way to get yourself on the KGB mailing list and to be exposed to all kinds of persecution, small and large, in the future. So they strove to excel and to raise their families quietly, but to stay away from anything ideological or political, and so on. They were Russian speakers. This is also fairly typical of Jews because as a minority, Jews tend to sort of culturally orient themselves towards the dominant population, and Russians clearly dominated Ukraine for much of the 20th century. Zelensky himself was raised as a Russian speaker, his first language, but he adopted Ukrainian as his second language, like many people of his generation. Actually, one of the things that I've witnessed in my own lifetime and over the course of my own visits to Ukraine, that it was, in the 1980s, clearly dominated by the Russian language, except in the western regions of the country. But now it's overwhelmingly Ukrainian speaking, and the Russians are in the minority. It's remarkable how that changed really since 1991 so rapidly. He also, Zelensky, studied English, and he studied very well. He's actually quite fluent in the language. Let us not forget that he was only 13 years old at the time that Ukraine became independent, so he was an adolescent at the time when that cultural shift was happening. His wife is not Jewish, which is very typical for Jews in Ukraine, just like it is in the United States of America, the very high degree of intermarriage between Jews and Ukrainians. He went to school and he studied law, also typical for Jewish kids, although a little bit more ideological, particularly in the independence period. And then he went into comedy. He got involved with a comedy troupe that was called Studia Kvartal 95, or Kvartal 95, and this is also actually a very long Jewish tradition. But let's not forget that for much of Ukrainian history, Jews were much more urban than Ukrainians. They tended to concentrate in villages, in towns, and whenever they were allowed to live in them, in cities as well. And there were certain kinds of activities that Jews gravitated towards. Entertainment is one of them. You have a very long tradition of Jews in the klezmer music tradition, and Zelensky fits very well into that kind of paradigm of Jews in entertainment. We, of course, see that tradition in America as well, with Jews gravitating and in many ways creating Hollywood and the film industry and so on. His comedy troupe recorded a TV sitcom that proved to be extremely popular. It was called Sluga Narodu, or Servant of the People, and it ran from 2015 to 2019. Zelensky played a mild-mannered high school teacher in his 30s. His parents caught on a cell phone video in a tremendous rant against corruption in the country. That video was uploaded and became viral, and in the series Servant of the People, he ends up becoming elected to be the president of Ukraine. It's a hilarious sitcom. And then the great irony of it, one of those cases where art imitates life, imitates art, some Kvartal 95 employees decided to start a real political party with Zelensky at its head in 2018, and they ran on the platform of the fictional character Vasil Petrovich Holoborodko, who was elected in Servant of the People to be president, and Zelensky himself was then elected in a remarkable landslide to be the actual president of Ukraine. In the April 2019 election, he won 73% of the vote, which is just amazing. Now, it's not overwhelmingly amazing because here in this country, of course, we have Ronald Reagan, who was an actor who ended up becoming, one of the most memorable presidents of the 20th century. But Zelensky in Ukraine, that's his story. He made brilliant use of Instagram and social media to communicate his platform to ordinary Ukrainians, but those were skills that really served him well in the current crisis as well. Now, we see, though, that Zelensky himself is not just a TV character. I mean, it was hard for a lot of people, myself included, to take it really seriously that he was elected to this position, but he has really come into his own. And besides the obvious heroism that we're seeing in the current conflict, the Times of Israel published a really interesting interview with David Horowitz in which they write about the time when his own prime minister spoke poorly about Zelensky behind his back, what would be called in traditional Jewish thought Lashon Hara, and a recording of that was leaked, and then the prime minister, embarrassed, submitted his resignation. But Zelensky denied the resignation letter, saying that essentially if he were to leave the government at this time, it would be very destabilizing, would have a negative impact on the Ukrainian people. So this is a phenomenal demonstration of character that he was willing to forego his own personal humiliation because it was really for the betterment of the nation. He truly was a servant of the people in that particular episode. Now let's try and understand a little bit more about how is it possible that Ukrainians could specifically elect a Jewish man to be the head of their government. Now, let us recall that, why are we even asking this question? Primarily because here in the West, there is a deep-seated stereotype of Ukrainian anti-Semitism. I think it's especially true of children of Holocaust survivors who grew up in the diaspora for two reasons. First of all, because there was a certain degree of Ukrainian collaboration with the Nazis. That is, of course, Putin's go-to line, which is absolutely absurd and offensive, that Ukraine needs to be denazified. That's ridiculous. But there is definitely a history of this that I've explored in other videos of a little more sophistication at length. The second reason for this, for the stereotype, is because Jews in the diaspora have been separated geographically from the normal day-to-day of Jewish Ukrainian life. I mean, look at it this way. Jews have lived in Ukraine. There has been documented Jewish life in Ukraine for well over 1,000 years. If you were to add up the years in which there was sustained violence from Ukrainians directed against Jews, and there were, of course, such moments of possible pogrom in 1113, the pogroms of 1648-49 under Khmelnytsky, the 1768 Haidamach uprising, of course, the pogroms of the early 20th century and the Revolutionary era, and then the Holocaust, which had Ukrainian collaboration to some degree with the Nazis. If you added up all of those years, however, you would only get to about 4% of the entire scope of Ukrainian Jewish coexistence. And over the much longer period of time, like 96% of those years, Jews and Ukrainians are doing business together. They are exchanging recipes. A lot of Eastern European cooking is essentially Ukrainian cooking. We're exchanging, linguistic terminology. Ukrainian Yiddish is heavily influenced by Ukrainian. Give you even in the most intimate of terms, like for example, in Yiddish, we don't call our fathers, Abba, which is the Aramaic and Hebrew word, or Abba is actually a Hebrew word, but Abba is more common. We don't call them Vater, because that's like a German term, even though Yiddish is essentially German. We call them Tato or Tati, which is based on the Ukrainian Tato. And we can go on with so many words which are like kitchen vocabulary, home-based words that are really Ukrainian. Yiddish doesn't absorb those words unless Jews and Ukrainians are spending time as children in each other's kitchens, unless there is a significant amount, particularly through women, of cultural cross-fertilization. So, thinking about it in those terms, it makes more sense for us now to just stop talking about Ukrainian anti-Semitism, please. There is a place for that, but it's not here and it's not now. Let me just conclude this small mini rant with this particular Pew Research Center chart, which was conducted in, I believe, 2019, looking at the rate of anti-Semitism in various Eastern European countries. And in this remarkable study by a very reputable organization, it appears that Ukrainians are far more likely to welcome Jewish neighbors. And what does this chart actually say? When asked, would you accept Jews as fellow citizens, only 5% of Ukrainians said no. That is the smallest number of any of these states. Russia, 14%, Lithuania, 23%, Romania, 22%. Those are serious issues. Poland, 18%. But I wonder if the United States would even come close to that 5% number. That's pretty remarkable. The election of Volodymyr Zelensky was not a one-off phenomenon. This is something that is really demonstrative of Ukrainian society as a whole, and I hope to demonstrate in the next few minutes why that might be so. One thing that's very important to understand about Ukraine as a nation is that it's been bifurcated for much of its history. Not exactly down the middle geographically, but culturally very much so. The western parts of Ukraine, concentrated in the region known as Galicia or Halichina, has always been very much oriented towards Europe, whereas the center east of the country has been more oriented towards Russia. And throughout its long history, Ukraine has kind of vacillated between, do they balance more heavily towards European models of thinking, or do they balance themselves more towards the Russian ways of thinking? There is a clear distinction in so many ways. This kind of balance between East and Western ways of thinking really begins to find pragmatic expression in the late 19th, especially the 20th centuries, when you have an era of national awakening that affects much of the region, and Ukrainians themselves have to sort of say, okay, well, what are we? What do we believe? Who are we like? We see this in particular in the revolutionary era, that is after the fall of the Russian Empire in 1917. As Ukrainians attempted to articulate an actual political organization, they found it was essential for them to forge relationships and alliances with the Jewish minority. The Jews had a lot of advantages that Ukrainians did not have at the time. Jews were overwhelmingly urban and literate and numerate, were a lot more conversant with the types of work that was necessary to actually create an administrative apparatus, skills that were not necessarily well developed in the far more agrarian, rural population of Ukrainians. And so the smaller number of Ukrainians who were urbanized and educated, literate, and so on, they formed these alliances in an organization called the Centralna Rada, the Central Soviet, would be one way to translate it, or the Central Council, which was distinct from the Soviet councils to the north in Russia. In fact, Russia would invade Ukraine in 1918, and that would begin a civil war between Russians and Ukrainians. A civil war because they were originally both part of the Russian Empire that would ultimately result in much of Ukraine, although not the western part, being conquered by the Russians. But during this brief period of collaboration, which was actually the subject of my PhD dissertation, the Ukrainians and Jews established a remarkable level of cooperation that was kind of Zelenskyan in its scope. They had a Ministry of Jewish Affairs, they had money printed in Yiddish, they had correspondence in Yiddish. It was really a remarkable kind of thing. It ended in disaster because ultimately the Ukrainian state, the independent state, was unable to hold back the waves of popular violence that surged across the country. The Soviet invasion, the remnants of various anti-Soviet forces active in Ukrainian territory, and ultimately it simply could not sustain itself. But there was a flash of the possibility for a very brief period of time that we would see later flourishing in the beginning of the 21st century. It was during that time that you really saw expressed, if only for a few months, the orientation towards the West, towards Europe, and its values of modernism, tolerance, multiculturalism, democracy, transparency, and so on. Now, if we focus in on the Soviet period during the 1920s, we see a lot of these things happening, albeit in a fairly restricted form, during the 1920s. This is the era known as Korenizatsiya, a period which was, it's hard to translate that term, it's kind of like indigenization, meaning allowing local cultures to express themselves. This is before Stalin really was able to cement his own power, and so as a result, you see an effervescence of Yiddish, of Ukrainian, you see a lot of new cultural possibilities that begin to, express themselves in all kinds of artistic and cultural venues. It comes to a crashing halt as well in the 1930s when Stalin takes over. This is the era of the Holodomor, the incredibly tragic famine that was artificially engineered by the Soviets that affected so many Ukrainians, millions of Ukrainians. Stalin's ideology called for the repression of all kinds of national expression, and we see this carried through after World War II by Khrushchev and Brezhnev, really up until the final years of the Soviet Empire. Now, if we move to the Nazi period, this is obviously, in terms of Jewish-Ukrainian relations, the darkest period of their interaction. So what exactly happened during this time? Well, again, I would refer you to other videos on my channel where I discuss this. It requires a lot more elucidation to understand properly. But basically, the Nazis were able to capitalize, through very effective propaganda, a widespread anti-Semitic sentiment that was especially present in the area that Professor Snyder calls the Bloodlands. That is, those regions that were temporarily controlled by the Soviets between 1939 and 1941. the Nazis were able to really capitalize on the local anti-communist sentiment by specifically playing up the idea of the Judo-Kommuna, the Jewish communist conspiracy, which was also a farce. The idea that communism was dominated by Jews, which was certainly not true, especially after Stalin purged so many Jews from the party. The Nazis were able to direct a lot of the anger with communism against the local Jewish population. The Nazis enlisted the help of local populations, not just Ukrainians, but also Poles, Lithuanians, and Latvians, really the entire area of the Bloodlands, to react against the Soviets by attacking the local Jewish population, however unfair that was. And it was during this time that the so-called Holocaust of bullets took place, when the Nazis used primarily firing squads to destroy the little Jewish Stettlach that dotted the population. Perhaps as many as 2.5 million Jews were killed in these, the most notorious of which occurred in Babin Yar, in the middle of Kiev, where 33,000 Jews were killed in the space of a few days. The Nazis would go on to use Babin Yar for many months afterwards and killed upwards of 100,000 people, at this point including lots of non-Jewish Ukrainians. But during this time where you have a minority of the population who are Hilfswillige, you also have a minority of the population who are later recognized by Yad Vashem as righteous Gentiles, who are also cognizant of the local ties that they had with their Jewish neighbors and protected them from the Nazis. So there's a lot more to say about this. It's a very complex situation. Perhaps I'll just say one last thing. One of the heroes of this period is a remarkable clergyman named Metropolitan Andrei Sheptitsky, who was the leader of the Ukrainian Catholic Church in the West. He was actually very friendly with Jewish populations before the war. He actually mastered Hebrew. One of my first scholarly articles was a translation of some of his Hebrew language correspondence written in his own hand. And during the war, he directed his network of monasteries and convents to save some 200 Jewish children. He was definitely very pro-Jewish. Yet at the same time, he conferred a blessing on the Waffen-SS division that was made up of Ukrainians called the Galicia division. People have said, how is that possible that he could convey a blessing on an SS division? So we should understand that the Ukrainians who joined that division were largely thinking of themselves as the first Ukrainian division, that they were going to use the Nazi support in order to fight against the Soviets. That was the overwhelming mentality. So there's a lot more to say than I can in this short video, but it's complicated. It's not at all straightforward. Someone with undeniable moral fortitude. Sheptitsky also, by the way, complained to the Pope himself, saying, why are you silent? Why saying we need more support for the Jews? We need, to have a stronger voice that condemns this violence. But even he could see value in Ukrainians joining the Nazis to fight against the Soviets. So it's complicated. After the war, and this is a period that's especially relevant for Zelensky's parents, there's tremendous repression of both Ukrainians and Jews who are striving to express their national identities. It was incredibly dangerous to study anything Jewish, to promote Ukrainian ideas, and to talk about certain Ukrainian historical figures or even historical periods. And this is the era when there was a tremendous amount of dissidents who were arrested and sent off to the Gulag, sent off to prison camps in Siberia. It is ironically at this time when a new kind of Ukrainian Jewish rapprochement is forged specifically by that generation of dissidents. People like Anatoly Sharansky, the so-called Shestisyatniki, the 60s generation was extremely important. And when this began to thaw, particularly under Gorbachev, then there was a tremendous upswelling of support for national expression by both Jews and Ukrainians, and mutual expressions for each other's support. This is happening not just in Ukraine, but also in Poland and in Belarus to a certain degree, especially in the Baltic states. And a lot of these regions, the former bloodlands, are beginning to communicate with each other and to leapfrog over each other to make more and more demands for what Gorbachev would call glasnost, or openness, and even perestroika, reconstruction of the Soviet Union. Ultimately, the Soviet Union is unable to withstand the growth of this nationalist feeling, and in 1989 it goes into a period of collapse. 1991, Ukraine becomes independent along with the Baltic states and so on. And that's when Jewish life really flourishes. This is when Zelensky himself is just a teenager. There's tremendous development in, for example, Dnipropetrovsk, which has this remarkable center, which claims to be, it could be, the largest Jewish complex anywhere in the world, the Menorah Cultural and Business Center. You can see here it has some remarkable architecture that's designed to evoke a 7-branched candelabrum called a menorah, which is associated with the ancient temple in Jerusalem. I've been there. It's a remarkable place. The community there in Dnipropetrovsk, sometimes abbreviated to Dnipro, because originally it was named Yekaterinoslav, but they said that's too hard to pronounce. They switched it to Dnipropetrovsk, and I think Dnipro is even a little bit easier. But a tremendous effervescence of the Jewish population there, and Zelensky is coming of age in an era when there's so many possibilities for Jews. At any rate, let us return to the present moment. You know, I'm uncomfortable speaking about contemporary events because I study in the Department of History. The Department of Prophecy was down the hall, and they seemed a lot smarter than I was. But I do want to take this moment to once again express my concern for Volodymyr Zelensky, an incredibly heroic figure who is determined to remain with his people in Kiev. He is really, like his namesake, a servant of the people. And I'd like to conclude with a sentiment that, you know, you'll hear the expression right now. People say, Slava Ukraini, like glory to Ukraine. And then the response is Heroyam Slava, glory to the heroes. This itself is a beautiful phrase, but it has a bit of a complex history. It predates the Holocaust. It goes back to the great poet of Ukraine, Taras Shevchenko, and it was used during the revolutionary period at the beginning of the 20th century, but it was also really capitalized by some of the much more pro-Nazi groups during World War II. So it's a complex kind of phrase, and hard for me to really say it with full enthusiasm. But what I can say is it's remarkable to see, as a Twitter colleague of mine posted online recently, this t-shirt worn by a man in a cafe in Lviv, which is also pronounced Lviv in Western Ukraine. It says "Kavod to Ukraina," glory to Ukraine in Yiddish. And to that I can clearly say, "Kavod to Giborim," glory to the heroes. Thank you very much for watching. Let us hope that the Russian advance is halted, and that a ceasefire is declared, and that the people of Ukraine should be safe, along with their remarkable leader, Volodymyr Zelensky. Thank you very much for watching.
Judge relative wealth through the ages, which is divide the wealth of an individual by the prevailing GDP, and come up with the fact that Uber, in today's dollars, would be worth something like 400 billion, I think. That would put him atop Rockefeller.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really enjoying my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat Cruise on the Seine this year, where there are going to be 3 main attractions. First of all,
listeners, if you want to think about the path to success and wealth and business and investing,
is the natural beauty of the Seine River and the countryside of that part of France. Also, the 1,000 years of Jewish history that goes way back in that region. And finally, of course, special emphasis on the history of Jews in the armed forces of several countries. We're going to emphasize in particular World War I and II, and today I'd like to speak to you a little bit about Jews involved in D-Day. But let's start by having a quick look at the route that we're going to be following. Here's where we'll be beginning at Paris, of course. You can see the Seine River flows sort of to the northwest into the English Channel and ends up at Le Havre and Honfleur. And we're also going to be looking at the city of Rouen, which has a really fascinating ancient Jewish community that goes all the way back to the 11th century. In fact, in the 12th century, they had a local leader there with such importance that some Christian texts refer to the local Jewish leader as the King of the Jews. Here is a modern picture of the medieval Rue des Juifs or the Road of the Jews that exists in Rouen today. It was also the site of some fascinating Portuguese and Spanish refugees from the Inquisition, including João Pinto Delgado, who in the 17th century wrote a lot of really interesting polemics to defend the Jews who had returned to their Jewish identity after fleeing from the Iberian Peninsula. But let's focus today on D-Day, because some really interesting things associated with Jews and their military service related to this event. D-Day is, of course, Tuesday, June 6th, 1944. It is the day that marks the major Allied landings at Normandy in the huge step forward in the fight against Nazism in World War II. It was also known as Operation Neptune. It represented the largest seaborne invasion in history, with 24,000 paratroopers landing in advance to prepare the region as best as possible for the landing of 7,000 sea vessels, and nearly 200,000 naval personnel participated in total. About a quarter of those, by the way, were American. There were tremendous losses on both sides, the Allies and the Germans, about 20,000 casualties. Among the Allies, 4,000 of those casualties were actually soldiers who were killed in this very, very difficult military assault. Here you can see a map that shows the sites of the landing. The Seine River flows just to the east of the major landing sites, including Omaha Beach, where we'll be spending time looking at the region and a remarkable museum that's located there. It was an incredibly punishing and difficult landing. The Germans were well prepared for it, and they knew that it was going to be coming eventually, so they had reinforced the region, and there was a tremendous amount of difficulty and effort imposed in trying to make the landings at several beaches. Now, let us understand how Jews related in particular to this war, and especially to D-Day. Jews, of course, coming from America, had a unique perspective on the war because they realized already by 1942 reports were circulating of the concentration camps, of the death camps, and the horrible persecution of the Nazis were meeting out of Jews. So Jews had a special sense of responsibility with regards to beating back Nazism, and they realized that if they were to be captured, it would be considerably more dangerous for them than regular American POWs. And so you see Jewish efforts in several different regions of activity. In the arts, for example, Jews like Irving Berlin, who was a very well-regarded composer of popular music in the first half of the 20th century, he devoted his talents to writing what has become a major anthem for the American people, God Bless America. And in the lyrics of that song, Berlin specifically alludes to the war in Europe that was on the horizon in 1938 when it was first broadcast. The lyrics include, while the storm clouds gather far across the sea, right? 1938, this is the era of Kristallnacht, of the Sudetenland crisis, and so on. Let us swear allegiance to a land that's free. Let us all be grateful for a land so fair as we raise our voices in solemn prayer. God bless America, a land that I love. Understood in this context from a Jew who had fled persecution in the former Russian Empire, coming to these shores and achieving fame and fortune by dint of his talent, you can really understand how much he really did attach himself to America, and this kind of anthem has a tremendous impact on the larger population. Now, of course, in terms of the actual war effort, perhaps the first place we should start is Jews active in intelligence. Before the invasion, there were about 200 Jewish code breakers working at Bletchley Park in England, which was the headquarters for deciphering Nazi communications. This is the site where Alan Turing worked and others. It was really an important place for the intelligence activity kind of work. Among the Jews who were active at Bletchley Park was Max Newman, who was a British-born child of Polish Jewish refugees, somewhat like Berlin, somewhat earlier. He was a chess prodigy, a math major. These were characteristics that he shared with many of the other Jews there at Bletchley Park. He headed a department that was casually called the Newman League, that called for the design of the world's first programmable electronic digital computer, the Colossus, that was instrumental in determining what were the German war plans. Also in the preparation for D-Day, you have people like Fred Balcom, shown here in this photograph, fourth from the left on the top row, who flew meteorological flights at 20,000 feet to determine the best weather conditions to allow the invasion to happen. He actually was responsible for delaying the invasion by 2 days to ensure that there was the best possible conditions without an undue delay. Turning to the landing themselves, so looking at the overall participation of Jews in the armed forces, there were about 550,000 American Jews who served in the U.S. armed forces during World War II. 36,000 of them were decorated, 24,000 of them were wounded, and 10,500 were killed in action. About 40% of all Jewish physicians served in the military, a remarkable number. In the landing at D-Day, about 4.2% of the soldiers making that assault were of Jewish origin, and that is, like all these other numbers, quite disproportionate because at the time, Jews made up only about 3.6% of the population. Let me look at a few of them because they're really quite fascinating. Let's look first at Lieutenant Robert Halpern, who was the child of a Ukrainian Jewish immigrant named Aaron, and I think this combination of Ukrainian and Jewish and heroism is something that we're seeing in our own day as well. He was a part of Assault Force U, which was one of the first units that made their way ashore to mark the landing sites so that later boats could safely hit the shore, avoiding both attack from the Germans and friendly fire from the Allies. Here's a quote from a contemporary war correspondent named William H. Stillman, that Halpern was involved in an intricate job calling for as much brain as courage and barrels of both. He is certainly making a hero of himself again this morning on D-Day, doing a job on which the success of our assault depends, and which not one man in 1,000 would like to have. For his efforts there, he received the Bronze Star. He was specifically cited for bravery in saving several soldiers from drowning. He went on to receive the Silver Star and another kind of medal, an Olympic medal for sailing for Team USA in 1960. Another Jew among the first to arrive at the beach of Normandy was Abraham Contioti. His boat hit the shore within 67 of each hour. He was possibly the first of all American soldiers and maybe even of all Allied soldiers to actually attack the beach. He was 22 years old at the time, a Sephardic Jew from Brooklyn. The Jewish Telegraphic Agency reported at the time that when his parents were told that their son was involved in the invasion, they went straight to synagogue and they engaged in nearly 4 hours of prayer. I think as a parent, I probably would have done something like that too. On that same boat was Captain Leonard T. Schroeder, a 25-year-old from a Baltimore neighborhood. He was featured in a French magazine in 1994 describing the heroes of Normandy, and he said at that time that, "Today I realize that to be the first man ashore is an immense honor, yet I do not merit it more than anyone else. 5 of my men died down there at Normandy. They alone are the heroes." I hope this video gives you a sense of the importance of the Jewish effort behind D-Day and of those hallowed beaches that absorbed the blood of so many soldiers who went on to fight the great fight against Nazism in World War II. if you are able to join us on this cruise, where we'll be looking at the beautiful scenery of the Seine River, the 1,000-year history of Jews in the region, and specifically focusing on the history of Jews in the armed forces, I would love to meet you in person and spend some time with you in this wonderful experience. Thank you very much for watching.
He was very interested in making money, and I'm sure the hardships meant nothing to him because it must have been so fascinating that a guy like him probably enjoyed every minute of it. And then after that, he learned, also when he was in Italy, he learned about bookkeeping, which at the time, modern day accounting didn't exist north of the Alps.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I, for one, am really looking forward to our scheduled July trip. History of the Seine River. We're going to go all the way up to the English Channel, and we're going to especially be concentrating on the beaches that are associated with D-Day, we spoke about in the last video. Today I'd like to speak about one location that's going to be halfway along the cruise. That is in the medieval city of Rouen. Now, Jews lived in Rouen from about the 9th century, and then they were expelled in the 14th century. But there wasn't a lot of actual architectural evidence of their existence there until August of 1976, when people were doing renovations to the remarkable 16th century Palace of Justice in Rouen, and we knew that it was located in the old Jewish neighborhood from before the expulsion of 1306, when a car dramatically collapsed in a huge sinkhole right in front of the steps up to the appeals court. It was really remarkable. And when they opened up that sinkhole, they found that there was this remarkable medieval building. And upon closer examination, it turns out that not only was this a building in the Jewish neighborhood, it was actually the yeshiva that had at its head the most remarkable figure of Normandy at the time, the great Rabbi Shmuel ben Meir, the grandson of Rashi himself, a really important commentator. Oh my gosh, I'm going to tell you more about that. But let's have a look at this building here to begin with. Here's a great book that came out to celebrate this discovery. This is a sort of a museum catalog kind of thing that was published in January 2020 in the city of Rouen. And the title, by the way, is Focus. La Maison Sublime, the Sublime House. I'll tell you why they called it that in a minute. The oldest Jewish building in France. This is what this is. It's the oldest Jewish building ever found in France. The great Professor Norman Gold, who's really written a lot about the ancient world, about the medieval world, wrote fantastic stuff on a Khazarian document found in Geniza, and also some great things on the Dead Sea Scrolls, other controversial theories. But he had just published in Hebrew 2 months prior a book about the Jews of Normandy, France, that exactly coincided with this finding. So he was brought in to try and examine this excavation and try to determine what exactly was it. And you can see it's got this remarkable Gothic architecture. They estimate about 11th century architecture with some amazing views and some interesting kind of decorative elements throughout. And when reconstructed by an artist, obviously these are like kind of the basement and foundations of the building, it probably rose up, judging by the height of the walls and things like that, to 3 stories. It must have been a rather magnificent building. And it was not just a house. It was clearly something that was intended for public use. Now, what really changed was when they discovered some graffiti scratched into the walls in the basement. Here's a photograph of the rabbi of Rouen at the time, Solomon Perez, who's showing the graffiti to the great rabbi of France, Rabbi Yaakov Kaplan, and Jean Le Cornet, who was the mayor of Rouen, and he's pointing out this remarkable phrase. As you can see here, this is what it looks like. It's the first one, the top blocks there said, this house will be sublime until the rock of Zion shows mercy. In its original context, it's a quote from the book of Kings. This house refers to this temple, right, in Jerusalem. In this context, it's kind of like a pun saying this great yeshiva will remain in place. How ironic that it still remains in place. This house will remain until the Messianic era. Now, what I find absolutely fascinating about this amazing building is not only the fact that This is the oldest building in France that's ever been discovered from before the expulsion of 1306, but that we know from Professor Golb's research that the Rashbam actually taught here. And then when we go visit this, we'll be able to walk on the same stones upon which the Rashbam himself walked. It's amazing. We also know that the remarkable commentator Avraham ibn Ezra, another great favorite of mine, visited this particular yeshiva. And so just to be in the same space where these great medieval thinkers were, I think that's just going to be fantastic. So this whole cruise is going to be amazing. I hope that you will be able to join us on this cruise. Please check out the website that I'll put at the end of this video. If not, I'm really looking forward to sharing with you the videos that we make as we visit these remarkable sites in Jewish history. Thank you very much for watching.
Raising an army and that sort of thing. It was more about just indulging himself. Got to know Sigmund and worked out a deal with him so that Sigmund could optimize and maximize what he was getting out of his silver mines. And then
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I've been doing a lot of research lately in preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruises along the Seine River later this year, looking at the Jews of Normandy in particular. And I came across something just recently that was just so fascinating. It may be a little bit geeky and a little bit specifically for those who are interested in a deep dive to how history is actually written, but I just can't help it. I got to tell you about it. This is so fascinating. This is a discovery of Professor Norman Gold, a great scholar who really was one of the most prominent scholars looking at things like the Dead Sea Scrolls and a lot of really unusual discoveries in the Cairo Geniza specifically. He just passed away, unfortunately, in 2020. Now, this particular story describes his old school scholarship, the kind of scholarship that I barely remember from my graduate school days, because with the internet, everything has changed. Basically, he came across a published text. He saw something funny in the way the text was published, and he said, well, I wonder if that's really what it looks like in the original. So he goes and he travels to England to see the original, right? These are things you have to do before the internet was invented. And by looking at the original, he was able to discover some amazing things about the Jews of Normandy and really to correct the historical record. All of this is told in one of his most recent books, The Jews and Medieval Normandy, a big, thick brick of a book that has some tremendous information. If you're intending on going on this particular cruise, don't read the book in advance, because then you'll end up asking me really hard questions. I'm just kidding. You can read the book in advance, and then we'll have a lot of fun talking about it. At any rate, what's the story here? So we have to first go to Cairo, where, as you may be aware, an amazing discovery was made in the 19th century of a phenomenal trove of medieval documents that describe really Jewish life around the medieval basin as a whole. The Cairo Geniza is so named because it was a repository for all kinds of texts written in Hebrew characters, whereas Jews today still have the custom of not disposing of works that are written with religious intent. For example, if they include the name of God in them, those are called shemos. They put them instead in a place called the Geniza, which is like a storeroom or a treasure house, something like that, and then eventually they are buried. But the Jews of Old Cairo, a place called Fustat, actually regarded anything written in Hebrew characters, regardless of the nature of its content, as deserving of, going into the Geniza, and they sat there for hundreds and hundreds of years until the 19th century when they were discovered. Here's a picture of one of those great researchers from the turn of the 20th century, Solomon Schechter. You can see him here hard at work at his desk, deciphering the many, many fragments of the Geniza archive, which is still, undergoing tremendous research. We're not even close to finished going through all these little scraps of paper putting together. But let us remember that our story begins actually with a printed text. A scholar named Jacob Mann worked with a lot of these early texts in the beginning of the 20th century, and he published a book called The Jews in Egypt and Palestine under the Fatimid Caliphs, which was published in 2 volumes in Oxford in the 20s. And he found one particular document that had such pathos that he actually printed it in full. It deals with a man named Mar Ruben Ben Isaac. Mar is like a title of respect. He apparently was some landowner, And Jacob Mann identifies this place of origin as one Rodez in France, which is in the region of Languedoc, which is nowhere near Rouen or Normandy. It's in the south. But the spelling of the Hebrew text did not seem right at all. It would have had to have been spelled Reish Vav Dalet Samet, Rodez, but it was spelled Reish Dalet Vav Samet, which would be something like Rodos. Now, it's unusual for the scribe of an original document to make a mistake like that when a professional scribe is actually recording a document. It's like kind of like a notary public. They don't